This Uchiha is a bit too much. Chapter 56. As a ripple appeared in the space, Obito's figure suddenly disappeared. Yuji looked at Obito who was leaving. He didn't do anything to stop him, or there was no need to stop him now. After a long battle, especially using the Sage mode and just opening the Manjiki Sharingan, he used his own pupil technique. Even if Hayori has strong chakra as an Uchiha, he is not a monster like Naruto. Besides, I'm not Sasuke. I don't have spare eyes as a replacement. The effect of extraordinary is indeed amazing, the moment Hayori chooses to turn it on. It turned into a terrifying force, forcefully breaking through the invisible wall sealed in Yuji's eyes. At the same time, just like when Hayori evolved into the 3 Megatama before, it was tempered in Hayori's body. After all, extraordinary people can achieve bloodline improvement, but the too hasty use of strength made Hayori unable to bear it. It still takes some time to adapt, not only to my body, but also to my eyes. After turning on the kaleidoscope, Hayori naturally received the unique feedback of the kaleidoscope. The ability of kaleidoscope is indeed to take care of the greatest desire of the heart. I don't know if he has been thinking about Uchiha Madara, but he got a very interesting ability. God is direct. Hayori knew that the abilities of the kaleidoscope seemed to be named after those so-called Japanese gods. It's a pity that he has not studied this thing, but this ability is somewhat interesting, it can strengthen all the abilities Hayori uses. As for the limit of intensity, it all depends on how much power Hayori is willing to inject. To put it simply, the more eye power Hayori injects, the stronger he can amplify a certain ability. Is it true that I was thinking about Madara, and in the end, such an ability really appeared? Although this ability is only an auxiliary ability, Hayori has to admit that its upper limit seems a bit high. In addition, he has another ability. And this ability is the offensive spatial ability obtained through Kakashi's Sharingan. It's really powerful, but there's something a little different about it. Obtaining half of the divine power was not beyond Yuji's expectations. After all, he had already gained talent in this area before. It is most normal for him to turn on the kaleidoscope at this time and manifest his talent in this area. However, he could feel that his divine power did not seem to be connected with Obito's divine power. Moreover, my divine power seems incomplete. Hayori has a very special feeling, that is, this power is not complete, and it can be further improved. If what he thinks is true, then he may be able to display his true and complete divine power with just one eye. Are you guys okay? While Hayori was thinking, Asuma had already run to Hayori's side, and other Konoha ninjas also came close to him. Hayori even saw that guy Shisui among the crowd, and Hikaru followed quietly behind the crowd. We're fine. When Hayori came to his senses, he glanced at Kakashi and Lin, and then smiled at Asuma. Why are you here? I found traces of Kirigakure, so I followed them. I didn't expect that there was already a fight here. Asuma shrugged, and then looked at the corpses on the ground beside him. Not only did Obito leave, those Uegakure and Kirigakure who were waiting for a move had also quietly left, leaving only devastation and corpses on the ground. It's really amazing. Not only Kirigakure, but also people from Uegakure are here. At this time, Asuma had noticed the difference here, and he spoke with a somewhat complicated expression. Not only him, but other Konoha ninjas also noticed that something was wrong. At this moment, the eyes they looked at Yuji and the 3 people became excited and fanatical. Ninjas have always admired the strong, and the 3 of them are war heroes. Hayori also looked at the ground at this time, but his eyes were locked on the arm left by Obito. At this moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Completed the side mission, defeat Obito with Kakashi and Lin, and create a world where only Obito is injured. Reward, Uchiha Obito's space talent. Seeing this piece of information, Yuji couldn't help but smile. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Asuma, who looked a little complicated, and then he chuckled. It's an award. It's not that great, but there is one thing I still remember. What's up? It seems that I won the bet between us. Looking at the dark underground base in front of him, Obito's eyes were still cold. He thought he would never come back here again, and even if he came back, it would be a long time later. Unexpectedly, fate played a huge joke on him, and his world changed drastically in a short period of time. As Madara said, no one will remember him. Just as Madara said, they are all betrayed people, they are all forgotten people. You're still back. The white-haired Uchiha Madara looked at Obito, who was covered in blood, with a smile on his lips. He didn't seem curious at all, as if everything was as expected. It seems that everything is not going well for you, right? Well, it didn't go very well. Obito looked at Madara indifferently. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. I want to recreate a perfect world, a world that belongs to me. I heard the white guy say, you have such plans and intentions, can you tell me? Sure. Madara nodded slightly, and then he asked curiously. But I'm a little confused as to why you want to do this. After all, you can take off the mask and meet them with your true face. There's no need for that. Obito shook his head, he smiled miserably and whispered. What's the point of this world? Everything I have done is in vain, and all my efforts have become someone else's wedding dress. From the beginning to the end, I was just an inconspicuous little character. From the beginning to the end, I was not as good as some people. Whether it is the people I cherish or others, they will be replaced easily. And I am just an outcast in the world. It would be the same with or without me in such a world, so. Having said this, Obito paused slightly, and his eyes seemed to be slightly crazy. So just think of this world as a nightmare and a hell. This is not the world I want, this is not the world that belongs to me. I want to create a world where I will no longer be betrayed, forgotten, or abandoned. Uchiha Hayori took away everything from me and made me abandoned by the whole world. Then, I will create a world without Hayori and take back everything that belongs to me. Looking at the hysterical Obito in front of him, Madara nodded slightly involuntarily. His guidance was very successful, his attacks on Kakashi and Nohara Rin were also very successful, and his prediction of Hayori was also more successful. Obito already regards the real world as a nightmare and hell, so he will only work hard to create a world of his own. I understand. I think you can now understand everything I said to you when we met. Madara slowly stood up, he looked at Obito and said slowly. This world is already so cruel and sad. Only by creating our own world can we dominate everything. Welcome back, Uchiha Obito. Having said this, Madara smiled slightly. It seems that I won the bet between us. Chapter 57. Returning to the camp, Yuri was able to have a good rest. Although Kirigakuru's matter has not yet been resolved for Konoha, it can be ignored for Hayori. After all, he knew that Kirigakuru was sent by Madara. Now that Madara has fulfilled his long-cherished wish, those Kirigakure Enbyo should naturally retreat. Moreover, he had punched Kirigakure and even Uegakure together before, causing considerable losses to them all. But at this point, there were plenty of tasks left that would allow him to take a good rest. After all, he is now Konoha's great hero. Obito, this guy is really a good person. Walking in Konoha's camp, Hayori smiled and nodded to the people around him who said hello to him, while thinking secretly in his heart. Although it seems very weird to think this way, if you think about it carefully, the gains from this mission really came from Obito. First, the ultimate yin escape power allowed him to activate the kaleidoscope, and then after completing the side mission, he was given another space talent. In the end, he was defeated miserably by himself, leaving behind Baiju's condensed arm. In addition, Madara summoned Kirigakure to open Obito's eyes, and also planned to involve Uegakure. This forced Hayori to fight with them, which also allowed his reputation in Konoha to definitely increase again. Just look at how he is treated in the camp now. No matter where he goes, he will be greeted with a smile. And there are people everywhere in the camp discussing his deeds, so his reputation has been fully increased. So, Obito is really a good person. Thinking of this, Yuji couldn't help but sigh. Of course, thanks are thanks, and this will not affect his attitude the next time they meet. Obito is so sick now, no one knows what kind of things he will do. Moreover, Hayori remembered the way Obito looked at him, which also made him realize that Obito hated him very much. What's more, Obito's appearance this time also caused some trouble, and that was wood release. It's just that this matter has little to do with Hayori, but after returning to Konoha, Hayori will probably have to hear about it. In this case, you can't blame me for being cruel. Yuji muttered something in a low voice, but just a moment later, a voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you talking to yourself about here? Hearing this, Hayori smiled and turned his head, only to see a slightly unfamiliar-looking Uchiha girl behind him. But if you look carefully, you can still see that she is the light. Nothing, I just thought of something interesting. Yuji shook his head slightly, and then asked funnily. How does it feel? I think this is your first experience in this camp, right? Guang can appear here at this time, naturally because she has solved the identity problem. In the battlefield environment, the most indispensable thing is the dead, even before the dawn of peace. Haori originally planned to help Hikaru find someone who had no ties or friends in Konoha so that she could take advantage of this identity. Unexpectedly, Guang took action on her own, and she actually found a pretty good target. Uchiha Ying, this is an extremely unfamiliar name. If she hadn't been an orphan like Yuji, they would have lived on the fringes of the clan. And because of her withdrawn personality and few friends, Haori might not even be able to remember who she is. Her luck was not good either. According to the on-site investigation, her team was attacked by Uegakuer. Yuji also made many inquiries in the camp, determined the identities of all the people in the team, and learned that their current status is the mission has not yet returned. This made him realize that Guang already had a suitable and usable identity, he just needed a little makeup. I don't feel anything. You know what I think. I would rather destroy it all. Guang frowned, but the answer was as extreme as ever. But you seem to be enjoying it, Konoha's great hero. Although the strong change the environment, for most people, if they want to survive, they must adapt to the environment. Haori shrugged indifferently and gave an answer with a smile. What about now? Hikari stared at Haori, especially his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you should have the same eyes as me, right? After all, Hikaru was someone who had already turned on the kaleidoscope, so he could naturally detect something unusual about Haori. However, Yuji did not hide her intention, and he nodded slightly. Well, indeed, we have the same eyes. Haori's smile faded slightly, and he looked at the light seriously. I will accompany you to do all this, don't forget that we also have to burn the Uchiha to ashes. But before that, I hope you can promise me something. What's up? Guang couldn't help but pursed her lips after hearing Yuji's words, but in the end she nodded. Although Hikaru has a somewhat extreme personality, he is a very typical Uchiha. But she is not Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Obito, she can still listen to what others say. Of course, the premise is that you have a good relationship with her, otherwise she might not pay attention to you. It's very simple, that is, try to integrate into Konoha and into the family. Haori still maintained a serious look, and when he saw Hikaru frowning slightly and showing doubt, he immediately continued. Of course, this is not to give up, don't forget that we have similar experiences. What we have to challenge now is the entire ninja world. If we act recklessly, we will achieve nothing. And the easiest way to defeat your enemies is to get familiar with them, understand them, and then find their weaknesses, right? Having said this, Yuji paused slightly, and looking at Guang's thoughtful look, he knew that his words had been listened to. He asked Guang to try to go out before, which was also paving the way for his current rhetoric. Everything seems to be going well so far, so he continues to hit the track while it's hot. So try to get in touch with and integrate into it more, so that you can better understand it all. The family will be our best place to practice, and while dealing with the family, we also need to solve some problems. Solve the problem. Guang was silent for a while before speaking. She did not deny what Yuri said, obviously she acquiesced. Well, solve a problem that is important to you and me. A smile appeared on Yuri's face again, and he nodded slightly. We all have the same eyes, and naturally we face the same problem, which is that the more we use them, the closer we get to darkness. This problem needs to be solved, otherwise how can we have the strength to last until the end? Fortunately I already have some ideas and I think we can give it a try. So in the future we can see with our own eyes everything we have created, right? Solving eye problems? Guang thought carefully for a moment, and finally nodded. Eye problems are indeed troublesome for people, and if they can be solved, it will be infinitely beneficial to their future. As for trying to integrate into the current family and the village built together with the Senju, Sarutobi and other families. Although Guang was somewhat resistant, she seemed to have nothing to refute to what her half-friend said. If this could better deal with the enemy and disintegrate the entire ninja world's ninja system, then she would naturally be willing to give it a try. I understand, I will listen to you, Yuri. Thank you for believing in me, we will see a bright future. Yuji also smiled and nodded, but soon his smile disappeared, and then he turned around with a frown. The same thing happened to Hikari, who saw an Uchiha ninja walking towards them quickly. He glanced at Guang, but soon he withdrew his gaze and bowed slightly to Haori. I'm sorry to bother you, Master Haori. Who are you and what's wrong? Haori was stunned for a moment by this person's title. This was the first time he was called sir. And he really didn't know this person, which made him look a little confused. My subordinate, Arashi Uchiha, has met you, sir. Uchiha Arashi was still extremely respectful. He lowered his head and continued. Master Haori, the Patriarch wants to see you. Now. Yes, now. Chapter 58. Uchiha Fugaku. Hearing this name, Haori's original good mood disappeared instantly. He knew that this bastard was leading his great son on the front line, accumulating merit for himself and gaining experience for his great son at the same time. When Haori came this time, he was not only familiar with the environment of the land of grass, but also had rich combat experience against Kirigakuer. There is also the factor that Uchiha Fugaku wants to run for Hokage in order to ease the conflicts within the clan. Although this conflict was secretly provoked by Uji, Haori never thought about meeting this guy here, especially when he was an old psycho with a little psycho. After all, they didn't get along very well before. After all, he took the initiative to push himself into the battlefield. What made Uji helpless was that even though he had already thought of a man born between heaven and earth, how can he live in depression for a long time? But this guy is still the leader of the Uchiha clan so far. Even if he has a kaleidoscope, Uchiha Fugaku probably also has one. And at this stage, he has no plans to reveal this matter. After all, Konoha has always been very careful about the Uchiha clan. Besides, God knows if Konoha has any experience in dealing with kaleidoscopes. Senju Tobirama, the inventor of the evil Uchiha imp, once killed Uchiha Izuna who had a kaleidoscope. And when he was in power, he had been committed to preventing the next Uchiha Madara from appearing, so he never stopped studying Uchiha and Sharingan. If he didn't keep it all, he would have left some methods to deal with the Manjikyu, even if he taught a talent who could stab Susan with a kunao. After settling Hikaru, Haori followed Uchiha Arashi all the way to Uchiha Fugaku's residence. After all, this guy is the patriarch of the family, and his treatment is comparable to that of ordinary ninjas. He has a separate tent, and the environment is much better than other places. Haori-kun, you are here. Entering the tent, Uchiha Fugaku's slightly cheerful voice rang out. Looking around, he was not the only one in the tent, his eldest son Uchiha Itachi was also here. At this time, Uchiha Itachi was only 4 or 5 years old, but this kid looked like a young adult. He just sat quietly and looked at the two of them without saying a word. Lord Patriarch. Haori withdrew his gaze and no longer looked at Uchiha Itachi, and then he nodded slightly to Uchiha Fugaku. But that's all, his attitude still seemed so bland. Sit down quickly. Uchiha Fugaku didn't have any dissatisfaction, he still kept a smile. It's a pity that this is not a clan, otherwise I would bring out the best tea leaves to pay for our hero. Thank you, Patriarch, but Elder Setsuna also invited me to drink tea. Unfortunately, I am too young and cannot taste the taste of tea. Haori naturally understood what Uchiha Fugaku meant, but in the end he politely declined the invitation. But at this time, Haori was also a little curious, what did Uchiha Fugaku mean? After all, on the surface, he was an Uchiha Setsuna. Perhaps I am too young to taste tea. I am taking the liberty. Uchiha Fugaku's smile faded slightly, and he pondered for a moment before continuing to speak. But Haori-kun is too outstanding, so I ignored him for a while. Whether it was the previous mission or this mission, he performed exceptionally well. Even Minato-kun was full of praise for Haori-kun. If Minato Jounin hadn't rescued me from the last mission, I might not have been able to come back. Haori glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, and he knew that the real drama was coming. Haori-kun, the family and the village will always be one. As expected, Uchiha Fugaku said quietly. When the village is in trouble, the family will naturally not have an easy time. I hope Haori-kun can understand. For the sake of the village and family, didn't Obito, the kid, also go to the battlefield? It's a pity that the child will stay in this land forever. These words made Yuji slightly silent. He now understood what Uchiha Fugaku's purpose was in finding him this time. It's just that he's a little weird in his heart. Isn't it a bit unlucky to find the culprit? Indeed, it's a shame Obito. Although Yuji felt weird, he still nodded. But it is honorable for Obito to sacrifice for his family and village. Uchiha Fugaku sighed, and then spoke seriously. I think his will continue to inspire us and guide us to move forward, right? You know, this guy had a fight with me not long ago. Uchiha Fugaku's words were high-sounding, but Haori couldn't help but want to complain in his heart. I think so. Although he felt extremely weird inside, Haori, who had long been used to seeing ghosts and telling lies, blurted out the words. Yes, it will. And such a statement also satisfied Uchiha Fugaku. Haori-kun, I have always believed that Obito and you are both role models in the family and heroes of the village. Although Obito has left, I still feel that his will needs to be respected and upheld. Even though he did some deviant things. After saying nothing, Uchiha Fugaku looked at Haori quietly. Not only him, but also Uchiha Itachi on the side looked over. Uchiha Itachi only had a partial understanding of the conversation between his father and Haori. However, he has been strictly taught since he was a child and knows what to ask and what not to ask. And his father also taught him that he should learn to think about things by himself. Therefore, he is also accustomed to hiding things in his heart and pondering all this by himself. Yuji looked at the eyes of this strange father and son, and he couldn't help but feel a little funny. Things were just as he had guessed, and he had to sigh again that this Uchiha Fugaku was really a genius. I agree with what the patriarch said, heroes need to be respected. Yuji's heart was full of amusement, but he still spoke seriously. It's just clan leader, I'm just a Chunin, even if I'm lucky enough to be valued by Elder Setsuna to participate in the clan meeting. But I am still young and have insufficient qualifications. No matter what I think, I am afraid it will not have any impact. Haori-kun has reached the level of 3 Megatama, I think you need more resources. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly when he heard this, especially when he heard Uchiha Setsuna's name. The authority of the elders may not be enough, but I think I can do something. After all, you are the future of the family. And it's not appropriate for you to continue to be a Chunin. After you return, I will recommend you to take the Jonin exam. Haori-kun, maybe I didn't respect your wishes last time and assigned you a task. I'm sorry for this, but as the clan leader I have more things to consider, and I hope Haori-kun understands what I mean. After all, Minato-kun once said that you are a smart boy, smart in every way. Of course I understand the need for wealth and honor. Yuji shook his head inwardly, and now he understood one thing. I am afraid that Uchiha Fugaku will not have a smooth life even when he comes to the battlefield. Uchiha Setsuna is pressing a little tighter. Otherwise, this would not happen. The patriarch is ridiculous, I am just an ordinary Uchiha fighting for glory. Yuji shook his head slightly, and his expression became much more serious. Heroes are indeed worthy of respect, but there are some things that may not be answered until we return to the village. Maybe, it seems I'm a little impatient. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly, but he soon showed a smile. Then, I will prepare tea and we will discuss it in detail later. Maybe Haori-kun can try to drink tea. After all, in tea, you can experience all kinds of tastes in the world. I think I will. Yuji nodded, and then he stood up. Then I'll take my leave first, Mr. Patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku nodded slightly, and watched Haori leave with a smile on his face. It was only after Iori left that his smile gradually disappeared. Itachi, what do you think of him? After a while, he suddenly asked Itachi beside him. Father, although I don't quite understand what you are saying, but... Uchiha Itachi thought for a moment before answering. Haori-senpai is a hero of Konoha, and he also respects the fallen heroes. He should be a very good person. Yet... Uchiha Fugaku didn't know whether it was true or not, but he still sighed after a moment. Maybe, but don't interact with him in the future. He is not as simple as you seem. From the beginning to the end, Haori never mentioned a word about respecting the hero's will. Chapter 59. It's really interesting. After leaving the tent, recalling everything that had happened before, Yuji couldn't help but have a smile on his face. Although it was a bit surprising, Uchiha Fugaku actually threw out such a large chip at once. But for Yuji, there is nothing wrong with this. He will take what he should take, and he will not wrong himself. Besides, I do need some resources, especially materials about the Sharingan. Iori's improvement was too fast, and he knew this. His current situation is somewhat similar to that guy Obito. Both of them completed the crossing not long after gaining new power. It's just that Obito is more extreme than him. After all, he has gone through a period of polishing, while Obito has directly improved. But his polishing is far from enough. It is possible to accumulate strength, but in the end it will only become Obito's virtue. What Haori wants is to accumulate power while also controlling skills, so that he can truly master power. I still have to use the kaleidoscope anyway, but I can't let my foundation fall behind. Yuji is in a good mood now. Even though he saw two strange things at once, he has gained a lot. Especially after knowing the current situation within the clan, he felt even more happy. Chaos is the ladder to ascend, and muddy water is suitable for fishing. After all, he was thinking about how to deal with these people without letting this matter get to him. Now that opportunities have slowly emerged, someone will naturally take the blame. But before leaving here, there seems to be one more thing you can do. Just when Yuji was about to go back to find Hikaru, he suddenly thought of something. It seems that at this point in time, Uzumaki Kaoru and her mother is still working as a human medical kit in the country of grass, right? He could give this news to Minato Namikaze as a favor. After all, Kushina had been pretty good to him before. And getting this news out is another achievement for me. If you want a great scholar to argue for me, you not only need to be capable and performant, but you also need to have enough humaneness and sophistication. Uchiha Madara's situation in Konoha was so miserable that when the first Hokage was elected, no one dared to vote for him. It's just because he handled the world so poorly, otherwise he wouldn't have been opposed by Senju Tobirama and other families. He always felt that he was strong enough. Except for Senju Hashirama, he didn't take anyone else seriously. This kind of aloof and arrogant character also doomed him to failure. Even if Senju Hashirama had been firmly supporting him, it would be useless. That's why Yuji has been unswervingly improving his reputation and making friends and superficial brothers everywhere. In terms of strength, he can be close to Uchiha Madara, but in other aspects he will not follow in Madara's footsteps. It seems that my eye skills are really getting closer to him. With a slight smile, Haori turned around and walked towards Namikaze Minato. But what he didn't expect was that when he came to the Namikaze Minato camp, he actually saw Hikari, Lin, and Kakashi together from a distance. Obito, it's time. In the underground base of the land of grass, Madara looked at Obito in front of him and spoke calmly. At this time, Obito looked very different. His body had recovered, and his eyes were cold, like an ice sculpture. The original childishness and madness in his expression have disappeared, and the whole person looks much calmer. He looks pretty good like this, but Madara is not at ease with this guy in his heart. After these few days of contact, Madara discovered a very serious problem. This guy is the last person in Konoha, and there is really a reason. He doesn't really seem very smart. It's just that he doesn't quite understand that Haori's performance in Konoha doesn't seem to be ideal either. But why did that brat start to become good after that? But Obito was still difficult to train. Madara couldn't figure out this problem, and there was another thing that made him not so reassured. Looking at Obito in front of him, Madara thought for a moment before speaking slowly. You have made great progress now, but it is far from enough, especially when facing Uchiha Haori. Some of the words were harsh, but they were very necessary because that kid also had the Mangeki Sharingan. Not only him, but there was someone beside him who seemed to have it too. I know. Obito gritted his teeth when he heard this. Whether it was Madara or Uzumaki face, these things had been talked about to him these days. So, I hope you can calm down a little bit. Madara looked at Obito calmly and continued. He is your enemy, the person you want to completely eliminate from your world. But he is too dangerous for you now. If you want to deal with him, you must take a long-term approach and don't make any mistakes. After all, you may have to face the siege of 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes. Madara's words made Obito unable to answer. His fists were slightly clenched at this moment, and it could be seen that he was filled with dissatisfaction. But at this time, he didn't agree or refute, because it didn't make any sense. Just like what Madara said, Haori is his enemy and he will definitely face it, but what to do is his business. Okay, that's all that needs to be said. As for what to do, it's your own business. Seeing Obito's silent expression, Madara knew that this guy had not received enough beatings. Madara didn't bother to persuade him anymore. This guy was not good at anything else, but his ability to save lives was still very strong. Although I have taught you a lot, unfortunately it is not enough, so. At this point, a white Zetsu with only half his body suddenly came out of the ground and came to Madara's side. Madara put his hand on the white Zetsu's body, and with the surge of chakra, the white Zetsu's body began to change. Black chakra spread across Baizetsu's body, and soon the body of Baizetsu, who only had half of his body, was completely replenished. Only the half of the body created by Madara is extremely dark. I injected my will into it. Although it is just a degraded product, you can also regard him as me. Madara's voice was still so calm, and he spoke slowly. In the future, he will be responsible for teaching you what I have no time to teach you. As for the control of these Baizetsu, it will be completely handed over to you. Obito, the rest will be left to you. I said you and I are the same people. We both long to create a new world. I hope that when I am resurrected, I can see a brand new world, a world programmed by us. Having said this, he raised his hand and grabbed the cannulas behind him that supplied him with vitality. The next moment, he pulled them out with just a little force. For a moment, he could feel that his life was passing quickly. He had really held on for too long. But he didn't care, but sat quietly on the stone chair and looked at Obito calmly. From now on, you are Madara Uchiha. Don't worry, I know what to do. Obito took a deep breath, and the next moment the Uzumaki's white face covered his body like petals gathered together. Just like the last time he went to find Kakashi and Lin, only the Scarlet Sharingan was exposed. He took a deep look at Madara, and then his surroundings became distorted, and even the newly born Black Zetsu disappeared with him. He knew that now he needed to leave time to himself. The dark underground base returned to its former silence, with only Madara sitting here alone. Madara slowly closed his eyes, memories of scenes echoing in his mind. He suddenly felt that there would never be any moment where he could feel calm at this moment. Those pictures kept passing by, and finally settled on two people. Hashirama, Izuna, I've been waiting for a long time, I'm here. Chapter 60. It seems like you get along well with them. Leaving Namikaze Minato's tent, Haori soon saw the light waiting for him in the distance. Although he was filled with questions, the light was mixed with Kakashi and Lin. However, he did not ask directly, but said it in a more teasing way. To be honest, although the identity of Uchiha Ying is very suitable for Hikari, Haori is still worried about some unexpected occurrences. Especially this Uchiha Ying's entire team was wiped out, and she was the only one who came back alive. Of course, this kind of thing is actually not uncommon, and Haori himself is like this. But instead of being afraid of 10,000, just in case, Yuji has always been very cautious. It's okay. Didn't you ask me to try my best to blend in? Hikari glanced at Yuri, then nodded slightly. Those two are your teammates, and they seem to be your friends. It would be more convenient to get in touch with them. Hearing Guang's words, Haori couldn't help but blinked. He knew that Guang was a person who could listen to what others said, but he didn't expect that Guang would take action so quickly. This is somewhat similar to Sasuke, who will be influenced both mentally and physically by Naruto in the future, although her ideas are still somewhat extreme. That's it. What do you think of them? Have you found anything unusual? Thinking of this, Yuji couldn't help but asked curiously. Maybe it's because of you, and I didn't say much. I haven't noticed anything unusual for the time being, and they are kinder to me. Guang thought for a while before speaking. Especially the girl named Nohara Lin, she is so kind that she doesn't seem like a ninja. In fact, I'm really curious about how she survived in such a cruel environment. Although Hikari had just met them, Nohara Rin showed her heartfelt concern in her kind greetings. He didn't treat her as a stranger, and she was deeply touched by the kindness from his heart. Maybe her past experience was too miserable. After being dug out, the only person she came into contact with who was kind to her was Yuri. That's why Lin's words made her feel a little different, and her pure and straightforward kindness was still fresh in her memory. Perhaps, good people will also be rewarded. Hearing Guang's words, Haori pursed his lips, although he wanted to say that if it weren't for him, Lin would have died a few days ago. But in the end he still gave such an answer, and Lin was indeed a kind-hearted person who was not suitable for this world. Haori remembers that when he started school when he was a child, Lin was full of enthusiasm and kindness towards everyone. Even if it was someone like Haori whose grades were not ideal, or someone like Obito who dived behind the crane, she didn't show any strange emotions at all. He was always there to help, always to encourage when he was feeling down. Maybe Obito planted the seed in his heart at that time? Only. But Haori was also curious as to why Obito didn't take Lin's body away, or even resurrect Lin in the future. Could it be that he wanted Lin to be buried back in Konoha? Or maybe he is worried that the resurrected Lin actually doesn't like him, so he wants to create a world with Lin? He shook his head silently in his heart. He was not a psycho. Naturally, he couldn't understand what a psycho was thinking. When you say this, do you believe it yourself? While Haori was thinking, Hikari looked at Haori with an inexplicable expression and asked. Ah! Haori didn't react for a moment, thinking that Guang said he was crazy, but he soon came back to his senses. Sometimes, we should believe in this kind of thing, right? Although the world is cruel, sometimes we still have to believe in light. Hearing Haori's pun, Hikaru couldn't help but glance at him. I'm not a kind person. It took a while for her to reply, but she quickly changed the subject. By the way, didn't you go to see the clan leader? What did you say? Also, why are you going to see the commander here again? My plan was successful. That guy was under a lot of pressure, and he actually wanted to get my support in a whimsical way. Haori didn't care if Guang changed the topic, but when he mentioned the clan leader, he couldn't help but show a hint of ridicule on his face. He also put out a lot of things for this purpose, but it's a pity that everything he did was in vain. However, it can also be seen that the conflicts within the clan have become quite serious now, which is very suitable for what we will do next. That's good, just tell me when you want to do it. He just nodded after hearing this, and everything went smoothly. As for other things, she has no interest in it. It is in line with her idea to do it directly. However, she now also feels that this clan leader seems to be not very good at being a leader. As for going to the headquarters later, I have something to report, but I forgot about it before. Haori smiled, and then he continued. And I'm sure of one thing. In a few days, we can return to the village. This time I went to see Namikaze Minato. On the one hand, I wanted to tell Kaoru about his mother, and on the other hand, I also wanted to know how long they had before they could leave. Namikaze Minato still had a very good attitude towards Haori, and he seemed quite excited when he heard the information Haori told him. As a disciple of Jiraiya, he can naturally understand how valuable a member of the Uzumaki clan is. As the fiancé of Uzumaki Kushina, he also knows the situation of the Uzumaki clan. Finding such a clan member will definitely make Kushina happy. Haori-kun, thank you for telling me this. I will definitely report everything truthfully. Then thank you Minato Jounin, but after rescuing her, you have to put some care into her placement. After all, I heard that her condition is not very good. Thank you, Haori-kun, for reminding me. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Namikaze Minato was a little surprised when he heard Haori's words. He always felt that Haori was hinting at something. It's just that it's not easy for him to ask these questions, because he knows some things in his mind, so he just guarantees them. However, he decided in his heart that when he returned, he would let his teacher and Kushina take care of this poor man. At least this way there would be no problems. Yuji didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, he just said it casually. Who knows if he is really someone else or who he is hinting at. After talking about this matter, Namikaze Minato also took the initiative to talk about other things, such as this negotiation. The negotiation is coming to an end. The appearance of Kirigakure and Madara's operation have accelerated the negotiation process. There are only some details that still need to be discussed in detail, but these issues no longer require large forces to stay here. This also means that Haori and the others can return to the village with the large army. This news naturally made Yuji very happy. After all, his reputation was almost improved and he had what he needed. Now he also wants to go back and digest the other part of the divine power talent, and take care of the affairs within the family. Are you going back? Guang couldn't help but tilt her head when she heard the words, and she nodded after thinking about it. That's fine, it's really not interesting here, and I don't like the environment here either. I don't like this kind of war environment either. Haori knew that Hikaru was referring to the war environment. She was forced to participate in various battles back then. After all, you and I were forced to go to the battlefield, so I understand how you feel. Yeah, after all we have a lot in common. Guang also nodded. They really have too many similarities, even their eyes are the same now. Perhaps it was this similarity and Yuri's kindness that made her trust this guy more and more, right? When you go back, tell me about your past in detail. Suddenly, Yuji spoke in a low voice. Although you have said something, it is not specific. As a friend, I want to know more about your past, okay? My past. Guang fell silent when she heard the words. The breeze blew slightly, and it took a while before she showed a smile. In exchange, I would also like to know more about you. How about more details? Then we'll talk about it when we go back. Well, let's talk about it when we get back. Chapter 61. Konoha, inside the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding his pipe and looking at the reports sent from the front line. Although he does not need to do all these things, he has long been used to seeing everything. He prefers to handle everything himself rather than leaving it to his subordinates. Although he also knew that doing so might dissatisfy some people. But he still prefers to do it by himself, because this way he can better control the situation. After all, Konoha's development over the years has made him full of confidence in himself. I hope there will be a good outcome on the front line. Those guys in Kirigakura are really restless. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, and then he opened the scroll and read it quickly. In just a moment, an expression of joy appeared on his face. Have there been any progress in the negotiations? It seems that the war with Uegakure is really coming to an end. The war with Uegakure can be said to be the most brutal that Konoha has fought in recent years, and it has also caused the most losses. The end of this war means that Konoha can really breathe a sigh of relief. How could this news not make him feel happy? But as he looked down, his expression gradually began to change, and the original joy slowly faded away at this moment. Instead, there was a touch of deep thought and solemnity. A mysterious man suspected of possessing would release, an orphan of the Uzumaki clan. He really didn't expect that there would be so many changes on the front-line battlefield. It is not unusual for the Uzumaki clan to have orphans in Kuzeyak village. After all, the Uzumaki clan fled in all directions and could appear anywhere. Now that you have encountered one, just bring it back through diplomatic means. But the situation is different for the mysterious man who is suspected of possessing wood release. Wooden escape has extraordinary significance to Konoha. They even conducted experiments on wooden escape back then. But there was a big problem with this experiment, and he eventually stopped it. Could it be Danzo? For some reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately thought of Danzo. No, it shouldn't be him. Although the mysterious man attacked Hayori and the others, this seemed to be in line with Danzo's style. But thinking about it carefully, Danzo could just tell Uegakure about Hayori and the others' movements. Although Danzo is not very smart, he is not that stupid either. If it's not Danzo, then who is it? This mysterious man really gave him a headache, and he was determined to investigate to the end. It's just that this mysterious man was ultimately defeated by Yuji. Yuyori's performance this time was what really surprised him. To put it bluntly, all the above things are related to this guy. Not only did he defeat Kirigakure and Uegakure, but he even defeated the mysterious man. At the same time, he also found out the information about the Uzumaki orphans. It can be said that this boy's impact alone is greater than that of other people who participated in the mission. Does this kid actually have such a high talent? Sarutobi Hiruzen still remembered that Hayori's campus life was not ideal. But since he opened the Sharingan, things have become completely different. With such talent and performance, even Kakashi is far behind him. In fact, it is a good thing that Konoha has a genius, but the problem is that Hayori is an Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen witnessed a world-destroying battle when he was young, and his teacher always told him to be careful of Uchiha. Because Uchiha people are too extreme and lose control too easily. Just as he was deep in thought, the door to the office suddenly opened, and Danzo hurried in. Hiruzen. Did you read today's report? Seeing Danzo like this, Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his brows helplessly. He knew that trouble was coming again. I didn't expect that this little guy has grown to this point. Within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Setsuna looked at a report in his hand. This report was sent back by the family's frontline ninja, and it contained Hayori's detailed records on the front line. Whether it's Hayori's performance on the battlefield or his meeting with Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Setsuna was particularly satisfied with Hayori's performance, both Kirigakure Anbu and Uegakure. It can be said that Hayori has fully demonstrated his talent. What made him feel dissatisfied was that Yuyori actually went to meet Uchiha Fugaku. Even though he knew that Yuji couldn't refuse at all. It seems that the little guy's wings are starting to grow and harden, and we need to get some actual benefits. Uchiha Setsuna naturally knew some of Hayori's dissatisfaction, and he also knew that he couldn't expect others to give his loyalty easily. After all, it is somewhat unrealistic to expect such a thing without careful cultivation. But as a member of Uchiha, with the honor and strength brought by the family bloodline, it is natural for him to serve the family. Maybe Hayori had only shown a little talent before, and he could just draw the cake and give him a little something. So now that Haori has shown that he has the ability to fulfill his talent, he must come up with something practical. Didn't you declare that you want to get the Sharingan back? Then I will try harder. He chuckled lightly and put down the report in his hand. At the same time, he stood up and looked at the bird cage hanging on the branch in the yard. Although birds always want to fly high, attached birds are still more suitable to express themselves in a cage. Brother Shisui, we are going back soon. At the front line, Shisui was sitting on the lawn in the camp, looking into the distance in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. But at this moment, Uchiha Itachi's voice sounded behind him, which made him come back to his senses. It's Itachi. Shisui turned around with a smile on his face, and then he nodded. Well, I understand. The negotiations are almost over, peace is coming, and we can go back. Brother Shisui, have you known this for a long time? Itachi sighed after hearing Shisui's words, and then he asked with some confusion. Brother Shisui, you seem to be worried. What's wrong? Nothing. Shisui shook his head, but soon he seemed to think of something, so he asked softly. Itachi, I remember that you and the clan leader have both met Haori-senpai, right? Yet. Itachi nodded. So, what do you think of him? Shisui asked immediately. Shisui and Haori belong to different camps, and they have no contact with each other at all because of the relationship between the elders behind them. After all, in the eyes of those who pursue peace, the people of Uchiha Setsuna are too extreme. But as Haori performed better and better, he has even become a hero of Konoha now. In addition, he has friends everywhere in Konoha, and his reputation has always been very good, which made Shisui and the elders behind him a little confused. Is this guy really a hawk? In fact, it's not just Uchiha Setsuna who wants Haori to get in touch with and get to know Shisui, the Dove faction also has similar ideas. After all, they all belong to the same family, even if the purpose is not pure, it is to understand the family's situation. Shisui participated in this operation. In addition to helping Uchiha Fugaku gain merit, he also had the task of understanding Haori. He wanted to go over and have direct contact with Yuji, but before that he wanted to know more information. I don't know either. However, what Shisui didn't expect was that Itachi shook his head helplessly when he heard this question. I couldn't understand the conversation between him and my father, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that they reached an agreement. But my father also told me not to associate with him, because he is not a simple person. I won't say much else, I may have to think about it myself. Is that so? Shisui was a little helpless when he heard this, and there was basically no information available. However, he also made a decision in his heart that it would be better to get in touch. Completing the mission is second, he also wants to know about this family and the heroes of Konoha. Acquired a new side mission. Haori, who was chatting nonsense with Koichi, suddenly saw systematic information in his mind, which made him slightly startled. 1. Face Shisui's challenge and kill it. 2. Face Shisui's challenge, defeat him and leave a deep enough impression on him. Task reward unknown. Chapter 62. Have the people from Konoha gone back? In the land of grass, Obito stood on a big tree. He looked into the distance and asked Black Zetsu in a low voice. These days, besides burying Madara, he is also learning something from Black Zetsu. And now that Konoha has left, he has to consider what to do next. Yes, I've gone back. Black Zetsu said in a hoarse voice as he nodded next to Obito. If there are no accidents, they should arrive in Konoha. Black Zetsu got used to it very well, after all, he had been observing Uchiha Madara since a long time ago. Naturally, Obito's situation was also noticed, so even if he replaced Madara's will, it can be regarded as a seamless connection. Even Madara couldn't see any flaws in front of him, let alone how to deal with the Kenji Uchiha Obito. It's okay to go back. It will make it easier for me to carry out the next actions. Obito nodded dully, but when he thought of Haori and Lin, he couldn't help but clenched his fists. Madara said that there is another Uchiha beside Haori. I hope you can find out that person's information. You don't need to tell me about this, I will do it. Black Zetsu nodded, actually he would do it even without Obito saying anything. After all, he had endured it for so many years, and now he finally had hope of saving his mother. He didn't want any accident to happen. Although he, like Madara, doesn't pay much attention to the current Uchiha, after all, Indra is not dead yet, so there is no need for him to find out who will be the next one. But an unknown kaleidoscope appeared out of nowhere, and he was more concerned about it. That's good. Obito nodded, and his eyes became sinister again. Find it out as soon as possible so that you can make a judgment as soon as possible. I don't want to wait for a moment. Hearing Obito's words, Black Zetsu shook his head secretly. One by one of these Indra's descendants, none of them are mentally normal. It's natural. But Heiju nodded, and he thought for a while before continuing. But I think you can inherit Madara's political legacy first. After all, Uchiha Hayori has Konoha's back, so he needs more strength. In addition, you need to learn and become familiar with your own strengths to make yourself stronger. As long as you do these things well, that guy won't be afraid at all, let alone. What's more? Obito frowned slightly. Besides, that guy won't be able to laugh for a few years. There is a fundamental gap between you. You mean his eyes? That's right, he's not you. His eyes can't last that long. This Shisui, what's going on? On the way back to the village, Yuji saw that there was an extra task on his task list, and he was baffled for a moment. Although before that, he was also asked by Setsuna Uchiha to contact Shisui, but that time his system did not go on a mission. In addition, he was only focused on digging graves, so naturally he didn't care that much. As a result, he now encountered a task passively, which made him not know what to say for a while. However, it is indeed possible to be happy. As expected, he can take the wool out of Shisui. But this task gave him a bit of a headache. It doesn't seem impossible to kill Shisui. After all, he is a dove. Killing him now will cause the doves to suffer heavy losses, not to mention that he will also commit suicide in the future. Although Shisui is a dove, he is not a cold-blooded white-eyed wolf like Uchiha Itachi. Even when he finally revealed his kaleidoscope to the top management of Konoha, his purpose was to allow the family and the village to coexist. And if he wanted to kill him, Yuji was still unsure about one thing. Does this guy have a kaleidoscope now? After all, Shisui is too mysterious, but Iori seemed to remember the introduction about Shisui before he traveled through time. He had already become famous in the ninja world with his kaleidoscope and teleportation techniques during the 3 battles, but he didn't seem to tell anyone about the kaleidoscope at that time. His eyes let people know that it was Uchiha Fugaku who relocated the family, and the hawk's power expanded wildly. It's not clear whether there is a kaleidoscope, which really makes people feel troublesome. After all, his eye skills are from other gods. Forget it, put this task on hold for now and wait until this guy comes to see me. After thinking about it, Yuji simply decided not to accept this mission for the time being, although doing so would cause the main interface to get stuck and affect the acceptance of other missions. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that he has no other actions for the time being after returning. If he is stuck, he will be stuck. Hayori, who no longer thought about it, simply looked around at the situation. At this time, many people gathered around him. Except for Guang, everyone else participated in this mission and were about the same age as him. They were talking and laughing along the way, especially Asuma, who was holding Kakashi and whispering something. Lin beside them seemed a little helpless, and although Guang was not interested, he was listening quietly in order to blend in. What are you talking about? Yuji asked curiously. Hey, you don't want to think about things anymore. Asuma glanced at Hayori, and he asked a little funny. Hayori had been silent along the way, and it was obvious at first glance that she was thinking about something else. Although they didn't know what he was thinking, they all agreed not to disturb him. It's just some trivial matters, I've thought about it now. Hayori shrugged indifferently. He's asking me how to make myself more popular with girls. Kakashi complained helplessly. Hey! Hearing this, Yuji almost stopped dead. You are so young, is this all you think about? TCH, what do you know? Asuma shook his head nonchalantly. Besides, we are not young anymore. At this age, some families would be engaged. Alas, you are not from the Uchiha clan. Are you not engaged yet? Got engaged? Yuji was stunned for a moment when he heard this. In order to avoid blood inheritance being limited, the blood inheritance family would choose to marry within the clan. This is common among Uchiha and Hinata, and because of the turmoil in the shinobi world, even if they don't get married, they often don't get engaged at an early age. Yuji was at the right age, but after thinking about it seriously, it seemed that he had never encountered such a thing. No. Haori shook his head, and then he looked at Asuma amusedly. Even so, Kakashi himself is single, and you want him to give you advice. He always said that I was popular. I told him that I didn't know what was going on, but he still asked me. Kakashi was also embarrassed, and he sighed helplessly. And really speaking, I heard that Haori is more popular than me in school. I graduated very early, shouldn't you be asking him about this kind of thing? Yes. Asuma suddenly realized that Haori was indeed popular before, and was even more popular now. Haori, do you have any good ideas? Ah. Haori really didn't expect that Kakashi would actually make a move to divert trouble to the east. However, he shrugged calmly, and then smiled indifferently. I'm sorry, I don't understand your problem. Because I didn't do anything to become like this, maybe it's because I look good? You two bastards! When Asuma heard this, his face suddenly darkened. If I couldn't beat you, I would really want to beat you too. Yuri and Kakashi couldn't help but look at each other funny when they heard this, but at this moment they seemed to hear some sounds. Looking up, they could already see the gate of Konoha in the distance, and those sounds were cheers from the village. The cheers were small at first, but slowly the voices began to gather. As they continued to approach, the cheers began to echo like a roaring tsunami over the entire Konoha sky. Even though it's miles away, it's still clearly audible. It's really spectacular. Hikari seemed to be stunned by such cheers. She looked at Haori and whispered. Yeah, it's really spectacular. Yuji also nodded. It was the first time for him to see the scene, but he soon laughed. Many people are still very simple. Let's enjoy this moment. As soon as they finished speaking, they had already arrived at the gate, and the roar of cheers instantly suppressed everything. Only the vast sea of cheering people and the deafening sound continued to echo. Chapter 63. The celebration of this day lasted for a long time. After all, Konoha really longed for peace. Haori wants to go home. Such celebrations are inspiring, but he feels too tired now. This was not because of the long journey, but because he found that too many people were saying hello to him. Although this is a good thing, it proves that his actions this time have substantial results. Konoha is also cooperating with the propaganda. After all, Kumagakure's problem has not been solved yet. Of course, the most important thing is that the Hokage is Hiruzen Sarutobi. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, is not a good person. After all, he could acquiesce to what Danzo did, and he could also nod to let Itachi Uchiha massacre the entire Uchiha clan. To say he is a good person, there really is something wrong with his brain. And his caliber is not as good as that of his teacher. When it comes to Uchiha, he is really far behind Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama also hates Uchiha, but look what this second generation did. Not only did he accept Uchiha Kagami as his disciple, but he also gave Uchiha the police department, which had no legislative power but had three major powers: law enforcement, judiciary, and military power. It can be seen that this guy is disgusted to the extreme, and he is really defensive, but he also listens to his brother's words. It's just that Uchiha himself is unsatisfied and there is greed within, turning this department into the Uchiha Police Department. As a result, the huge police department turned into a prison and an urban management. Of course, the second generation may not have any good intentions, he may have guessed everything. I've given you such a big cake and you have to eat it all yourself. You don't have enough manpower and your style is extremely arrogant. No wonder other families and villagers are unhappy with you. It's just that this means and capacity are not available to ordinary people. He can even tell you calmly, the reason why I give you so much power is to monitor you. The third Hokage is obviously not comparable, but no matter what, he is at least a little better than Danzo. Come to Danzo. I'm afraid you've already thought about how to force the Uchiha to rebel so that you can deal with the unrest directly. The celebration lasted until the evening, and Yuji finally returned home. Sometimes he also feels that it is not good to have too many superficial brothers. After all, it is really tiring to deal with them. But if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with having more superficial brothers or more real brothers. Although sometimes I am a little tired from socializing, they are still very good when they help me blow outside. After all, no matter how much you brag yourself, it's just Wangpo's selling melons. It's only real if someone else helps you brag. Falling down on the bed, Haori stretched hard, while Hikari sat aside. This so-called village does look more interesting than the original single family. After thinking about everything today, she said with a little emotion. After all, times are developing, and this is normal. Yuji turned over and smiled facing Guang sitting beside him. The village emerged, in part, to avoid continuing the chaotic fighting of family units. Moreover, the formation of a village can also shelter more people. From this point of view, it will indeed be different. I mean, you do seem to be popular. Hikaru tilted her head, she knew that Haori was very popular. But from today's perspective, this guy's popularity seems to be beyond her imagination. Of course. After all, I have traveled across 2 battlefields, and I have made enough friends. Haori smiled indifferently. He had no intention of saying more that he was building a character to cope with the uncertainty of the future. After all, with a good character, there will be brothers on the battlefield to help you block the knife, and even when chasing you after defecting, they will not be too harsh. Tell me about your experience on the battlefield. Guang didn't know what Yuji was thinking. After she glanced at Yuji and thought for a moment, she suddenly spoke. Didn't you say that you would tell me more details? Say now. Yuji was a little dumbfounded, but he quickly came to his senses. Shouldn't you tell me about your situation first? But I want to listen to you first. I don't know if it's because after coming back, Guang became a lot more relaxed and not as reticent as before. Fine. Haori didn't care, he organized his words and then spoke. I said before that I went to the battlefield when I was about 7 or 8 years old. My first battlefield at that time was the Kingdom of Whirlpool. Haori told everything on the battlefield in great detail as requested, and he was pretty good at talking, and he told everything in a fascinating way. Even when talking about some friends, he would intersperse some interesting stories about himself and this person at school. Guang also listened very carefully. When Yuji finished everything, the moonlight had already covered the earth. It seems that your experience is worse than mine, but your luck is better than mine. After a while, Guang sighed slightly, but soon she showed a puzzled expression. But, didn't you say that the village was established to shelter more people? But listening to what you said, I found that your war was more tragic than ours. Why is this? Hikari's question immediately confused Haori, and he had to admit that although the Warring States period was chaotic, the intensity of the war was not high. After the establishment of Ninja Village, the scale and intensity of the war immediately changed dramatically. After all, this is a village-based unit, and thousands of ninjas are fighting to the death at every turn. This kind of tragedy is unimaginable. You have to ask the first Hokage about this. Haori had already scolded the first generation in his heart, and he was worried that Hikaru would have some strange thoughts, so he immediately changed the subject. Okay, I've said everything I need to say, now let me tell you your story. Mine. Guang glanced at Yuji, and then she sighed, since you want to know, I will tell you. I didn't expect that I was shaken. The next morning, Yuji got up early, but he seemed to be in a somewhat unhappy mood. Because he really didn't expect that he would be shaken by the light. In order to close the distance, and at the same time to slow down the extremes in this girl's heart, so as not to burn all Uchiha when the time comes. It is a very good choice to understand each other's past, and when understanding each other's past, you can also get some more effective information. But he really didn't expect that this girl actually told him last night that after being turned into the Uchiha's ultimate weapon, her previous memories were almost lost. All she can remember now is the memory of being brainwashed by the Uchiha clan 100 years ago, and her hatred for Uchiha and the entire ninja world. Are Uchihas who have been around for hundreds of years so immoral? They are really evil old Uchiha ghosts. Haori cursed inwardly while doing simple stretching exercises. It is his habit to get up early to exercise, and he has already developed a habit over the years. But soon he suddenly thought of something, why was Guang still at home last night? Hasn't she now transformed into Uchiha Ying? But just as he was thinking, he suddenly frowned slightly, and then looked up. At this time, he saw a middle-aged ninja walking towards him with an expressionless face. This guy seemed to be Uchiha Yashiro? Uchiha Haori. He looked at Yuji for a while, and then spoke indifferently. Come with me, Elder Setsuna wants to see you. Chapter 64. Haori-kun, congratulations to you, our great hero. In the pavilion of Uchiha Setsuna Villa, he said with a gentle face to Haori who was sitting opposite him. At this time, he looked like a gentle old man, but Yuji did not let him be fooled by this appearance. After all, Yuji had had contact with him before, so he naturally knew how bad this old man was. Not only does he love painting cakes, but he also has a strong desire to control. The most important reason why he behaves so gently now is because Haori has shown his talent and strength. When you have the ability and strength, you will see people who are good at singing and dancing everywhere you look. What's more, Uchiha Fugaku and Haori have met, so it's hard to say whether this news has already been known to him. I would also like to thank the elders for their training. But there is no need for Yuji to argue with this old man. After all, no one can say how long he can live. I didn't train you too much, I just gave you some information you need. Uchiha remained gentle for a moment. He poured the brewed tea into the cup, then handed a cup to Haori before continuing. After all, wars are too frequent and we don't have enough time for each other. Otherwise, I really want to personally teach a genius like you. When Yuji heard this, she couldn't help but pursed her lips. Was she starting to make excuses now? Or did Uchiha Fugaku put pressure on him when he met him? Yuji felt a little funny. These people made a mess when they rebelled, but when it came to fighting among themselves, each one was better than the other. Elder Setsuna is so complimentary. Although he felt funny in his heart, Yuji still replied politely. This is not nonsense, this is fact. Uchiha took a sip of tea, then took out a document and handed it to Haori. By the way, before you come back, Sarutobi Hiruzen and I have already recommended you to take the Jonin examination. With your strength and your achievements, it has long been inappropriate to continue to be a Chunin. Although you can't be promoted directly, I believe you can pass the assessment smoothly, right? This is natural, Elder Setsuna. Thank you very much, Elder. Yuji nodded and took the document with a strange expression. Also, Haori-kun, although my resources are limited, I may not be able to fully help you in many places. Uchiha took a sip of tea and then continued quietly. But I will try my best to help you. You are the future of the family, and you deserve this. Everything we do is for the family, and you just need to remember that serving the family is enough. After all, the blood flowing in your body is the blood of the Uchiha clan. I understand, Elder Setsuna. Yuji became increasingly weird. By the way, you said before that you want the Sharingan to be taken back, right? Uchiha immediately put down the teacup, and he looked at Haori deeply before speaking quietly. I have contacted enough people who support my idea, and I think Haori-kun will be able to see it all at the next clan meeting. After all, the family's bloodline must not be allowed to be obtained by outsiders, right? Yes, Elder Setsuna. Haori nodded again, but he was sighing in his heart. Although Uchiha Fugaku was not mentioned at all, it was a complete sentence, and at the same time, it was painting a cake and knocking him. To be honest, if it weren't for that meeting with Uchiha Fugaku, it was just him and Uchiha Itachi. He had to wonder if this Uchiha Setsuna had placed people around Uchiha Fugaku. This is no longer a master of internal fighting, this is simply an expert in internal fighting. Although I don't know what era the Uchiha governance was in, after all, they are rarely mentioned in the family. But they all wear Konoha forehead protectors, so it's hard to say whether they are from the era after Madara left. At that time, they were able to fight to the death, and even destroyed several pairs of kaleidoscopes. It can be imagined that the Uchiha clan has never been peaceful. Both parties had their own thoughts, and for a while they both fell silent. Haori-kun, I wonder if you have any thoughts of joining the police department in the future. After a while, Setsuna Uchiha suddenly asked. Police department? Yuji was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect this old guy to come up with such an idea. That's right, the police department. Uchiha nodded instantly, and looked at Haori's confused expression and chuckled. Although the police chief is the clan leader and because of manpower issues, the police department only has 3 squadrons. However, 2 of these 3 squadrons belong to us, and Yashiro, who just brought you here, is one of the 3 squadron leaders. If you get into it, I believe you will have a chance in a few years. After all, Daohuo is already almost there. I believe that with your potential and ability, it will definitely be faster. Thank you Elder Setsuna for your kindness, but that's not my ambition. Yuji thought for a moment, and finally shook his head. He has no interest in joining this police department that everyone calls for beatings. Besides, these will all be his in the future. There is no need for him to join now. Is that so? That's up to you. Uchiha Setsuna frowned slightly, but in the end he just nodded. Okay, I know that if you, a young man, stay with me, an old man, I'm afraid you will feel uneasy. Go ahead, I'm looking forward to your performance in this Jonin test. After all, you are bringing honor to the family. It is also to bring glory to your deceased parents, who also aspired to get to this point. Yes, Elder Setsuna. When Yuji heard this, she really wanted to complain, she played the wrong emotional card. But he didn't bother to pay attention. He didn't want to continue to make excuses with this old man. What's more, he also learned some interesting things today, such as some situations within the police department. And this time Uchiha Setsuna clearly told himself that he would carry out the final forced palace on Uchiha Fugaku. Haori doesn't know how it will end, but I think it will intensify the conflicts within the family. Then when the time comes, all I have to do is light some tinderboxes. He won't touch the people at the bottom of the hawks, but he can't let go of the die-hard loyalists who have gained real power at the top. I don't know how the wind is blowing over Orochimaru. With such a mood, Yuji quickly left this courtyard. Uchiha Satsuki watched Haori leave, but his eyes became cold the moment Haori disappeared. Elder Setsuna. Not long after, Uchiha Yashiro appeared beside him and bowed slightly. No need to be polite. You are the squadron leader of the police department. Normally, you and I are on the same level. Uchiha shook his head for a moment, and he said calmly. That girl, how's the investigation going? Elder, without your promotion and cultivation, I would not be able to reach this point. You will be my elder at all times. Uchiha Yashiro shook his head, still remaining respectful. It's been found out, Uchiha Ying is an orphan just like that kid. They had known each other since childhood, but this Uchiha Ying had a withdrawn personality and might be friends with this brat. After Hikari obtained the identity of Uchiha Ying, she no longer tried to hide herself too much. Anyway, Uchiha Ying is just a lonely person with few friends and no one knows him. Now everyone who knew her well was dead, and Yuji didn't need her to hide anything. Just friends. Uchiha knocked on the table for a moment, thinking about something secretly in his mind. It seems that something needs to be done. I'm afraid this brat Yuji has more potential than that. Haori has many friends, but there are not many in the Uchiha clan, and there is not even one of the opposite sex with whom she has a particularly good relationship. Now there was such a person who was close to him and of the opposite sex, which gave Setsuna Uchiha an idea. After seeing Haori's performance, he hoped that Haori could have a deep bond. And now that he saw one, it made him feel like giving it a try. After all, Uchiha Ying is just a little person that no one cares about. The family had hired many talents in order to carry out experiments. Okay, I get it. Uchiha immediately thought of this and stopped worrying. He looked at Yashiro and said. That brat Yuji is very strong and capable now. If you want to observe him, don't get close easily, let alone disturb him at will. I don't want to cause any misunderstanding, after all, our clan leader seems to be interested in him. Yes, Sir Elder. Also, I'm very curious about this brat's strength and abilities. I understand, Mr. Elder, I will help you understand it clearly. Chapter 65. Haori, Ying, this way. In Konoha, at the entrance of a barbecue restaurant, Lin waved to Haori and Hikari, who were walking towards this direction. After the two saw Lin, they walked over quickly. It was now autumn in the ninja world, and the weather was gradually getting colder, but to ninjas, this was nothing. However, eating barbecue in autumn is indeed a good choice, especially for parties where the number of people is not particularly large. Lin, thank you for waiting here for us. Following Lin into the store, Haori said with a smile from behind. It's nothing. It's a little hot sitting inside anyway, so it's good to come out and do some exercise. Lin smiled indifferently, but her eyes swept over Guang without leaving any trace. Come on, Ace Miss Treat, I'll send you now. After saying that, Lin smiled and led the two of them into the private room, which was already full of people. Looking around, everyone present was familiar. Kakashi, Akai, Aoba, Kurane and others from the same class were all there. And those who are 1 or 2 years below them, but can be considered as peers, such as Anko, Irika, etc. are also here. Haori, you're here. Haori-senpai, thank you. When Haori and Hikaru came in, the attitude of the people in the private room was also particularly friendly, but there were some differences. Akai, Kakashi and Aoba were classmates, and some of them had participated in missions together, so they seemed a lot more relaxed. As for juniors like Irika and Moonlight Hayate, they seemed a little more reserved after meeting Haori. After all, Haori is a war hero, and with Konoha's propaganda and the raucous praise of the ninjas who returned from the front line, his reputation is getting bigger and bigger. It is completely understandable that some of the younger generations would be respectful and reserved when they saw him. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. However, Haori was still very polite and felt like he was going to heaven without being blown away by this blow. Okay, take your seats, you two. Asuma, as the host, spoke immediately, but he looked at Kurane who was sitting with Anko, and then at the light next to Haori. Especially when he noticed that Lin seemed to be looking at Haori, he was a little annoyed for a moment. Is it really good looking that makes him popular? Haori, I heard that you are about to get engaged, but you are still so popular. You can't blame me for this kind of thing. Asuma's words made Haori pause, and then he could only shrug and said that he didn't know either. Perhaps because of his age, Setsuna Uchiha did talk to Haori about this matter. It's just that Haori himself didn't express anything because there was no need to do so. As Haori and Hikaru sat down, everyone who had been waiting for a long time immediately started to take action. Moreover, everyone is almost born at the same time, and they are closer to each other. Even if they are a little reserved, they quickly dissipate in the lively atmosphere. Come on, try this barbecue. While Haori was chatting with Akai, Kakashi, and others, she was also grilling. After it was cooked, he placed a piece of barbecue on a bare plate. Thanks. Guang nodded politely and pursed her lips while looking at the piece of barbecue. Although she obtained the identity of Uchiha Ying, she still lived with Haori. After all, Yuji's home was the first place where she felt at ease after she left the seal, and she didn't want to leave there. As for Uchiha Ying's house, she learned the shadow clone from Haori, so it was easy to handle. Therefore, she knew how bad Haori was at cooking food, and she seriously doubted whether Haori did it on purpose. You two have a really good relationship. Maybe you two will get engaged in the future. Asuma also wanted to learn to be courteous to Kurane, but he glanced at where Kurane was sitting. Then he looked at Anko, who was probably eating the barbecue. He could only shake his head dully, and then started chatting with Haori. Who knows? Haori shrugged, then smiled evilly at Asuma. It's a family arrangement anyway, I can't say anything, but you should work harder. How about you ask your old Hokage father to help? Cut. Asuma immediately rolled his eyes upon hearing this. How could I possibly need help from that old man, let alone he himself is too busy? Is this something about the fourth Hokage? Kakashi sat aside and asked curiously, and Haori also looked at him. During this period, Haori has been studying. Both Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Setsuna sent him a bunch of information, so they paid less attention to external matters. Yes, it's about the fourth Hokage. Asuma nodded, then glanced at Anko, and then whispered mysteriously. You should have heard some rumors about Lord Orochimaru, right? The old man has been troubled by this matter recently. Yuji's eyes shone slightly when he heard this. He had been waiting for this. Probably not. Kakashi thought for a while and whispered. I think so too. Yuji thought for a while and then replied, Anbyo should investigate this kind of thing. Yes, but that guy left the village with a group of people. Asuma shrugged and said, anyway, who knows until the results come out. At this point, Asuma said no more. Although he had seen a lot of things because of his father, which made him very unhappy with his father. But he wouldn't be so stupid as to say everything. Rumors about Orochimaru had begun to spread in the village, so it wouldn't be a big deal if he just talked about it. It's just that the speaker has no intention, but the listener has the intention. Someone left Konoha with ANBU people. This news completely made Haori realize that this was probably that guy Danzo. Is the show about to start? Yuji murmured silently in his heart, he had been waiting for this opportunity. Are you all ready? In a forest in Uchiha's backyard, Uchiha Yashiro looked at the men in black and asked in a low voice. Uchiha Yashiro followed Uchiha Setsuna's wishes and always wanted to find an opportunity to try out Haori's level. At the same time, there was one thing that concerned him more, and that was the relationship between Uchiha Ying and Haori. Since you want to try it, let's try it together. Elder Setsuna seems to be planning to get that kid engaged, so I'll add fuel to the fire. He could guess some of Elder Setsuna's thoughts. After all, who among the Uchiha who could achieve great things hasn't lost their friends, wives, and brothers? Understanding the relationship between Haori and Uchiha Ying will definitely help Uchiha Setsuna do something. Just investigating from Uchiha Ying's side, there was no result at all, because this woman was so boring. He was with Uji during the day, and rested when he went back at night. At most, he would go with Uji to hang out with those outside the clan. He really couldn't find anything with such a person, and Uchiha Setsuna wouldn't let him get too close to Haori's residence, so he never had a chance. And since Haori has made such a big name on the battlefield, he must be careful. But now he seems to have seen an opportunity, and today is definitely a good time to take action. Yashiro-sama, we are ready. A ninja dressed in black spoke in a low voice in front of him. Very good. Uchiha Yashiro nodded, his eyes moved slightly, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He also knew about some minor problems between Haori and Setsuna Uchiha, but he didn't think there was any problem with elder Setsuna at all. Serving for the honor of the family is what every Uchiha should do, and being valued by elder Setsuna is something to be proud of. But Yuji seems to be dissatisfied, and now he is bargaining, especially since this guy is so close to people outside the clan, which he cannot tolerate. This time, he plans to teach this brat a lesson. According to the original plan, you attack that Uchiha Ying, as for that Haori kid, I'll handle it myself. Yes, Yashiro-sama. Chapter 66. Then we say goodbye. Goodbye. The moon was dim, and after leaving the barbecue restaurant and saying goodbye to everyone, Haori and Hikaru also walked towards the Uchiha clan. This gathering was relatively smooth and successful, especially for Haori. He unexpectedly got Orochimaru's information and Danzo's information from Asuma. This made Haori, who had been waiting quietly, finally see the opportunity to take action. After all, Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Fugaku are not getting along very happily during this time. After everyone returned to Konoha, Uchiha Setsuna, as the great elder, decisively opened the clan meeting. This time at the clan meeting, even before Haori visited him again, this made Uchiha Fugaku extremely passive. Fortunately, he was still the clan leader and had the support of many people from the Dove faction, so he forcibly interrupted this clan meeting. As for when to start negotiations next time and how to negotiate, it is not something that Haori should worry about. Because, maybe next time they will all be in panic. Are you thinking about something not so good? At this moment, Hikari looked at Yuri strangely. Yuji came back to his senses and asked in surprise. Why would you say so? I don't know, but I always feel like you are not thinking of anything good at this time. Guang shook her head, and she truthfully stated her thoughts. It seems that you have a deep misunderstanding of me. Fortunately, we are still friends. Haori sighed helplessly. His external personality has always been very capable and has never failed. Haven't you seen that he is a real brother and a superficial brother everywhere? Why is it like this here? It's because we are friends that I understand you. Hikari glanced at Haori and muttered half a friend in her heart. Well, you really understand me. Yuji thought about it and decided not to hide it at all. He lowered his voice and whispered in Guang's ear. Although not all of them, I may have to take action against the family. After waiting for such a long time, he finally heard Orochimaru's movement, and Haori naturally didn't want to miss it. Haori has always known that if he wants to do something that doesn't want people to pay attention to him, he has to take into account many things. For example, if a big figure in the Uchiha clan dies, there will need to be internal conflicts to take the blame. As for the outside, it is best to have corresponding movements to cover up everyone's attention. At the same time, he also hopes that people who are already paying attention to Uchiha will no longer pay too much attention to these things at this time. It is a big deal that the third generation will abdicate and choose the fourth generation Hokage, but this is not enough, some more exciting news is needed. Danzo holds the root in his hand, and his eyes may look over after the war. This is not what Haori thinks. Then Danzo had a wrong idea, and when the Orochimaru incident broke out, he wanted to avoid the limelight and at the same time win over his allies to leave Konoha in order to show his ability. This is the best time for Haori to take action. Haori has always speculated that Danzo might have spread the news about Orochimaru's human experiments. It is impossible for the third generation to spread these things, because Orochimaru is his disciple and a candidate for Hokage. He didn't even have time to cover it up, so how could he let this kind of news flow freely? But Danzo is different. He still has the complete root in his hand, and he has not yet experienced the assassination of the third generation, but he has been taken advantage of by the rebel general. At this time, I am afraid that he will do things more recklessly. He may dare to do anything for the Hokage. Look at it this way, I still want to thank Danzo. With the news about Orochimaru's human experiments spreading, no one would pay much attention to what really happened in Uchiha. And to say the least, what if Uji did not intensify the conflict, but made everyone want to investigate the murderer strictly? So, isn't Orochimaru a natural scapegoat? Are you finally going to take action? When Guang heard Uji's words, she also had a fierce look in her eyes, but she quickly shook her head. Unfortunately, not all. It's not the right time yet. You have to eat one bite at a time and do things step by step so that there won't be any problems. Haori smiled, and then reminded him. Also, don't forget to try to integrate into the family in order not to expose us. I didn't forget, I got it. Just looking at Yuji, she knew that she didn't do a good job in this matter. After all, what's the point of integrating into a family that is destined to be burned to ashes? But since Yuji kept talking about it again and again, she thought she might as well do it to save this guy from talking all day long. The two of them walked and chatted all the way, but when they came to a forest outside the Uchiha clan, they suddenly stopped. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless kunai were shot at them rapidly. Seeing this scene, the two people immediately jumped up to avoid these kunai. At this time, 4 ninjas in black had surrounded them. Who are you? Yuji looked confused at this time, because he couldn't figure out who would attack him. Could it be Danzo? No, isn't this guy already out? Isn't the person who went out not Danzo? And no matter how crazy Danzo is, now that the whole of Konoha is bragging about him, this guy probably won't be stupid enough to launch an attack. Especially when this place is so close to Uchiha, they won't be able to tell clearly once reinforcements arrive. Do it. Uchiha Yashiro and others obviously have no intention of talking nonsense with Haori. They have been waiting here for a long time just for this moment of action. For this reason, Uchiha Yashiro tonight also transferred the people patrolling nearby in order to test the little brat Haori. Of course, he was very measured in his heart. If this kid can be valued by Elder Setsuna, it is naturally impossible for him to kill him. At most, it was just to let this kid know a lesson and know that he should respect the elders, so he could be cruel. Uchiha Yashiro dodged and came to Haori. He held a long knife and looked at Haori coldly. The other 3 people went directly towards the light and besieged him. This scene made Yuji's eyes twitch. Are you sure what you are doing? Haori frowned, his eyes instantly turned scarlet, and then he asked slightly playfully. Of course we know what we are doing, the question now is do you know how to do it? Uchiha Yashiro spoke in a low and hoarse voice, and what was interesting was that his tone was also full of playfulness. No, you made a mistake. Haori sighed slightly, and he casually pulled out a kunai. The Scarlet 3 Megatama looked at the guy in front of him. Have you thought about how to save your subordinates? Save your subordinates? Uchiha Yashiro was stunned for a moment when he heard these words, and then a sneer appeared on his face under the mask. He even doubted whether the brat Yuji was crazy. Otherwise, why would he ask such a stupid question? Ah! However, the next moment, a scream broke the tranquility of the night, and this sound instantly made Yashiro Uchiha's face change slightly. This is not the voice of that Uchiha Ying, this is the voice of his subordinates. Tell me, why did you mess with her? Almost at the same time, Yuji's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, and he immediately turned around. He saw that Haori was already holding a kunai and came to his side like a ghost. The kunai blooming with cold light cut through the sky and headed straight towards him. Chapter 68. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of metal clashing was endless, and Haori's speed was even more outrageous. Uchiha Yashiro was filled with uneasiness at this time. He really didn't understand what was going on. This is different from what I thought. Haori's speed was faster than he imagined, and the pressure on him was also greater. Especially the pair of Sharingan, which were obviously 3 Megatama like him, but for some reason it made him feel extremely uneasy. Not only Haori, but that Uchiha Ying was completely beyond his expectations. The moment the girl launched her attack, she had already deployed her Sharingan, and it was also a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan. Why does she have the Sharingan? What's going on? However, facing the high pressure brought by Haori, he didn't have much chance to observe the situation over there. But with the constant screams, he knew that his men were in danger. But the problem is, these people are all elites of the police department. Why are they so miserable in front of a family marginal? Who is she? Uchiha Yashiro, whose mind was full of questions, finally couldn't bear it at this moment. Stop! He grabbed the kunai that Haori was attacking and shouted loudly at the same time. Uchiha Haori, please stop, please ask that woman to stop, too. Do you know what you are doing? Of course I know what I'm doing, Captain Yashiro. Haori looked calmly at Yashiro in front of him, a smile appeared on his face, but his eyes exuded a deep chill. At the moment of the fight, he could already conclude that the person who struck was from Uchiha. Even though the opponent may have used contact lenses or the like to cover up the Sharingan, it was difficult to cover up Uchiha's fighting methods. And as the battle progressed, Haori also had some memories of the figure and condition of the guy in front of him. He was sure that he had seen this person before, and he also felt that there was something wrong with Uchiha's defense tonight. Even if the battle that took place here did not involve the use of ninjutsu, it was by no means undetectable to this day. So this can only mean one thing. I'm afraid there is some big shot doing some coordination. Then the answer is only Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Setsuna. When thinking of Uchiha Setsuna, Haori almost thought of Uchiha Yashiro. Moreover, the focus of their attack was light, which suddenly made Yuji think of a possibility. Could it be that you want to test the bond and use her to open my eyes? Maybe it's because Haori's imagination is not rich enough. After thinking about it, he probably got such a result. But this is also the result that he feels is the most reliable, and he also knows what he is going to do. You know it's me. Uchiha Yashiro didn't expect that Haori could guess his identity, but the next moment his expression tightened. Since you know, why don't you stop? Why should I stop? However, Haori asked eagerly, as if he didn't seem to be facing a troublesome battle. Didn't you consider the consequences when you put on a mask and launched an attack? Uchiha Haori, I admit that what I did today was a bit shameful, but it was just a test. Uchiha Yashiro seemed a little panicked. It was not that he had not considered failure. After all, Haori's reputation was still very high. But he never considered that Uchiha Ying was so powerful, nor did he consider that he would be defeated so miserably, nor did he consider that this kid seemed to be full of murderous intent. Our people did not kill them. Then I can't let you go. Yuji looked at him indifferently, and the murderous intent in his eyes began to leak out crazily. From the moment he opened the Sharingan, Uchiha immediately tricked him, and then continued to draw pictures to remind him to remember to serve the family. In the past, he had no strength or people, so naturally he couldn't do anything. Now, although he still has no basis for public support. But he has the strength, and he has already accepted the mission. Orochimaru's rumors and Danzo's actions also prove that the time has come for him to act. Uchiha Yashiro was the target of his attack, but now that he was in front of him, he really had no reason to let him go. Buzz! Almost instantly, Yori's eyes burst out with strange power. Under the impact of this power, Uchiha Yashiro instantly became trance-like. At this moment, his world seemed to become dark, and only the moon in the sky remained. It's just that this moon has quietly turned into a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingan eyes. Illusion. Uchiha Yashiro clearly realized that he was under a genjutsu, but he didn't understand one thing. It's all the Sharingan of San Magatama, so why is he completely unable to resist the invasion of Haori's genjutsu? This is different from what I thought. He roared in his heart, but it was a pity that his world was completely extinguished at this moment. Looking at Yashiro Uchiha, who was lying on the ground completely motionless, Haori's expression remained calm. Although the battle only lasted a few minutes, he had already directly killed Yashiro, who had 3 Megatama and was one of the captains of the police force. But he also knew very well that this Uchiha Yashiro seemed unprepared, and the gap between his eyes was really big. Although Haori only used 3 Megatama, its essence is a kaleidoscope. Moreover, it is also driven by extraordinary, and the bloodline is also promoted to the kaleidoscope level. It really shouldn't be too easy to deal with the unstable San Magatama with eyes like this. But now I know how serious the fight between Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke was. Kaleidoscope completely crushes San Magatama, because the two pairs of eyes are fundamentally different. Haori had actually noticed it when he turned on the Manjakyu, but he had not fought with other Sharingan owners yet. Therefore, he was not entirely sure of his thoughts, but now he had an extremely clear understanding. Are they Uchiha? Just as Haori was thinking, Hikaru also came over. She ended the battle earlier, and it became clear earlier who they were. As the former Uchiha's ultimate weapon, killing her enemies was nothing to her, especially those she hated. Well, it is indeed. Yuji nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he took out a few scrolls. It's boring, but they seem to want an experiment to test something. Test. Just watching Haori seal the corpses on the ground one by one, she frowned and asked. Yes, I should want to test my strength and test some other things at the same time. Haori replied while handling the corpses, but he didn't say too much. He no longer cares about what Setsuna Uchiha wants to do, because he has already done it now. Will this affect your plan? Guang pursed his lips and then asked softly. Probably because she saw that Haori had really killed him, while she believed in Haori even more, she couldn't help but feel a little worried. There will be an impact, but it's not a big problem. After Yuji arranged all the corpses, he thought for a while and then shook his head. I've been waiting for an opportunity and now it's come. Even though this guy came to me unexpectedly, as long as we handle it well, we still won't have any problems. Until now, there has been no movement from the Uchiha clan, which further shows that Uchiha Yashiro and the others have transferred the nearby guards. His smart aleck approach was harming himself, so Yuji naturally laughed at it. You go back first, I have to meet someone tonight. Is there really no problem? Don't worry. As long as you clean up the bloodstains here, I think there won't be any major problems. Crash. In the land of rain, the sky is constantly raining. Uchiha Obito didn't remember how long it had been raining, but he knew that it had been raining since he came here. He didn't like this place at all, but he came anyway and he had already had contact with Yahiko, Nagato, and others. But unfortunately, he seems to have had a bad start. He could feel that his words had moved Nagato's heart, but Yahiko interrupted and rejected everything directly. Although Obito didn't react directly to this incident, he had already completely remembered Yahiko in his heart. He had to think about how to kill this guy. The Samsara Eye is on Nagato, and these eyes are the key to creating the infinite Tsukuyomi world. He builds a world where Haori is wiped out, so these eyes are essential. It was really difficult for him to kill Yahiko without pitting himself against Nagato and others. Obito, there is new information. Just when Obito was having the most headache, the ground suddenly cracked and a guy with a yin and yang face appeared. Tell me. Obito raised his head. Although he was in the rain, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Someone is coming from Konoha, and it seems they want to unite with Hanzo. Black Jew's hoarse voice sounded. I think this will be a great opportunity, as long as they can join forces to attack the Akatsuki organization and force Yahiko to death. Then, I think our goal can be achieved. Konoha? Hearing this name, Obito's face under the mask showed a hint of displeasure. This Konoha now is not the Konoha he dreamed of. But the Obito now is not the Obito he once was. He doesn't care no matter what he does as long as he can achieve his goal. Okay. Obito nodded and said, you continue to observe and look for opportunities. By the way, can you find out who the kaleidoscope beside Haori is? There is no definite information yet. Heiju shook his head, she is too mysterious, and her identity is wrong. Then let's continue the in-depth investigation. Obito sighed, to deal with this guy, we must cut off the wings around him, otherwise it will be too much trouble. Ryoma, is there any news from Hanzo? In a village that had been reduced to ruins in the land of rain, Danzo looked at Aberame Ryoma and asked. At this time, they had just arrived in the country of rain. Although they had already made an appointment with Hanzo, they still had to abide by some rules in other people's territory. Especially this time, he brought out all the fighting members of the Roots. After all, demigod Hanzo's reputation was too great. This time he tried his best, exposing Orochimaru's secret, while at the same time wooing Hanzo, a potential ally, to show off his abilities. For Hokage, he would do anything he could. Not yet, Danzo-sama. Aberame Ryoma said respectfully, but the message has been passed on, and maybe you will get a reply later. Yes, I understand. Danzo nodded, where's that side of the village? My lord has told me that after we leave, the members who remain in Konoha will increase their efforts, and it has already begun. Very good. I hope that after I return, everyone will know about Orochimaru. Danzo nodded with satisfaction, and then he began to close his eyes and rest. All he had to do now was wait, but he couldn't help but start to learn everything after he became Hokage. There are too many unstable factors in Konoha now, and his old friend has begun to go against the teacher's will on many issues. Just like Uchiha. His teacher once warned them that they must be careful of the Uchiha family. But look at Konoha now, they are actually starting to brag about that Uchiha brat. This kind of thing is unacceptable to Danzo. Even though that brat Hayori is indeed good, he is an Uchiha Setsuna. It's hard to say that under the training of this evil old Uchiha ghost, he will become the second Uchiha Madara. Konoha can only truly achieve success under my leadership. This time I am bound to win. You were attacked, do you know who it was? In Konoha, Uchiha Setsuna's villa, the old man looked at Hayori with a solemn expression. But his dignity was more of an act, because he already knew what was going on. It's just that he won't say it clearly. If Hayori finds out, he can pretend to punish Yashiro Uchiha. If he didn't find out, then he would naturally pretend not to know. After all, he would not bear the responsibility of attacking his own race. Even if it's just a test, it's the same. I don't know. The other party is very strong. I can't take off their mask. Yuji shook his head and started talking nonsense. But the other party doesn't seem to want to make a big fuss. He hasn't used ninjutsu. It's just... Just what? Just judging from their methods, they seem to be Uchiha too. Do you know what you're talking about? Uchiha's eyes narrowed upon hearing this, and then he immediately spoke in a stern tone. You are making the most severe accusation against the family. Remember, it is impossible for the family to attack its own people. I believe you are the one with the brain problem. Yuji complained in his mind, but he still nodded. I understand, Mr. Elder. Go down, I will investigate this matter carefully. Uchiha shook his head for a moment, and he said directly. I will definitely give you an explanation, but it will take time because I need to prepare for the next clan meeting. The time for the clan meeting has been set, it will be half a month later. I must get back my lost eyes at this time. Half a month later? Yuji nodded slightly, time was enough. I understand, then I'll take my leave first, Mr. Elder. Thinking of this, Yuji simply stood up. Go and rest early. Uchiha instantly returned to his kind expression, but after watching Hayori leave, his smile faded. Very smart and perceptive, but that's all. Uchiha clapped his hands lightly for a moment, and then he spoke in a low voice. Fetch Yashiro, I want to ask him about the specific situation. Yes, Sir Elder. A voice immediately appeared in a corner of the room, and Uchiha Setsuna sat there and began to wait quietly. He didn't know how long it took, but a figure in black suddenly appeared next to him, and then whispered a few words into his ear. When Uchiha heard this, his brows suddenly wrinkled. Gone? What's going on? Where did that Yashiro guy go? Chapter 69. Telling Setsuna Uchiha about the attack on him was the best way Hayori could think of to eliminate suspicion. After all, if you think about it with normal thinking, you have done something evil, how can you still tell the story about your encounter with this person? Of course, it's not that there are no such things, and it's not that everyone doesn't do things that are dark under the light. It's just that Yuji did it more thoroughly. He took away all the corpses. It's not a big deal if he kills them and refuses to acknowledge them. What's more, Uchiha Setsuna's treatment of people cannot be said to be virtuous and respectable to him, or at least he is disgusted by people. If we really push him into a hurry, he can use some forceful methods at worst. But for the main mission, we still need to keep a low profile, at least with some reasonable excuses. If the main mission requires him to replace him, then he must cherish the feathers, and the scapegoat and the culprit must not appear on him. Otherwise, he could have tried things like hanging himself 30 centimeters above the ground or choking to death after drinking water and bleeding from all his orifices. It won't take long. The next clan meeting may be the best time to take action. Yuji silently muttered in his heart that he kicked the light out to try to understand and integrate into the family. After taking a look at the recent rumors, he also began to enter the meditation mode. He still has a lot of room for growth, he has just opened the kaleidoscope, and Susanoo has not yet understood it. In addition, he obtained the pupil transplantation technique, but he never had the opportunity to use this technique. Uchiha Hikari had a kaleidoscope, but considering the actual impact, he did not attack Hikari. And he has not yet determined what will happen to Zishui's side. He doesn't even know whether Zishui has a kaleidoscope. But I should try it on Uchiha Fugaku this time, but I'm not sure what his pupil technique is. In fact, no matter what Uchiha Fugaku's pupil technique is, he is not another god anyway, so 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes can definitely kill him even in the face of the unknown. There is also Baizetsu's arm and the other half of the space talent obtained from Obito. This also needs to be absorbed and understood. It can be said that there are really many things that Haori needs to explore, comprehend, and understand now. Fortunately, while he was working hard, the light coming out brought him some good news. And he didn't expect that someone would find him at this moment. Still not found. In a secret room within Uchiha, Uchiha Setsuna asked with a solemn face. There were several grey-haired old men beside him, all of whom belonged to the elders of the Eagle sect. They have now encountered a very important thing, that is, Uchiha Yashiro has disappeared. Ever since he carried out a secret mission, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the world. They spent a week without finding any valuable clues, and the only information came from Haori. To be honest, Setsuna Uchiha even suspected that Haori had secretly done something wrong. After all, they were the only ones who met that night. There is no news yet, Mr. Elder. The young Uchiha ninja who was responsible for the report shook his head. He looked a little uneasy. And this matter has spread a little bit, and many people in the family know about it. Shut up, I know. Uchiha rubbed his brows in annoyance for a moment. Naturally this matter could not be concealed. Uchiha Yashiro is the squadron leader of the police department, and his disappearance is visible to the entire police department. Setsuna, I wonder if it's Orochimaru. At this moment, an elder suddenly whispered a reminder. Orochimaru? Uchiha Setsuna frowned slightly when he heard this, because it was indeed possible. I don't know why, but now there are rumors all over Konoha that Orochimaru is doing human experiments. With such intensity of spreading, even if the Hokage wanted to suppress it, he could no longer do it. For the Uchiha, this is a good thing. Even though they have so many internal differences and fight so fiercely with each other, they all still long for one thing. Get back the Hokage that belongs to Uchiha. Therefore, they are fully supporting Uchiha Fugaku, whether they are hawks or doves. Whether Orochimaru's incident is true or not, it will cause great damage to him, because Naruto cannot be stained. So, this may be the result of Orochimaru giving up on himself. Although it feels a bit outrageous, it all seems logical. Orochimaru is basically certain that he will no longer be the Hokage, and with Kakashi as a successful example, anything is possible for him. If it is like this. Uchiha whispered in a low voice for a moment, and his eyes instantly became firm the next moment. No, this is the fact. Spread this matter first so that the whole clan, not only the whole village, will know. At the clan meeting in a week, we will have a good chat with the clan leader. We really need to have a good chat. The other elders instantly understood what Setsuna Uchiha meant, and they all smiled. Kakashi's eye caused such harm, which is absolutely unacceptable. Orochimaru has no chance. The clan leader's chance can be greatly enhanced, which also requires our help. I think the patriarch should know how to choose. Haori didn't expect that he originally wanted to blame the Dove faction and Uchiha Fugaku to make them fight harder. Orochimaru was just a fallback path he left for himself. He never thought that Orochimaru would become the ultimate scapegoat without even showing his face. But the development of things has not deviated from the planned track, and it is even foreseeable that the quarrel between them will become more fierce. Senior Haori, please forgive me for disturbing you. While Uchiha Setsuna and others were plotting, Haori looked at Uchiha Shisui in front of him with a strange expression. He knew that Shisui would come to him, after all, he had already triggered a mission. But when exactly it will come, Haori is really not sure, not to mention that he hasn't even accepted the mission yet, which means he may have missed some other missions. For example, when he was attacked by Yashiro Uchiha before, normally he should be able to get a side mission. But he didn't pay too much attention, after all, he didn't think he could get anything good from that guy. Hello, Shisui-kun. Yuri nodded, looking at Shisui with curiosity. This is not the first time we have met, but it is our first communication, right? Haori knew that Shisui was the kind of person who had a village and a family in his heart. To deal with such a person, his personality is very useful. Now he plans to see what this kid's attitude is like. Ashamed to say it, it is true. Shisui was silent for a moment after hearing Yuji's words, and then he sighed. I have never visited my seniors, or even had the opportunity to talk to them on the front line. I am too arrogant. I need to apologize to my seniors. Is this really arrogance of yours, Shisui-kun? Haori asked curiously, but this sentence made Shisui feel a little embarrassed. Although you are young, I think you understand some things and there is no need to blame yourself. After all, we are a family. Tell me, did you come to me today for something important? A family? Shisui was speechless for a moment when he heard this. They were indeed a family. But no matter how you look at their current situation, they don't look like a family. Senior, actually I came here this time to ask for advice from Senior. Although Shisui sighed inwardly, he quickly calmed down, but he was interrupted by Yuri before he could finish his words. You want to try my skills and leave me a deep memory if you can, right? Senior, you. Don't worry, because I have received similar tasks, but I didn't carry them out due to various reasons. Seeing Shisui's astonished look, Haori explained simply. Let's go, I know a good place, let's go there. With that said, Yuji turned around and walked forward. Shisui looked at his back and was a little silent for a while. It turns out that Haori-senpai also had such a mission, but he didn't carry it out. Is it because he feels that everyone is family? Shisui already had a slight affection for Haori. After all, Haori was still a great hero of the village and had a lot of good friends in the village. It's just that for various reasons, they can't be contacted at all. But now, Yuji's few words directly penetrated his heart, which made his good feelings begin to explode uncontrollably. This guy's attitude is okay. So far, he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions towards me. Haori didn't know what Shisui was thinking now. He started studying the system while walking. However, while researching, he also remained vigilant at all times. Although he was not sure, he had to pay enough attention to other gods. As for the choice of the current task, Haori thought about it and chose the latter. Although this kid is prone to getting sick, after all, he is not a lunatic like the two arrogant and filial heroes. A new side mission has been obtained. Facing Shisui's challenge, defeating him and leaving a deep enough impression on him. If you want to impress him, should you give him a millennium kill shot? Yuji was complaining a little. At this time, they had come to a forest. This forest was also where Yuji practiced alone on weekdays. Bring it on. Haori smiled casually. Although he was very cautious in his heart, on the surface he still seemed very relaxed. Please give me some advice, senior. Compared to Haori's relaxed look, Shisui looked much more serious at this time. After bowing slightly to Haori, he took out his short sword, his eyes turned scarlet, and he looked at Haori in front of him with a stern look. Haori also opened his Sharingan instantly, but neither of them made a move first, and both seemed extremely cautious. Are you so careful? Yuji secretly thought to himself, if that's the case, he wouldn't mind taking the lead. He pulled out a large number of kunao from his ninja bag, and in less than a second, he shot these kunao at Shisui. Clang, clang, clang. These kunao collided with each other in the air, changing their respective flight trajectories. In just the blink of an eye, it was like a large net that spread out, covering Shisui overwhelmingly. But Shisui was not a vegetarian, and he also moved the moment Haori made a move. His speed was as fast as thunder, and in the blink of an eye a cold light would pass across Yuji's neck. So fast. Although Haori knew that Shisui's speed was ridiculous, he could even create phantoms using the teleportation technique. If you want to truly experience the terror of his speed, you really need to fight with each other. Fortunately, although Shisui was fast, Haori didn't give in too much. The moment the dagger was about to hit him, he had already ducked out of the way, and the kunao in his hand quickly swung out, hitting Shisui directly in the abdomen. Senior is that fast? Haori felt outrageous, and Shisui felt even more stunned. Although he usually seems humble, as an Uchiha, he naturally has his own pride. His speed is one of his prides, because so far he really doesn't have many people who can catch up with his speed. Now that he encountered Haori's speed, Shisui was stunned and had a stronger fighting spirit. After all, the Uchiha clan is also a warlike clan. Senior, be careful. Shisui quickly dodged and distanced himself, and the next moment he formed seals with his hands. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. Art Fire Escape Ho Fireball. When Haori saw this, he directly formed the seal without hesitation. He was not afraid of fighting ninjutsu. And the fireball he cast was obviously bigger than the one cast by Shisui. Boom! With a harsh roar, the two fireballs collided in mid-air. In an instant, thick smoke billowed and flames ignited all the surrounding vegetation, but Haori's fireball was still heading towards Shisui. Is the chakra concentration gap between me and senior that big? Zisui was somewhat dazed when he saw this scene, but he quickly moved aside to avoid it, but at this moment Iori had already arrived in front of him. Buzz! The kunao pierced the sky and stabbed Shisui's neck hard. Shisui immediately took out the short sword in his hand, and the three Megatama quickly rotated, and he faced the kunao and gently picked it. He immediately pushed the kunao away, then turned the blade and slashed towards Haori without hesitation. But just when his ninja sword was about to hit Iori, his expression changed slightly, and then he quickly twisted his arm to make the ninja sword go in another direction. You're slow, Shisui. Haori in front of him turned into a stone with a bang, and Haori's figure quietly appeared beside him. Before he could react, Haori had already grabbed his knife-holding wrist, and at the same time, the other hand stabbed him with a kunao. But at the moment when the kunao was about to stab Shisui, Haori suddenly stopped, then he turned around and said with a smile. You learn quickly, Shisui. It's just a poor imitation of my predecessors. Behind Haori, Shisui's figure appeared, and the previous body had already turned into a pool of soil. It was obviously an earth clone. However, he still maintained a fighting posture at this time, and he did not relax at all. Okay, Shisui, the battle is over. However, Yuji shook his head, pointed at the surrounding environment and said. If the fight continues, this forest may be on fire. I understand, senior. Shisui glanced around, and then he still longed to continue, but in the end he nodded. Thank you, senior, for your teachings, which gave me profound insights. I didn't teach you anything. Your talent is unimaginable. You will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future. Haori shook his head, and then he used an earth escape to extinguish the flames on the scene before he continued to speak. Also, don't be so polite. As I said, we are actually a family. A family. Hearing this sentence again, Shisui was also in a daze. After thinking for a while, he made a decision. Senior, can I have a few words with you? Can we chat for a few words? That's okay. Although he didn't know what Zisui was thinking, he had no need to refuse. He just pointed at Zisui's wrist and smiled. Remember to take it off. It can be dangerous if you are not careful. Danger. Zisui was stunned for a moment, and then looked at his wrist. He was stunned for a moment. Because there is a detonating talisman attached to his wrist. Chapter 70. Is it getting worse? In the residence of the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku's face looked a little grim. The other people who appeared in this room with him also had serious expressions. This time, they encountered a bigger challenge. Uchiha Setsuna wanted to get back the Sharingan that belonged to Obito, which to be honest was not a bad thing. The blood of the family is not allowed to flow outside, let alone be acquired by foreigners. This is a matter of course. The ANBU named Ao in Kirigakure village was wanted by Hinata and even the entire Konoha. Once you meet him outside, you will definitely be greeted by Konoha's most brutal attack. But Kakashi is really different. He doesn't understand those guys in Setsuna Uchiha. Why not think about Kakashi's identity? Of course, it's possible that they've already thought about it, but it doesn't matter to them. Because in their opinion, Uchiha will definitely take back the position of Hokage, even if it is through the most extreme method. Lord Patriarch, there is still a week left. Uchiha Hisanobu looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who looked calm, and thought about it before he reminded him. He is the elder of the family Dove faction, and the person who actually controls the Dove faction. He and Uchiha Setsuna were both people of the same era, but he chose to oppose Uchiha Madara and leave Konoha with a clear-cut stand. I know, how many elders support us? Uchiha Fugaku sighed, and then he asked. In the Uchiha clan, in addition to the Doves and Hawks, there are also some elders who choose to stand on a neutral stance. Normally, these people would fully support the patriarch. This is their own way of survival. It's just that this time it involves bloodline issues, these neutral elders will also have their own ideas and judgments. I'm afraid there aren't as many people as Setsuna. Elder Juxin shook his head. He didn't seem to be in a good mood. Some people haven't expressed their opinions yet. No one knows what they think. If it were normal times, I'm afraid he wouldn't care, but now is a critical period. If he can use a Sharingan to open a bridge between his family and Konoha, this kind of thing is completely worth it in his opinion. Master Patriarch, there is one more thing that needs to be reported, and that is the problem of Yashiro Uchiha. Hey? Has Yashiro been found? As the head of the police department, Uchiha Fugaku naturally knew about the disappearance of Uchiha Yashiro. He felt a little incredible that such a person, an elite member of a family and the captain of the police department, suddenly disappeared. Now he suddenly heard Uchiha Hisanobu talking about it, which made him a little curious. He has not been found. He is still missing. Elder Juxin shook his head, and then his expression became a little serious. But Mr. Patriarch, Orochimaru's recent reputation is not very good. I'm worried. Damn it. Uchiha Fugaku instantly understood what Hisanobu meant, which made his already ugly face even more ugly. It is gratifying that Orochimaru's reputation has suddenly become so bad, but everything has become worse with the disappearance of a Yashiro. He could even imagine what Uchiha Setsuna would do, but he couldn't stop it. All the elite members of the family are missing, and the biggest suspect is Orochimaru. As the clan leader, if you don't take the initiative to ask for an explanation, do you still want to prevent the clan members from discussing and spreading it? It is conceivable that if he does this, his situation will become even worse. Although he had the rights of the clan leader, his family had experienced backstabbing Madara Uchiha, and he didn't want to get to that point. Lord Clan Leader, maybe we can talk to them alone during the clan meeting. Uchiha Hisanobu also knew about Uchiha Fugaku's difficulties, but he would not mention such a thing. Of course, Madara's departure was due to him. Talk alone. Uchiha Fugaku frowned, what do you mean? Only elders and clan leaders are allowed to participate in the clan meeting, and no one else is allowed in. Uchiha Kushin said that, and then he said no more. When Uchiha Fugaku heard this, he understood what it meant, and he wanted to talk alone without making it public. This also means that he needs to make more compromises and concessions in private to satisfy Setsuna Uchiha. Only in this way can we stop this guy from pressing on. I understand. Uchiha Fugaku sighed, I will think about it carefully. For a moment, he really felt that what he, the patriarch, had done was a bit aggrieved. But now that the matter has come to this, there seems to be no better way. Is there such a big gap between me and Senior? Following Yuji towards the interior of the forest, Shisui's head was still dizzy. He thought he would lose, but he never thought he could lose like this. The ninjutsu and ninjutsu were no match, and the taijutsu was even more so without anyone knowing it. Someone put a detonating charm on his wrist. If this were in an actual combat environment, he would be dead. And the speed he is most proud of is only 50 to 50 compared to others. The most important thing is, it's really hard to say who is faster between the two of them. What kind of genius am I? Although Shisui was filled with depression, he had no dissatisfaction in his heart. If he loses, he loses. He won't make any excuses for himself, and he has more respect for Haori in his heart. This is what a Konoha hero should really look like. Thinking in his mind, Shisui and Haori entered the depths of the forest behind the family, and Haori stopped only when they got here. Although I don't know what you want to talk to me about, I guess what you want to say won't be something simple. Haori shrugged at Shisui, but he still kept smiling. Of course, it's possible that I guessed wrong, but there's no one here, so you can relax a little bit. Yes, Senior. Shisui calmed down and did not refute Yuji's words, because that was what he thought in his heart. Now that there is no one around, this is a really good place to say something important. Actually, Senior, there is a question that has always been bothering me, and I still can't understand it. As my senior said before, we are a family and we are all members of the Uchiha clan. Obviously we are all the same and share the same blood, but why are our relationships with each other not harmonious? This seems to be the case whether it's me and my seniors, or Elder Ju Xin and Elder Setsuna. Senior, can you clarify my doubts for me? Shisui's question made Haori's eyebrows slightly raised. It's not that this question is difficult, but it's an excellent entry point for him to use his mouth escape. In the original work, whether Shisui told the top management of Konoha about the power of his kaleidoscope or finally committed suicide, it seemed that he had some serious brain problems. But it is undeniable that he really has a village and a family in his mind. Then, it might be a good choice to use the family's advantage to mouth escape Shisui. Especially one of his subplots is to attack the family's senior officials. If he can make his thoughts confused and not cause trouble to himself, then he will have great merits. Good question, Shisui. When Yuji thought of this, he spoke directly. Actually, the reason is very simple. Have you ever thought about a question, what was the education you received since childhood? In other words, what are the words that the elders said to you the most that you will remember forever? If you keep it in mind. Shisui thought for a moment. He was raised by Uchiha Hisanobu, and what this elder always reminded him of. Protect the honor of the family and integrate the family and the village in a peaceful way. It's a good idea, but do you know what Elder Setsuna said to me the most after I opened the Sharingan? Yuji nodded, his dovish thoughts would still be towards the family. Although their nonviolent and peaceful approach is stupid, they are not stupid enough to abandon the family. I don't know, senior. What Elder Setsuna said to me the most is that the honor of the family is above all else, and we must do whatever it takes for the honor of the family. Shisui was stunned for a moment when he heard this. These are two completely different concepts. Isn't what Elder Setsuna proposed too extreme? Suddenly, Shisui seemed to understand the purpose of what Iori said to him. After all, he is not stupid, and he can still figure out some problems. Senior, Shisui asked tentatively, is it caused by the different ideas between the two parties? To put it nicely, it's a battle of ideas. To put it badly, it's just that they are competing with each other for control of the family. This time, Yuji did not explain slowly to Shisui, but directly gave him a strong dose of medicine. I believe you can also see that there are actually many people who follow Elder Ju Xin and Elder Setsuna. In fact, these people are giving support and standing in line because of the beliefs they stand for. Just imagine, if something is going to be voted on, wouldn't it be easier for someone with more people to express their side's thoughts and attitudes? Shisui looked at Iori blankly. This was a question he had never thought about before. But if you think about it carefully, Yuji's words seem to be completely correct. Is this the root cause of the family becoming like this? But he was also a little confused. He looked at Yuji and asked softly, Senior, why doesn't the clan leader do something? Clan leader? Yuji blinked. That's right, Senior. Shisui nodded seriously. The patriarch is in charge of the family. Since there is such a situation in the clan now, why doesn't he try to do something? That's a good question, Shisui. Haori shrugged, then reached out and patted Shisui on the shoulder. The patriarch can really do something if he can bring together all the voices within the family. By seeking common ground while reserving differences, perhaps the family would become more united, but unfortunately he did not. Maybe he doesn't have the ability to do it, or maybe he doesn't want to do it at all. Why? Shisui didn't quite understand. Isn't it what the patriarch should do to make the family better? You have to try hard even if you don't have the ability, but what if you don't want to do it at all? You are still young, so you may not understand many things. Yuji shook his head and said quietly. For the clan leader, sometimes it's better to have divided factions within the clan than to live in peace and harmony. Both factions in particular have serious problems and are extremely extreme to each other. Are they all extremely extreme? The clan leader's inaction had already made Shisui a little confused, and Yuji's words now made Shisui even more confused. No matter how you look at it, Elder Setsuna is the more extreme one. How come according to Haori, Elder Ju Xin is also extreme? Yeah, they're all extreme. Haori nodded. Elder Setsuna has always believed that Konoha was founded by Uchiha and Senju, but so far there has not been an Uchiha Hokage in Konoha. Moreover, he emphasized that he would do anything for the glory of the family. It is difficult to imagine where the family will go if this continues in the future. Elder Ju Xin advocated a peaceful way to integrate into Konoha, and everything was best solved through communication and negotiation. But Shisui, do you still remember how Konoha and Uegaku negotiated when we were in the Land of Grass? Shisui nodded. He was involved in this action. He naturally knew how intense the confrontation between the two sides was during the negotiation process. To ensure that you are qualified to negotiate and communicate, you must first ensure that you have the strength to make the other party willing to negotiate with you. Haori sighed, and his tone became a little serious. Without the guarantee of force, without the belief to take up arms and fight the enemy when it's time to resist, peace will never be achieved. Elder Ju Xin's idea is not to ensure peace. This is simply an extreme compromise. A great man once said that seeking peace through struggle will lead to peaceful survival, and seeking peace through compromise will lead to peaceful death. No matter where you put this sentence, it will never be outdated in any era. Shisui was completely confused now. He didn't expect that, he just wanted to know why the family was divided. As a result, the answer he got made him a little shocked. How did the family become like this? He now feels as if his belief is about to collapse. Okay, we've talked too much today. Just when Shisui was in a trance, Haori smiled at Shisui. You can take what I say as a joke. I say it casually and you just listen casually. If you have any problems in the future, you need to think more about them, and don't always look at problems based on appearances. Don't just believe what others say, no matter who you are. Senior. Shisui came back to his senses and looked at Yuji, who was about to leave. He hesitated. Then what is the future of the family? Let's see, who knows? Haori shook his head, and then he murmured softly. Maybe in the future, 2 people can change the family. 2. Shisui looked at Iori blankly. That's right. Haori nodded, then pointed at Shisui with his finger, and then pointed at himself. Maybe, one is you and the other is me. Completed the side mission, face Shisui's challenge, defeat him and leave a deep enough impression on him. Get rewards. Chapter 71. Completed the side mission, face Shisui's challenge, defeat him and leave a deep enough impression on him. Get reward, Uchiha Shisui Illusion Talent. Shisui's talent for illusions? When Yuji saw the prompt on his panel, he couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Shisui, Genjutsu? In his memory, if Shisui didn't count the kaleidoscope, his illusion performance didn't seem to have much explanation. Because of his Sharingan, Uchiha always gives people the stereotype of being good at Genjutsu. In fact, not every Uchiha is good at Genjutsu, and the Sharingan is basically used to break Genjutsu in the hands of people who are not good at Genjutsu. The most outstanding thing about Shisui is his speed, otherwise he would not have the name Shunshen Shisui. However, if you take into account his kaleidoscope, Haori had acquired Obito's talent before, and that power of space obviously came from his kaleidoscope. If this is the case, then wouldn't he have a chance to obtain other gods? Even if it is not the full version, the ability of other gods that can instantly cover the dirt and reincarnate, and constantly influence others through chakra, is also excellent. Digest it slowly first, then you can see the results later. Although this meeting with Shisui was somewhat hasty, the result was good anyway. As for the phone call between him and Shisui, to be honest, he wasn't worried. After all, the clan meeting starts in a week, and no one can say what the situation will be like by then. Even if Shisui goes back and talks, the next clan meeting will be a little awkward at best, but it will be different after the embarrassment. When Yuji thought of this, he no longer struggled with these things, and soon he returned home to continue his retreat. His main focus now is to absorb and comprehend the other half of Obito's talent. As for Baiju's arm, he still planned to wait until this incident was over. After all, he is not Obito, the fallen Naruto, and he is not sure whether he is protected by the protagonist's halo. Obito is fine, but there is no guarantee that he will be fine when the time comes. After integrating the family's resources, we can start working on Baiju's cells. In the next few days, Haori basically didn't go out much. Even if Kakashi and Akai came to see him, he didn't choose to go out. Kakashi did make a huge difference, probably because he stepped out of Obito's shadow and didn't kill Lin with his own hands. This means that he has not entered the ANBU until now. Maybe he will not enter the ANBU in the future, right? And Akai was still the same, he looked like he was buzzing, but this time he also changed a lot. In the original work, Akai wants to carry out a mission, but no one is willing to team up with a person who is only good at physical skills. But now, he also has the title of War Hero, which makes his situation much better. Moreover, when Kakashi did not join the ANBU and Lin went to the medical department for a retreat, Kakashi was willing to accompany him on some missions. Even Yamashiro Aoba will go with him. It can be said that their situation has changed dramatically. It's just that Yuri doesn't want to go out, but someone can still call him out, and this person is Uchiha Fugaku. Haori-kun, you are here, Fugaku has been waiting for a long time. When Haori arrived at the clan leader's residence, what surprised him was that the person who greeted him this time was Uchiha Mikoto. Hello, Mrs. Mikoto. Although it was unexpected, Yuji still maintained the proper etiquette, but he also took a look at the patriarch's wife. His main mission is not an ordinary trap, because in addition to he can replace him, there is actually your wife and I will support him. Although Yuji thought about it, this point should not need to be paid attention to. But in order to avoid problems with the task, it would be more appropriate for him to just follow it. As for how to raise it, that can only be discussed later. But this patriarch's wife is not as gentle as she looks. Haori seemed to remember that Uchiha Mikoto was the daughter of a certain elder. The most important thing was that she was an elite ninja with the 3 Megatama Sharingan. It was only after marrying Uchiha Fugaku that she quit fighting ninjas and concentrated on being a housewife. If she really didn't have any strength or ability, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to have such a good relationship with Kushina. We're here, Haori-kun, I'll take my leave now. After casually chatting with Uchiha Mikoto, when they came to the pavilion by the pond, she smiled, bowed slightly and left. Haori-kun, sit down. Uchiha Fugaku also looked very kind, he said while making tea. Haori-kun, you promised to come and have tea with me, but we haven't met until now. Sorry, Mr. Patriarch, I have been looking through the information recently, so I have ignored the time. Yuji shook his head, and he also showed a smile. I would also like to thank the Patriarch for his love. These materials have taught me a lot and been very inspiring. That's good. I'm worried that the information I gave you won't satisfy Haori-kun. Uchiha Fugaku picked up a cup of tea and placed it in front of Haori, and then he said pointedly. After all, I heard that Elder Setsuna also gave Haori-kun a lot of things, and even recommended Haori-kun to participate in the Jonin examination. Haori still remembers Uchiha Setsuna's head-stealing incident. Although being recommended to take the Jonin exam is not a big deal, whoever recommends it speaks volumes. Although Haori only knew a little bit about the details here, he also understood that Uchiha Fugaku might be very unhappy about this matter. Master Patriarch, I only found out after I came back. There was nothing Yuri could do about his dissatisfaction. Anyway, to him, whoever recommended him was the same. He is just curious about one thing now, what does Uchiha Fugaku want to do with him this time? Is it possible that something else will happen to the clan meeting this time? I understand that sometimes many things are beyond our control. Uchiha Fugaku took a sip of tea, then he looked at Haori and said. But there are some things we can prepare early. Elder Setsuna is very caring to Haori-kun. I think Haori-kun also knows Elder Setsuna better, right? Hearing this, Yuji couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What does this mean? Master Patriarch, I actually don't know much about Elder Setsuna, but I know that he is dedicated to Uchiha. After thinking for a moment, he slowly spoke. Elder Setsuna is devoted to Uchiha, I firmly believe this. Uchiha Fugaku's smile faded a little, and he knocked on the table and continued to speak. But this time the clan meeting is a bit special, maybe the attendees will only be elders and the like. I hope everyone can get a satisfactory answer, so naturally you need to know some personal preferences. Haori-kun has now reached the level of 3 Megatama. No one knows whether he can go further in the future. But I have some secrets here. I wonder if you are interested in the secret of Sharingan? After hearing this, no matter how stupid you are, you will understand what Uchiha Fugaku means. It's just that Yuji felt a little unable to complain in her heart. Could it be that the old Voldemort's decision to let his eldest son become a double agent was really a matter of personal preference? But these are not important. Haori got the information from his words that made his eyes shine. This time the clan meeting will only be attended by elders and others. Haori-kun, walk slowly. Mrs. Mikoto, please come back. After leaving the clan leader's mansion, Yuji walked quickly towards his home. Although the meeting with Uchiha Fugaku was not pleasant, thinking about it carefully, he seemed to be like this every time he saw him. Haori is used to it, but this guy seems to be exploding gold coins every time they meet. For the first time, he sacrificed himself, allowing Yuji to complete the previous main plot and gain the ability of extraordinary. The second time, this guy sent a lot of information, which just made up for Haori's lack of foundation. As for now, he directly sent the most concerning message to Yuji. Aside from Obito, Uchiha Fugaku is also a good person. If only the elders participate in the clan meeting, doesn't that mean that if you go in and kill all the people inside, doesn't the task be completed? That's what he thought, but Yuji knew that the security of such a clan would definitely be good. So he still has to do it. As for how to do it, he needs to think carefully about it. Also, I need to think about how to do it as a clan leader. After all, I don't have much public base. It's hard to say whether showing Kaleidoscope will get huge support, because ordinary Uchiha don't know these eyes at all. The most important thing is him, he doesn't want to be targeted by Konoha yet. He can be blown away by Konoha now. In addition to Konoha's own objective factors, there is also the fact that his strength is not as exaggerated as imagined. If he really said to everyone, "I already have a kaleidoscope," maybe the ANBU would start staring at him nervously. It will take some time to show these eyes, such as the Nine Tails incident. The Nine Tails incident will be about a year later, although a year is still a little short for Haori. But no matter what, the time should be enough for him to complete some necessary things. Not to mention understanding Obito's talent, he should have taken action against Baiju Cell. He has enough pupil power, and cooperates with his own kaleidoscope ability to complete the defense against Nine Tails. Then, it is really impossible for Namikaze Minato, who is most likely to kill him at first sight in Konoha, to attack him. After all, we have performed missions together. Defending the Nine Tails is equivalent to saving his whole family. Haori touched his chin. Of course he had another option, which was to let Namikaze Minato die. Maybe, this can completely avoid the possibility of him being killed at first sight. It's just that compared to Namikaze Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen, there doesn't seem to be much comparison. Let's talk about it later, the most urgent task is still in front of us. Shaking his head, Yuji had returned to his home, but he found that the door was unlocked, and he knew that it was Hikaru who had returned. Sure enough, when he opened the door, he found Guang sitting there alone in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. However, Yuji's movement still brought her back to her senses. She nodded to Yuji, "You are back." "Yet." Yuji walked over and looked at her curiously, "What are you thinking about? You are so absorbed." "Just some interesting things I encountered outside." Guang shook his head slightly and replied casually. "Just some fun stuff." Yuji became a little interested. He knew that if he didn't insist on trying to understand and integrate into this world, she might just lock herself up. He has been busy with his own affairs these days, basically letting Guang go out for a walk and get some information. This is also a way to let her get in touch with the world more, and now it seems to be working well. Humans are social animals, and it is actually very difficult to endure being alone for a long time. Even if it was some island survival movies that Haori watched before traveling through time, didn't that guy still hold a volleyball as a friend and talk to him every day? Well, some more interesting things. Just looking at Yuji's eyes, she immediately knew that this guy was becoming curious, so she pursed her lips and changed the topic. "By the way, what are you doing again? You didn't go out when your friends came to see you before, but you went out today." "It's Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader." Seeing that Guang didn't want to talk, Haori simply didn't ask any more questions. Although Guang still looked a little cold now, he was much better than before. Just do it step by step, there is no need for him to try to encourage the growth. "He's looking for you again." Hikaru frowned slightly when he heard Uchiha Fugaku. "He seems to do nothing good every time he comes to you, is it the same this time? Although he has no good intentions with me, I don't suffer any loss every time, so I can rest assured." Haori smiled, and then he simply sat down and briefly talked about what he had talked with Uchiha Fugaku today. Hikari listened carefully, and when Haori finished speaking, she showed a look of disgust. Sure enough, no matter what era the Uchiha clan leader is, he is equally disgusting. Not necessarily so. Yuji smiled awkwardly. If he said this, wouldn't he be scolding himself who would be the leader of the clan in the future? There will always be good clan leaders who come up and want to change the status quo. We can only evaluate whether the clan leader is qualified. Obviously Uchiha Fugaku is unqualified, but it does not mean that others will be unqualified. I always feel like there's something in your words. Guang glanced at Yuri in confusion. You are overthinking, and you have no other intention. You are simply telling a fact. Haori immediately shook his head, even now he couldn't admit it, and he was not sure about Guang's attitude. Fortunately, Hikaru is now the type that is easier to talk to, otherwise Haori himself would have a big head. However, this time I got some very interesting news. What news? In the clan meeting in a few days, the clan leader and all the elders will gather together. I think that time is our best time. Guang was slightly startled when she heard these words, and then she couldn't help but clenched her fists slightly. After waiting for so long, even hundreds of years apart, is this moment finally coming? Hikaru knew that those who had enslaved her were long dead, but the Uchiha family was still there. The descendants of those people back then may still be firmly seated in high positions in the family, and the family today is not much different from the past. I can't deal with you, can't I deal with the same guys as you, or even these guys who are your descendants? Finally coming. Well, it's coming, are you ready? Chapter 72. Why did things turn out like this? In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was holding a pipe in his mouth and looking at the report in his hand. His face didn't look good either. Rumors that Orochimaru was involved in human research began to spread uncontrollably, and in just a few days it seemed that the entire Konoha knew about it. This situation is definitely not what he wants to see. Orochimaru is his disciple after all. Orochimaru carries such a stain, and as a teacher, he is probably even more to blame. Danzo, is that you? The third generation frowned, and the first thing he thought of was Danzo. Because the whole of Konoha has the ability to do all this, and the only person who knows about Orochimaru's involvement in human experiments is Danzo. And he knew better that Danzo had always been full of desire for the position of Hokage. It is very possible for him to work harder for his dream at this point in time. You shouldn't do this. The third generation held the cigarette rod in his mouth in distress, and the entire Hokage's office was already filled with smoke. Although Danzo is also capable of lining up for the top, he really doesn't think Danzo will become a qualified Hokage. Danzo is more suitable to be buried deep underground to deal with things that Konoha cannot do openly and cannot execute at will. Instead of coming to the ground and letting everyone see him. Well, perhaps it was out of debt. After all, Danzo's progress to this point was largely related to the third generation. In the original work, Danzo was not blamed for assassinating the third generation. Perhaps it was because of this sense of indebtedness that he had no intention of blaming Danzo this time. People still have to have dreams, because only with dreams can they be motivated and continue to work hard to do what they should do. But Danzo can never become Hokage, someone must replace Orochimaru. This time for the fourth generation election, there are more people participating in the election than expected and it is more troublesome. Especially the guy Uchiha Fugaku actually had this idea, which made him shake his head. Putting aside the fact that Uchiha Fugaku is not one of his own, he can't even manage his own family well. What qualifications does he have to be Hokage? Hokage-sama. While the third generation was deep in thought, an ANBU suddenly walked in quickly and handed over a document respectfully. What's wrong? The third generation came back to his senses and looked at the ANBU in confusion, but he quickly took the document. Is something going to happen again? He murmured, but he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Sure enough, when he opened the document and took a closer look, his face suddenly darkened. Police Squadron Leader Uchiha Yashiro is missing, and Uchiha suspects Orochimaru is responsible. Are these Uchiha people crazy? The third generation is really angry now. Uchiha is building momentum, gaining sympathy, and giving Orochimaru a hard kick. As for the disappearance of Yashiro Uchiha, whether it was due to concealment of identity or some accident, it is not impossible. Of course, it's not impossible for Danzo to take action. After all, this will make him hate Uchiha even more, and it will also trick Orochimaru, which is a good thing for Danzo. We need to choose a new talent as soon as possible. We can't continue like this. The third generation immediately made a decision. The Uchiha problem can be settled slowly later. The biggest problem at present is the choice of the new Hokage. Although he still feels that it is best to control Konoha by himself. Uchiha Fugaku gave him such a chance, so there was no need for Hayori to be polite to him. Although he still wanted to continue practicing quietly, he also knew that there were still some things that needed to be prepared before taking action. For example, find out some information about these elders and understand their security configuration. To be honest, this high-level meeting only really gave Yuji a huge convenience, because he could actually kill only influential people. The Uchiha family needs to continue to exist. If we really kill all those capable people, this family will suffer. Killing these high-level officials will cut off the continued transmission of their will, which will greatly preserve the remaining elite Uchiha. As for how others should deal with it, it's actually not particularly difficult. Treat guests, behead them, accept them as dogs. Although the words are rough, they never get old. As hardliners, Hayori sent them down to drink tea with these elders. Those who are willing to obey are even those who plan to tolerate it temporarily. As long as these people do not cause damage, Hayori will not be too embarrassed. The Uchiha clan will change. As long as everything goes for the better, the thoughts of these forbearing clan members will slowly change. There must be no mercy when it is time to be ruthless, and you must be able to stop in time when it is time to hold back, so as to win over the support of the majority of people. Of course, if you are really stubborn, I will have enough material to scare the monkeys. In the following time, Uchi began to seriously investigate the past of these elders. After all, being able to sit in this position already shows that they were definitely powerful ninjas in the past. Although under the erosion of time, they may no longer be able to exert their former strength, it is always right to be careful. Moreover, the strength of those who can take on their security responsibilities cannot be underestimated. Haori does not want this operation to become known to everyone. However, this kind of thing is really difficult to investigate. After spending a few days investigating, Haori became a little depressed. Those elders were okay, because their deeds had already become family legends. It is not difficult to understand at all, you can even see it by reading some classics. But the ninjas responsible for their safety are really not that easy to investigate. They are too mysterious. Forget it, it's normal if you can't find them. It's probably enough to understand the situation of these elders. Although he was a little depressed, Haori's mentality was still relatively good, not to mention he also learned a very interesting thing. In recent days, messages about Orochimaru's human experiments in Konoha have been spreading like a volcanic eruption. Not only that, the information that the elite of the Uchiha clan has disappeared and is suspected to have been attacked by Orochimaru also began to spread rapidly. To be honest, when he heard this information, Uchi was also a little confused. This situation seemed to be a little different from what he expected. How come you just skipped over the tribe leader and Dove faction who had done evil things, and ended up with Orochimaru taking the blame? It's just that this situation has good and bad aspects. It is undeniable that Orochimaru took the blame and completely caused Haori to be removed, and no one would have thought of what he had done. But Orochimaru's incident may have already made Konoha's top executives feel numb, and now Uchiha has done something like this. One can imagine how much the three generations now hate Uchiha. Of course, the wind noise outside is so loud now, which is more suitable for Operation Haori. It's just that the difficulty of the finishing work has predictably increased a lot. Thinking of this, Uchi was also a little helpless. If the plan cannot keep up with the changes, there is nothing anyone can do about it. Fortunately, Haori is also used to doing things according to circumstances. The most important thing is that I know some future developments. Looks like I have to pay a visit to Namikaze Minato afterwards. Are you finally going to take action? Haori was making active preparations, while Hikari seemed much more relaxed. She was wandering around the clan alone. During the time she was with Haori, she found that she didn't seem to have much to do, because Haori would take care of anything. And Haori is also a person who keeps his promises. He will do whatever he promised you, even if it is delayed for various reasons. But in Haori's words, this is the most stable and least likely to cause problems. By now, he was basically going to fulfill his promise, to take action against Uchiha. It can be said that Haori is really a reliable and trustworthy person. But there are so many people who think this way. These days, Hikaru has been following Haori's advice and constantly trying to integrate into and understand the family and the village. And in the process, she heard many things about Iori. In the village, everyone was praising him and telling his heroic deeds, which made people feel that he was a reliable person. Moreover, Haori has a lot of friends, and Hikaru got to know all of his friends because he and Haori recently walked together. And she received unexpected kindness. No matter what happened, everyone was happy to help. Such kindness surprised her, and she seemed to learn a lot about the differences between herself and Haori. What gave her a deeper understanding of Haori was within the family, and these were interesting things that she would always recall. Sister Ying, good morning. While Hikaru was thinking, a group of Uchiha children suddenly passed by her. After seeing her, they all shouted happily. Guang didn't seem to react for a while, but soon she nodded slightly. Good morning everyone, are you going to school? Although the emotional fluctuations are not big, she will still respond to a group of children, especially these children who take the initiative to say hello to her. And after staying quietly in Konoha for so long, she has a certain understanding of the world. At least she won't make a fool of herself. Yes. One of the Uchiha children waved slightly and said with a smile. I will work hard and become a great hero like Haori and TCH, just you. Yes, yes. I work harder than you. I am the one who wants to work hard to be like brother Haori. The child's words immediately aroused dissatisfaction among the other children, and for a while they also became quarrelsome. Looking at the scene in front of him, Guang couldn't help but reveal a smile. Although they were a bunch of naughty kids, it didn't make her feel irritated. Perhaps it was the lack of childhood memories that made her yearn for everything in front of her, and even felt that it was all particularly beautiful. However, we can also see from here how much influence Haori has. Even because of his identity as Uchiha Ying, he can only reach the bottom. But with this kind of contact, Guang feels that they are more real. Sister Ying, you and brother Yuji are friends, right? At this moment, a girl who was not involved in the quarrel suddenly asked the light. Of course they are friends. Mom and I often see them walking together. This question immediately attracted the attention of other naughty children, and one of the boys said with a smile. Yes, my father has seen it too. The other girl also nodded, and he said with envy. And I heard that brother Haori seems to take sister Ying with him wherever he goes. It would be great if I could have such an opportunity to get in touch with brother Haori. Hearing this, Guang couldn't help but tilted her head. She found that the naughty children were not so cute sometimes. Yes, our friends. Guang nodded, there was really no point in refuting this matter, and they were indeed friends. Then, Sister Ying, can you tell us something about brother Haori? The girl who asked the question looked at Guang expectantly, but this question made Guang a little helpless. I think it would be better for you to ask your family members about Haori. They may know a lot more than me. Guang really doesn't know as much about Haori as the family members of these children. Because she herself learned about Haori's past through these people. In their words, they watched Haori grow up. From them, Hikari learned many things about Haori's childhood. I know that this guy lost his parents when he was young, that he relied on the help of neighbors when he was a child, and that Haori's campus life is not ideal. In fact, Hikari not only knew about Haori's situation, but also knew about Uchiha Ying's situation. Because when he was learning about these things, an Uchiha aunt said something that made Guang's heart tremble. You have changed a lot, Ying. You used to be taciturn. People wanted to help you, but you always refused. Now we are really happy to see that you have changed under the influence of Haori. Come on, Haori is a rare, trustworthy, and reliable person. Guang herself blushed a little after hearing this, but she also caught an important point. Do these people, even Uchiha Ying, care about them? Although she just borrowed her identity, she also learned what kind of person this girl was through Uchiha Ying's diary. A person who is withdrawn and cold, unwilling to communicate with others about anything, keeps everything in his heart, and can only record it in a diary. Does this kind of person also get everyone's concern? She seemed to understand now why Haori named her Uchiha Hikari. Is that so? The little girl was a little disappointed, but soon she smiled again. I heard that Sister Ying and brother Haori once fought together on the battlefield. I think Sister Ying is also very powerful. So, sister, can you teach us when you are not on a mission? The girl's words immediately made all the naughty children look expectant. With Haori as the kid next door, who wouldn't be eager to make progress? But for children living at the bottom, their parents are probably not talented people, and many of them are orphans. This means that the education they can get almost only comes from ninja schools, or other ninjas value them and teach them. This. Guang was a little embarrassed for a moment when she heard these words, but seeing the expectant eyes of these children, she finally nodded. Okay, if I have time, I will teach you a lesson, but I am very strict. Thank you, Sister Ying. Her words immediately made all the children cheer and cheer. Seeing their happy faces, Guang's heart also fluctuated a little, but at this moment a little girl suddenly took out a piece of candy. Sister Ying, thank you. This candy was given to me by my mother. I hope you like it. I have it here too, I have it here too. Sister Ying, thank you. Looking at the candies handed over by these naughty children, Guang was stunned for a moment, but then she nodded and accepted them one by one with a smile. Okay, go to class quickly. Don't be late. Make sure you study hard. But, I heard that brother Haori seems to be at school. When the naughty children heard Guang's words, they subconsciously murmured, but they still nodded happily. Sister Ying, goodbye. Slow down, bye. Seeing the group of naughty children leaving happily without forgetting to wave goodbye to her, Guang also subconsciously gave her instructions. After all the children left, she lowered her head and looked at the candies in her hands. For a moment, her smile faded and she slowly fell into silence. Shisui, why have you been so restless lately? Is something wrong? In the first courtyard of Uchiha, Uchiha Hisanobu looked at Shisui, who was sitting there and didn't know what he was thinking, and asked. Shisui is a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, and Kagami was once one of them, but unfortunately died young, so Elder Ju Nobu adopted Shisui. Elder Ju Xin has always been serious about Zishui's teachings, because he saw the shadow of the mirror in Zishui's body. Moreover, Shisui's talent is higher than that of Kagami. After all, Kagami has not reached the level of 3 Megatama at this age. Sir Elder, Zisui came back to his senses and bowed slightly respectfully. He also wanted to say something, but when the words reached his lips, he couldn't continue. Let's talk about it. It's not good to keep some things in your heart. Elder Ju Xin sat next to Shisui, and he showed a gentle smile. He was really concerned about Shisui's situation. All right. Zisui hesitated for a moment, and then he said with some anxiety. Sir Elder, I participated in the task of sabotaging negotiations for Kirigakure before, and during the task I had some ideas. Even though there are peace negotiations between the village and Uegakure, they are still fighting with each other. Moreover, the village and Uegakure were able to negotiate, and it was the village that showed great power, which forced Uegakure to sit on the negotiating table. So, I was thinking about some of our concepts. Who said these words to you? Before Shisui could finish speaking, Elder Ju Xin interrupted him directly. Zisui raised his head in surprise, and found that the face of Elder Ju Xin, who was originally full of charity, had become surprisingly angry. His eyes were fixed on Zisui, and this look made Zisui feel a little strange. Forget what you just said. The two were silent for a while, and it took a while before Elder Juxin spoke coldly. I know what you mean, and you understand that your intentions are good, but you never know what we have been through. We don't know Konoha's thoughts and opinions about us. We are not Uchiha Setsuna, let alone Uchiha Madara. Our beliefs will not change, and you who have experienced war should understand the cruelty of war. Do you want to see what happens on the battlefield happen between the family and the village? Listening to Elder Ju Xin's words, Shisui couldn't help but lower his head slightly. It seemed that he was aware of his problem. But now he was even more confused. He was very smart, and he immediately heard from these words that there seemed to be some problems in the family and the village. But he didn't dare to ask any more questions, because Elder Juxin's attitude at this time made him feel strange. And he was also thinking about one thing. The family and the village had problems, and they really needed to sit down and talk. But just like the village and Uegakure, if the family does not have the ability to protect itself, is such a negotiation really feasible? Both of them are too extreme. At this time, Yuji's words appeared in Shisui's ears again, and he also remembered what Yuji said to him. Think more. Don't just believe what others say. Time passed very quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day when the Uchiha clan would open. In these days, Orochimaru's public opinion became increasingly out of control. Although everyone knew about it before, only ninjas dared to discuss it. But now, with Uchiha's crazy misfortune situation, even civilians will discuss it in a low voice. Just from this incident, Yuji also got two pieces of information. The first is that Danzo has not come back yet, because this guy immediately went to support Orochimaru after he came back. Because his roots are gone, he needs to rely on Orochimaru to make a comeback. The second is that Sarutobi Hiruzen is probably not ready to choose Namikaze Minato. After all, Namikaze Minato was a junior. With Jiraiya and Tsunade still there, no matter how he queued up, it wasn't his turn yet. So, after this incident, I have a chance to discuss it with Namikaze Minato. It is difficult to provide help in times of need, but it is easy to add icing on the cake, but the opposite is also true. But these are all things that need to be dealt with later. The most important thing for him now is to deal with Uchiha Fugaku. It's just, what happened to the light? This time, if we want to ensure that nothing unexpected happens, light will be extremely useful. But in recent days, he had become increasingly aware that Guang seemed a little uneasy. This is not a good thing for him. If the chain falls off, it will be a bit troublesome. Are you okay? The moonlight was blurry, and Haori put on a black combat uniform. Looking at Guang but still sitting there in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking, he couldn't help but ask in confusion. Why do I always feel that you are a little uneasy? Can you tell me what you are thinking about? Nothing, just thinking about this action. Guang came to her senses, then she shook her head and stood up. I'm just thinking about tonight's battle. After all, I've been waiting for so long. yet. Yuji glanced at Guang strangely, and he could naturally feel that Guang was not telling the truth. But in the end, he didn't ask any more questions. After all, he could feel Guang's malice and murderous intention towards the senior members of the family. As long as you don't cause any trouble for him at the critical moment, everything will be fine. Okay, please tell me if you have anything. Maybe I can find a way to help you. After all, we are friends. I know, we are friends. Guang nodded slightly, and this time she didn't add another word and a half in her heart. Let's have a good chat after this matter is dealt with. No problem at all. Yuji nodded and had a good chat. It was a good thing for everyone to share their feelings with each other. After all, Haori never thought about destroying the entire family, and now he is also curious about how Haori has integrated into the family and the village. He has been very busy during this period, so naturally he couldn't pay much attention to the situation of the light. Waiting for everything to be decided, we can talk more and find out what she really thinks. Everyone, now that everyone is here, let's start the clan meeting. The moonlight is like a song, inside the Uchiha Nanga shrine. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the old men sitting separately in front of him, and he said in a low voice. He is in a very bad mood now, because this time the clan will definitely be humiliating to him. Avoiding all the clan members who can attend the meeting and interviewing these elders alone means that he has to make more compromises. Family affairs, like politics, are actually an art of compromise. But the gap between active compromise and passive compromise was really too huge, and he had already expected that he would be cut off. And what annoyed him even more was that guy Yuji actually beat him. Although he has realized since the last contact that Yuji is a master who will not let go of the eagle when he sees the rabbit. He will never believe you're alone, he will not do anything until he sees the actual thing. But why is this kid not interested at all in the secret of the Sharingan? Isn't he a smart man? Even if he didn't say it explicitly, he already had 3 Megatama, so the secret that could be told to him must be 3 Megatama and above. Is his vision limited to this? Yuji ignored him, and naturally he didn't get much of the information he wanted from Yuji. He had also tried hard on others, but the information he received gave him a huge headache. This damn old man seems determined to take back Kakashi's Sharingan. Is it really necessary to use the Patriarch's power to force this decision? Although he was scolding these people in his heart, his expression was still very peaceful, but he was secretly thinking about this matter in his heart. But he soon sighed. It would be difficult for doves to accept the use of the patriarchal power on this matter. This group of people were the main force against Madara at the beginning. Now that we've started, let me talk about it first. Uchiha Setsuna was the first to speak. He looked at Uchiha Fugaku and said directly. This clan meeting is in response to the resolution that was not passed at the clan meeting half a month ago. Although I don't want to waste everyone's time, I also have reasons for persisting. The Sharingan is our Uchiha blood and glory, and we cannot accept the leakage of this eye no matter what. No matter what your thoughts are, this is our bottom line, so my proposal remains unchanged. We must take back this eye. This is what we all hope for. We also hope that the Patriarch can make the right judgment. Although Setsuna Uchiha was old, his voice was sonorous and powerful, and his voice began to echo throughout the shrine. We support Elder Setsuna's proposal. And when he finished speaking, the elders who supported him also spoke one after another. Seeing this posture, Uchiha Fugaku frowned. And when he saw that Uchiha Hisanobu had his eyes closed and seemed to be motionless, his face began to look ugly. This is clearly his responsibility. Cutting off the flesh is just cutting off his flesh, and has nothing to do with people like the Dove faction. Although he had expected it, when he actually saw this scene, he was still extremely unhappy. Taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke, Elder Setsuna's proposal is very constructive. We really need to discuss this matter carefully. At this point, he paused slightly, and then continued in a calmer tone. There are just some things that we have to consider from a comprehensive perspective. Especially now at this critical stage of the Hokage election, we cannot make any extraneous matters. Of course, as the clan leader, I need to take care of both internal and external affairs of the clan. Naturally, I will not embarrass my clan over the affairs of the village. Elder Setsuna, I think we should give each other a step back so that we can have a good conversation. When Uchiha Fugaku said this, he almost said just say what you want on his face. Although this was the theme of this clan meeting, he still felt extremely humiliated. Uchiha Setsuna naturally understood the purpose of this clan meeting, and what he was waiting for was Uchiha Fugaku's words. "Master Patriarch, we can really have a good talk," he said with a winner's smile on his face. "We." But before he finished speaking, there was suddenly some movement outside the shrine. And at this moment, the door of the shrine was suddenly opened, and then a black figure appeared outside the door. His back was to the moonlight, making it difficult to see his face clearly, but the scarlet Sharingan eye was particularly eye-catching. "Here we are, right here." The moonlight was shining brightly. In a forest outside the shrine, Haori took Guanjao to look at the shrine bathed in the moonlight. Perhaps this is the family's important place, and many Uchiha ancestors are buried nearby. Therefore, no one lives here. There is only the sound of the autumn wind blowing the branches and the unique chirping of insects in autumn. Everything seems so peaceful. Guang watched all this quietly. At this time, she was no longer confused as before. She has completely recovered to the look she had when she saw Yuji when he just dug her out. Such a speed of change of expression made Haori sigh with emotion as evil old Uchiha ghost, and only hoped that she would not make too much noise. "Get ready to start, but let me tell you in advance not to make too much noise, you know." Yuji thought for a while and finally spoke to remind him. "It's a rare opportunity, they all come together and we can just take them all. But if we want to attract other people to come over and then ask for help from the village, we will be in trouble. Of course, whether the village will come or not is a question. But this does not prevent Haori from talking nonsense. I know, trust me, just like I trust you." Guang nodded. Even if Haori didn't say anything, she wouldn't attract anyone else. "But why don't you deal with these people outside, while I go inside and kill all those guys?" "Because I'm not sure if you kill them, my mission counts." Yuji complained in his heart, but he still smiled and said, "Because I believe you can handle it better than me." "Forget it, I'm too lazy to ask you." Hikaru glared at Haori, then jumped down and walked towards the shrine alone. Yuri also took advantage of this opportunity and quickly rushed towards the shrine from the other side. The speed of light was neither urgent nor slow, and she was adjusting her breath as she walked. Her eyes closed slightly, and chakras slowly began to surge in her body. Who? When she reached the edge of the shrine, a group of people suddenly appeared quietly and blocked her way. "This is the important place of the family. Get out of here quickly, otherwise we will have no choice but to take action." "Do it, wouldn't that be better?" Guang Qingqing replied, and in an instant her eyes were opened, and the three Megatama had become one piece at some point. Weird patterns were reflected in her eyes, and the next moment she disappeared from the place like a ghost. Almost instantly, screams began one after another. When Hikaru took action, Haori had already arrived outside the shrine. Looking at the two Uchiha ninjas who fell to the ground with scarlet eyes, he put the kunao on his back, then opened the door and walked inside. "Are you Yuri?" The lights in the shrine were brightly lit, and Haori's face was gradually visible to everyone with the lights. Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Fugaku both showed astonished expressions. Naturally, they were very familiar with this face. "It's me, elders and clan leaders." Yuji nodded slightly, seemingly harmless. But the screams outside the house were still echoing, and two Uchiha ninjas fell to the ground at the door, bleeding everywhere. But it seemed extremely inconsistent with this scene, and everyone present knew what happened. "Haori, what are you doing?" Uchiha Setsuna looked a little ugly for a moment, he stood up and shouted angrily. "Yuji is his person, and this matter has not been authorized by him. Of course I'm doing what I'm supposed to do." Yuji shook his head slightly and closed the door casually. Looking at the elders in front of him who were all looking at him with sullen expressions, he spoke calmly. "Although I don't want to come to this point, it is a pity that the development of the situation sometimes does not go as expected. Something has to change, and for that to change someone has to step up. So sorry, I stood up." Haori's words were basically equivalent to a declaration of rebellion, which made Uchiha Setsuna's expression even more ugly. Because even after Yuji's death, he still couldn't deal with this matter properly. Although Haori has talent and a certain degree of strength, he is too arrogant. Talented people often emerge, but whether the talent can be realized has always been a huge problem. For such an arrogant person, no matter how talented he is, everything is just empty talk. Moreover, Yuji's actions had an unimaginable impact on him. How could he bear it? "I'm very disappointed in you, Haori." Uchiha Setsuna almost gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, he was really furious. "You have completely gone to the point of no return, and you and others involved in this operation will pay a heavy price. From now on you are no longer a family hero, your name will only be nailed to the family's pillar of shame. Sorry, that happened after I lost. Yuji shook his head slightly, but his eyes were looking around without leaving any trace. Who can tell clearly now who wins and who loses? Let me break your unrealistic fantasy. Uchiha shouted angrily, and he waved his hand. Kill him and stop this farce. As soon as he finished speaking, a black figure suddenly appeared behind Yuji. The ninja sword in his hand emitted a cold light, and he slashed at Yuji's head. Ding! However, Haori seemed to have realized it early. The kunai he carried in his hand instantly flipped over, blocking the sneak attack of the ninja sword almost instantly. The next moment, the huge chakra in his body suddenly burst out, and his eyes instantly met the sneak attacker. This guy's body can obviously be seen slightly stiff, and Haori's kunai has quietly been wiped from his neck. Blood instantly overflowed from the ninja's neck. The ninja covered his neck with his hands and kept retreating, and finally fell to the ground. You! Uchiha Setsuna's face was a little stunned, and the other elders seemed not to have expected such a scene. The person who can serve as their guarding ninja is definitely not a simple existence. But when such a person faced Yuri, he fell under the illusion just by looking at her. What on earth is going on? Don't be so surprised, Elder Setsuna. However, Haori's expression remained unchanged. He shook off the blood of Kunui, but looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who had been silent. Master Patriarch, didn't you say you wanted to tell me a secret about the Sharingan? Yes, I once had this idea. Uchiha Fugaku nodded solemnly, he already had an ominous premonition in his heart. Actually, the secret you want to tell me is probably the 3 Megatama eyes, right? The sounds from the outside world remained the same, but Haori's voice echoed in the shrine. At the same time, the 3 Megatama in his eyes suddenly began to rotate rapidly. In everyone's astonished eyes, these 3 Megatama spun faster and faster, and finally connected into one piece. A cold, dark, and destructive atmosphere filled the entire shrine at this moment, and Yuji looked at everyone indifferently. I'm sorry, I have known this secret for a long time. But I want to ask you one thing tonight, please appreciate the power of these eyes. Do it. Kill him quickly. He betrayed the Uchiha clan. The moment they saw these eyes, all the elders panicked. They opened their Sharingan eyes one after another and shouted orders. Suddenly, the ninjas hiding in the shrine and responsible for personal protection appeared instantly. At this moment, countless kunai were shot at Haori's face. Chapter 73. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing these kunai coming towards him, Haori immediately moved. The kunai in his hand turned into a phantom and quickly flew away one by one, and he was observing everyone with his peripheral vision. He has no intention of letting go of anyone who appears here tonight. That's why he turned on the kaleidoscope in the first place. He had no intention of holding back. Ding, ding, ding. The sharp and harsh sound caused by the impact of the kunai continued to pass through the room. When the kunai was cleared by him, he immediately rushed forward. Although it was a pity that he did not get the information about these guarding ninjas, he still understood the principle of defeating the Jukai with one force. The only person who needs attention is Uchiha Fugaku, and the biggest trouble and opponent tonight is only this clan leader. Take action, protect the elders and clan leaders, and kill this traitor. No command was needed at all. When they saw Yuji rushing over, they immediately launched an attack on Yuji. But they were also a little nervous. As the guardian ninja of the elders, they had also heard about the legendary eyes of the family. But even if they are afraid, they are still determined to do it now. Too slow. Looking at the sweeping ninja sword, Haori just turned sideways to avoid the sword. When other ninjas attacked, the kunai in his hand penetrated directly through this ninja's chest. I'll lend you my ninja sword. Picking up the ninja's sword, he turned around and dodged another ninja's attack. And the moment he was dodging, the ninja sword quietly passed through the ninja's abdomen, causing blood to flow out. But before the ninja fell to the ground, the ninja sword in Haori's hand was already dancing rapidly, and another ninja's throat was slit by him. In just a few breaths, the smell of blood in the shrine began to get stronger. His eyes were constantly observing quickly, and he knew almost everyone's movements clearly. Moreover, his left eye was also slowly rotating, and a special power continued to spread throughout his body. I didn't expect that the power of Kanabi would be so effective when used in physical arts. The moment the battle started, Haori had already used the pupil technique. If it weren't for dealing with Uchiha Fugaku, he might even have activated Sage Mode now. When the effect of Konobi acts on Taijutsu, the level difference of the Sharingan is superimposed. And due to limited space, no one dared to use ninjutsu easily. The effect caused by Haori at this time can be called a massacre. Even these guarding ninjas have Sharingan, and their fighting skills are not weak. But facing Haori, they didn't even dare to look at each other, and Haori's speed was already very fast, and now it was even more outrageous. And Haori's strength has also been enhanced, even though every move he makes seems so light. But once it falls on a person, it will be fatal and serious injuries. Especially the habit he developed on the battlefield, he just follows the vital points. Didn't you expect that at this time, you would see these eyes again? Damn it, there's a gap in the eyes, there's a gap in insight, and this kid is too fast. They don't even dare to look into this kid's eyes. The impact is too great. Hurry up and find a way to call for reinforcements. We can't let this traitor continue to be arrogant. Seeing this scene, each of these elders gritted their teeth. After all, these guard ninjas are elites of the family and have been carefully trained by them. Now these people are being slaughtered by Uji, how do they accept this? Moreover, Yuri's location blocked the door, making it impossible for them to get out. Looking at Uji's figure that looked like a butterfly wearing flowers, the fear in their hearts kept rising. Although times have changed and the positions of the elders are constantly changing, there are still some old people here. These old people have seen Uchiha Madara's power, and even after so many years, they cannot forget it. And looking at Haori now, for some reason they all thought of Madara in the past. This is different from what I thought. Uchiha Setsuna couldn't help but murmured in a low voice at this time. He thought that Haori's talent was very high, so he had the idea of cultivating Haori's bond. This is used to test whether Haori has a chance to obtain the power of the kaleidoscope. Now it seems that his original judgment was completely correct, Haori does have talent. But, why does this kid have these eyes now? Could it be that Yashiro? Suddenly, Uchiha suddenly thought of that guy Uchiha Yashiro. Haori once said that he was attacked by Yashiro, but Yashiro later retreated. After Yashiro disappeared, it was not that he had not doubted Haori, but he felt that Haori did not have that strength. Now it seems that he was wrong, and he even wonders, did Yashiro do something to open Haori's eyes? And because he knew Yashiro's identity, he took revenge here? Ah! However, just as he was thinking, another guarding ninja screamed, and a kunai was nailed to his chest. Haori glanced at the ninja indifferently, and his figure moved again. There are only a few of those guarding ninjas left now, and his efficiency is astonishingly high. That's enough, stop. But at this moment, Uchiha Fugaku shouted angrily. He stood up, his eyes turned scarlet, and he stared at Yuri. Haori, you are going too far, these are your people. But his words didn't seem to have any effect. Haori's speed remained the same, and he quickly headed towards the few remaining guarding ninjas. The ninja sword flew rapidly in his hand. Even if these people could not hold the sword firmly and did not escape, they still fulfilled their duties. But his behavior also completely angered Uchiha Fugaku. I told you, stop. Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku stood up, and the three Megatama in his scarlet eyes began to rotate rapidly. In just an instant, his eyes turned into a kaleidoscope with complicated patterns. Lord Clan Chief. These elders had long retreated to the innermost side because of the sudden outbreak of fighting. At this time, they all saw the changes in Uchiha Fugaku. The expressions on their faces were particularly wonderful at this moment. They really didn't expect that this somewhat incompetent patriarch could hide so deeply. What exactly is going on? Especially Uchiha Setsuna, he was probably feeling the deepest at this time. In his opinion, Uchiha Fugaku was just an incompetent clan leader, and Haori was just one of his talented subordinates. But these two people actually hide such strength. What is going on in this world? Can't help it. Haori also felt the terrifying aura of Uchiha Fugaku spreading, and he slightly adjusted his state with a slight movement of his mind. After maintaining the state of being able to turn on Sage Mode at any time, he completely ignored Uchiha Fugaku. Buzz! The sword light was bright, and there were bursts of soft roars in the air. With blood splattering everywhere, the few remaining guarding ninjas fell under his sword. At this moment, Yuji's figure turned around, and he rushed towards an elder standing on the outermost edge like a ghost. Damn it! Uchiha Fugaku and the elder both changed their expressions. Uchiha Fugaku quickly rushed out to stop Haori's violence. Ah! However, Yuji's speed was obviously faster than he expected. In the blink of an eye, the elder was covered in blood. At this moment, the chill in the hearts of all the elders had reached its extreme. Although he had been mentally prepared, he really saw that Haori attacked them without hesitation. This feeling is completely different. The moon and stars are sparse tonight, and the October autumn wind is blowing constantly. In the forest behind the family mountain, Uchiha Itachi sorted out the kunao scattered on the ground, and then walked towards his home. Although he is still young, because of Uchiha Fugaku's strict requirements. In addition, he has been on the battlefield a long time ago and has seen the cruelty of war, so he has high requirements for himself. After all, he doesn't want to disappoint his father, at least that's what he thinks at this stage. It seems that training was a little late today. Looking at the sky, Uchiha Itachi frowned, but he soon shook his head. But fortunately, father seems to be attending the clan meeting tonight, so it's not a big problem to be late. Itachi had no interest in the family clan meeting at all, because he encountered something recently. And this incident also transformed his heart. After returning from the battlefield, he has been thinking about the meaning of life. But Lord Orochimaru told him, it doesn't make any sense. A meaningless life gave him a crazy idea, but when he actually jumped off the cliff and was awakened by a crow, he seemed to understand something. Life is meaningful and no one wants to die. Perhaps based on this idea, he began to hate war in his heart, because war always deprives countless lives of people. With such a seed in his heart, even if it has not sprouted yet, he still has many different ideas. It's just that he didn't talk to his parents about this kind of thing, because he kept his father's words in mind. Learn to think for yourself. He has buried these things in his heart, and he will come up with an answer on his own. Suddenly, Uchiha Itachi was walking, and suddenly he noticed something moving in the distance. That direction seems to be Nanhi Shrine. The clan meeting seems to be held there. Uchiha Itachi stopped. After thinking for a moment, he simply walked towards a nearby hill. The shrine is an important place for the family, especially now that a clan meeting is being held. Even if he is the son of the clan leader, he cannot approach it without permission. This is this. However, when he came to the hill and overlooked the shrine in the distance, he was completely confused. Who are you and why do you do this? Outside the shrine, Hikari looked at the few remaining Uchiha ninjas with scarlet eyes. Under the moonlight, her eyes with strange patterns looked so weird. The surviving Uchiha ninjas were now frightened, and they were completely stunned by the light. Guang looks a little weak and young, but she has a strength that is completely inconsistent with her appearance. Her physical skills are extraordinary, her eyes are particularly weird, and her illusions are beyond everyone's understanding. No matter who is in contact with her eyes, they will be defeated without any resistance. No matter how far away, as long as someone dares to release a signal flare to ask for help, or wants to use ninjutsu to attract the attention of others, you will be immediately controlled by the illusion, or even die directly from the illusion. Since they were responsible for guard duty, they naturally did not bring detonating talismans. Who is this person and what kind of power is this? Compared to the fear and timidity of these people, Guang seemed particularly calm, although she also felt a little uncomfortable in her eyes. After all, in order to ensure the smooth operation of Haori, she did not restrict her use of the kaleidoscope ability. What's more, even if tonight is revenge, she won't hold anything back. I'm just an avenger, that's all. Guang said calmly, and the kaleidoscope in her eyes began to rotate again. She had to continue to speed up because she was not sure what the situation was like on Haori's side. Boom! But at this moment, a violent roar suddenly sounded, and fire appeared from Nanga Shrine and shot straight into the sky. Looking at the fierce fire, Guang couldn't help but tilt his head. She seemed to remember someone saying that she should keep a low profile tonight. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Looking at the elder who was lying in a pool of blood, his eyes were still wide open and he seemed to be unwilling to die. Uchiha Fugaku stopped and his expression became even more ugly. The anger, which was as real as a substance, had been firmly locked on Yuji. As a clan leader, having his clan members killed in front of him was beyond the limit of his tolerance. Of course I heard it. Haori also stopped temporarily. Looking at Uchiha Fugaku, he suddenly smiled, and his next words immediately changed everyone's expressions. But Lord Patriarch, isn't everything I did what you wanted? What Uchiha Fugaku wished for? When these elders heard these words, their faces instantly became paler, and they spread out slightly involuntarily. This made perfect sense because they knew exactly how they had treated the patriarch. Moreover, this clan leader has met Uchi several times, so it's hard to say whether there is something else in it. Don't listen to his nonsense. Uchiha Fugaku's face turned black, and Haori's nonsense was really killing him. How could I be mean? Before Uchiha Fugaku finished speaking, he saw Haori suddenly speeding up, the ninja sword in his hand blooming with cold light, and it was already slashing towards his neck in an instant. Although such a sudden attack made Uchiha Fugaku angry, it also made him slightly relieved. Haori took action against him, which also meant that he and Haori were not the same person, although he was also thinking about what Haori just said. But thinking about it, his reaction speed was also extremely fast. Under the gaze of the kaleidoscope, he could clearly see Yuri's attack route. Even though he couldn't match his speed, he still avoided Yuri's attack by turning sideways deftly. At the same time, a kunai quickly appeared in his hand and stabbed Yuji's chest hard. Uchiha Fugaku can clearly see the trajectory of Haori's actions, and Yuri can also clearly see his trajectory. The moment the kunai was about to hit Haori, he quickly turned sideways and grabbed Uchiha Fugaku's wrist. And at the same time, the ninja sword in his right hand suddenly deflected at a strange angle. The blade did not go towards Uchiha Fugaku, but it directly attacked an elder on the side. Damn you! The elder's expression changed greatly, but he was once a famous ninja. Even though he was older, he would never forget his past skills easily. He almost subconsciously made the most correct defensive posture. But he had just set up his stance, and Haori's ninja sword had already cut through his throat. Even Uchiha Fugaku couldn't keep up with Haori's speed even though he had a kaleidoscope. He only relied on insight to make predictions in advance. San Magadama has no such insight. After the attack was successful, Yuji accelerated again and rushed towards the group of elders. The fight lasted only for a short time, but he also observed the clan leader's speed. Even if he can't keep up with me without using Kanabi, and he doesn't dare to use ninjutsu, then I won't be polite. After experiencing the baptism of the battlefield, Haori knew exactly how to beat up the drowned dog, and now was naturally the best time. Although it is very likely that after his reminder just now, Uchiha Fugaku also had the idea of killing these elders on his own. But this is a good thing, he can be more unscrupulous. In an instant, Yuji's blade turned and pointed at an elder again. Run away! Due to the huge gap in Sharingan and the strength gap caused by body functions, these elders could not block any of Haori's attacks. No matter how hard they resisted, the effect was not even as good as those of the guarding ninjas. At this moment, they were in complete despair. They were no longer the aloof elders they usually were. They were just a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Even Setsuna Uchiha's face was pale now, but the strange thing was that he didn't move, he just stood there quietly watching everything. Apart from him, the elder of the Dove faction, Uchiha Hisanobu, did not move. No matter how ugly his face was, he did not flee like the others. The screams were endless, echoing with the sounds outside the shrine. Soon, only 4 people were left alive in the entire shrine, and the others all fell in a pool of blood. You two can stop your performance. Just when Haori's blade was turning and he was about to send these 2 people on their way, Uchiha Setsuna suddenly whispered. He has closed his Sharingan, as has Uchiha Hisanobu on the side. Winner or loser, both of them knew their fate. In their opinion, facing the encirclement and suppression by 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes, they have no chance. It's just that there is some regret and resentment in their eyes. They regret that they didn't see through these 2 people and resent their current outcome. When Yuji heard these words, he also glanced at Uchiha Fugaku who had stopped behind him, and he simply stopped. Although the battle was not long, he continued to use the pupil technique to enhance himself. Even though his increase is not strong, the consumption on him is not small. The consumption of kaleidoscope is really no joke. He would be happy if he could relax a little. However, what these 2 people said made him a little unhappy. You are too self-righteous and take yourselves too seriously. Haori shook his head slightly, and he glanced at Uchiha Fugaku with some amusement. This patriarch and I are really not the same person, he just made a temporary decision. To be honest, I am really disappointed. Since I came here, you have been suspicious, even now. Under your leadership, the same is true for the family. Both of you take yourself too seriously and never think about whether there is something wrong with you. Our patriarch has strength but no courage, and has kept the family in a state of internal strife from beginning to end. Such a family has no future, or in other words, under the leadership of a group of insects like you, how can the family have a future? Yuji's words were equivalent to scolding these three people, but the three of them seemed a little speechless at this moment. They had been thinking about the reasons for Haori's rebellion for a long time, but they never expected such a result. What he said before was actually true. It's time to hit the road. Haori heard the sounds outside the shrine getting quieter, and he knew it was Hikari who was about to end the battle. Then he can't fall behind, and he has recovered a lot at this time and can continue. The patriarch and the elders had different opinions, and they even got into trouble because of the issue of Yashiro Uchiha. Therefore, the two sides fought fiercely and eventually died together. Fortunately, neither of them would be lonely on the road to hell. I won't let the other elders wait for a long time, it will be very rude. Without any warning, Yuji suddenly rose up, and his blade was already heading towards the critical points of the two of them. You can't succeed this time. However, what surprised Haori was that Uchiha Fugaku also moved at this moment. He was as fast as lightning, exactly like how Haori had been when he hunted the other elders. His kunao instantly blocked Haori's ninja sword. The complex kaleidoscope pattern rotated slowly, and Haori, who was staring at him, spoke indifferently. You are right, even at the critical moment we are suspicious of each other, which is really not good. But after tonight's experience, I think everyone understands what to do, and I must thank you for this. But attacking the clan meeting, massacring clan members, and killing elders is an unpardonable crime for you. You'd better stay tonight, but now, I'll let you see the unity of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku's sudden move shocked both elders, but at this moment they both knew what to do, and the two immediately shouted. We vow to advance and retreat together with the clan leader. I'll drag this traitor with you, and you guys can break out immediately. It's not convenient to use it here. Uchiha Fugaku got what he wanted. He immediately hit Haori hard and spoke without looking back the next moment. Don't hurt everyone's bodies, they are all heroes. After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku pressed closer and pressed against Haori instantly. It sounds so high-sounding, but the reality is that the two of them are like defeated dogs with their backs broken. It's better for you to use them. Haori looked at Uchiha Fugaku mockingly. It seemed that his words had the opposite effect, but in fact, even if he didn't tell the clan leader, he would not let him attack these two people. These two people lead the two major factions of the family. Once these two people are honest and sincere, the benefits to the clan leader are immeasurable. What's more, Haori killed so many elders, and Uchiha Fugaku could fill these vacant positions with his own people. To put it bluntly, this is another Game of Thrones. It seems strange that there are so many power struggles in a world of extraordinary powers. But in fact, except for people at the level of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who is not wallowing in the mud, no one can arbitrarily transcend the framework of the rules. Those who cannot adapt and are self-righteous will be eliminated sooner or later. Fire Release, the Art of Fire Dragon. Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Hisanobu immediately formed a seal, and the violent flames instantly headed towards the roof of the shrine. Boom! Along with a roar, a big hole was instantly blasted above the shrine. The fire shot into the sky, and the moonlight also shone in through the big hole. You're going to lose, Yuri. Uchiha Fugaku continued to respond to Haori's attacks, and the two of them had let go. Amidst the flash of swords and shadows, the sound of metal clashing continued, but Uchiha Fugaku was a little uncomfortable being suppressed. Haori's speed is too fast, and his strength is really not weak, even if he deals with it, it is not easy at all. However, after he noticed the two elders leaving the shrine with his peripheral vision, he spoke indifferently while holding Haori's ninja sword. You have these eyes, and so do I, which means you cannot do what you want to do. It's a pity that you, a genius, could have become the most important member of the family, but now you are destined to be a loser. Loser. Yuji shook his head slightly, and in an instant, an aura full of natural charm suddenly appeared on his body. A faint purple eyeshadow appeared in the corner of his eyes, and his eyes quickly rotated at this moment. Under Uchiha Fugaku's astonished eyes, Haori shook his head and said with a half-smile. Let's talk about it after I lose. Hurry up, hurry up. Uchiha Itachi sped up and rushed here. On the hill in the distance, he had already seen someone fighting at the shrine. But the distance was too far and he couldn't see clearly at all, but he knew something big must have happened. So he made a decision to come for reinforcements. I don't know if he didn't trust other tribesmen at all, or if he really believed in what he could do, so he didn't go back and report immediately. He kept moving forward alone under the guidance of the moonlight, but as he was on his way, he suddenly saw a ball of fire appearing at the shrine in the distance. How is this going? Uchiha Itachi was stunned for a moment, and his steps could not help but pause a little, but soon he gritted his teeth and continued to speed forward. But the closer he got, the more he seemed to smell a smell that was familiar to him, the smell of blood. The thick smell of blood, accompanied by the blowing autumn wind, has spread towards the surrounding forest. It seems like it's really bad. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth. His father was still inside. His feelings for his father are quite complicated, and I am afraid that the awe in his heart is greater than the feeling of family affection. Because Uchiha Fugaku has always been a rigid person in his heart, and he is not an easy person to get along with. But no matter what, that was his father, the person who taught him many principles. As Uchiha Itachi got closer, the thick smell of blood became stronger and stronger. And when he came to the edge of the shrine, he suddenly saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. In the Nanga shrine, which was shrouded and blocked by the flames, he saw his father lying in the sea of fire. The flames were spreading and engulfing him, and further away, there seemed to be two figures that he couldn't see clearly performing fire escape. The violent flames ignited the entire shrine and swallowed up everything. This is this. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Itachi couldn't help clenching his fists, but strangely, he was not swallowed up by anger at this time. He quietly hid in the bushes and just watched everything quietly from a distance. He remembered what his father had taught him. As a ninja, he needed to be calm and never be impulsive. Once impulsive, it is easy to cause huge problems. Did someone murder my father? Uchiha Itachi murmured in a low voice. His eyes flickered slightly at this moment, and a strange power was gathering in his eyes. And with the gathering of this power, he found that he seemed to become calmer. The calmer he became, the clearer his thinking became, and the words Uchiha Fugaku taught him appeared again in his mind. Learn to think for yourself. He really needs to think about this for himself, because he has decided not to tell anyone what he saw. This matter cannot be spread easily. Uchiha Itachi quickly analyzed and said that he had decided that he would investigate this matter himself. He didn't trust others. The person who did it was probably someone from the family. He absolutely couldn't take this risk. Once word gets out, I'm afraid it will alert others and make it difficult to investigate. And if those who do it dare to attack my father, then if they are angered, they may also attack my mother. Thinking of this, Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth. Maybe he would regret why he didn't seek help from his clan members as soon as possible after discovering the problem. If he could bring others with him, he might be able to intercept the two killers. But at this time, he couldn't think too much, and he wouldn't think about this problem. Glancing at the blazing flames again, he finally left here quietly, as if he had never appeared before. Let's wait until I lose. The moment he finished speaking, Yuji's power seemed to suddenly increase to a new level. Uchiha Fugaku only felt a huge force coming towards him, which was difficult for him to resist. What's even more frightening is that Haori's speed seems to have been improved again. This made him who could barely cope with it at first, but now he couldn't do any counterattack at all. Boom! The difference in speed caused him to lose ground in physical skills. Even if he could block Haori's ninja sword, he could not block other attacks. And Haori also seized the opportunity, taking advantage of the gap in his defense to suddenly kick him in the stomach. He was instantly in pain, and his body flew out uncontrollably. Then he slammed into the door of the shrine. The door was smashed almost instantly, and he flew out of the shrine. What's going on? What kind of technique is that? He endured the abdominal pain and stood up quickly, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and making a precaution, but there was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. He had been observing Yuji for a long time and had collected a lot of information, but this information seemed worthless at this moment. Because Yuri's power is really far beyond his imagination. Is this improvement the power of kaleidoscope? Didn't this guy go all out before? Uchiha Fugaku thought quickly in his mind, although he didn't understand why the eye shadow still appeared in the pupil technique. But now he has no time to care, that kind of physical skills is really beyond his ability. Since you are strong in physical skills, then I will use ninjutsu, which can attract other people to you. It will also be a good preparation. The moment he saw Haori's figure coming out of the shrine, he quickly jumped back and threw the kunao in his hand towards Haori. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and a huge fire dragon spurted out of his mouth. Fire release, dragon fire technique. The fire dragon roared and attacked Uchi fiercely, but Uchi just raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. Immortal technique, dragon fire technique. To deal with ninjutsu, he also adopted the simplest way, using the same ninjutsu to deal with it. It's just that what he uses is not an ordinary jutsu, but a ninjutsu that increases the power of the pupil technique and injects natural chakra at the same time. Boom! The two fire dragons suddenly collided in the sky, but Uchiha Fugaku's fire dragon could not hold on for even a second. In an instant, his fire dragon was swallowed up, and Uchi's fire dragon rushed toward him crazily. The ninjutsu is so strong, what's going on with this guy? Uchiha Fugaku was a little distracted. Could it be that Hayori's pupil technique can not only increase physical skills, but also ninjutsu? For some reason, he thought of a terrible person in his mind. No one knows what skills that person possessed back then, but whether it was ninjutsu or taijutsu, that person was unparalleled in the world. We can't go on like this. It seems we have to find an opportunity to use my technique to decide the outcome. Uchiha Fugaku jumped quickly and avoided the ferocious fire dragon, and made a decision secretly in his heart. His pupil technique must be completed by looking at each other. As long as this technique is handled properly, this battle will definitely end. The fire dragon rushed to the ground and instantly turned into a sea of fire. The fire immediately ignited everything around the shrine. The entire shrine has been completely enveloped in flames. Are you the Uchiha clan leader? Uchiha Fugaku carefully avoided the flames, while secretly preparing the pupil technique, and waiting for Hayori's attack. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. Almost at this moment, a huge sense of crisis suddenly appeared in his heart. He quickly turned around and saw a girl looking at him indifferently. And in this girl's eyes, there is also a pair of strange kaleidoscopes. How can this be? Uchiha Fugaku screamed in his heart. He suddenly felt that he seemed a little too unfamiliar to the family. When did a pair of kaleidoscopes appear in the family? What happened to this family? It seems that you are the leader of the Uchiha clan, then. The girl whispered softly, and instantly the kaleidoscope in her eyes began to rotate slightly, and the weird chakra instantly invaded Uchiha Fugaku's brain. In an instant, the heaven and earth changed, and everything in the world turned black and white at this moment. Only the moon in the sky turned into the scarlet kaleidoscope in this girl's eyes at this moment. This is my technique? No, this is Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Fugaku was the clan leader after all. When he saw this scene, he immediately made a conclusion. And this girl's figure also appeared in this black and white world. She looked at Uchiha Fugaku and frowned slightly. You can actually resist to this extent. It seems that your pupil technique has similar abilities to Tsukuyomi. Who are you and why do you want to attack me? Uchiha Fugaku shouted urgently. His consciousness was locked in Tsukuyomi, but his body was still facing the threat of Hayori. I am the patriarch of the family. We can discuss any issues. Why do you want to help Yuji rebel? You've made a mistake about something. It's not that I helped him rebel, but... Light shook her head slightly and she said softly. As my friend, he is helping to avenge you. Revenge. Uchiha Fugaku felt cold inside, he really didn't know what was happening. He wanted to continue asking, but the girl didn't give him a chance to speak. Yes, revenge. Ever since you forced me to change my name to unnamed Uchiha, the seeds of hatred have been sown. Although time has passed, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Goodbye, current Uchiha clan leader. As the girl's voice fell, Uchiha Fugaku felt extreme pain at this moment. The space changed, the black and white world began to collapse, and everything returned to color at this moment. But when Uchiha Fugaku came to his senses completely, he saw that Hayori had appeared in front of him. A ninja sword had already penetrated his body and passed through his chest. You guys! Uchiha Fugaku opened his mouth slightly and wanted to say something, but now he could no longer say a complete sentence. What on earth did you do? Setsuna Uchiha and Hisanobu Uchiha were also lying nearby dying at this time, and they took the lead to leave the shrine. But after coming to the outside world, all they saw were corpses on the ground and a girl who also had a kaleidoscope. The reason why they were not dead at this time was entirely because Hayori's side came out, and Hikari didn't have time to take any cruel measures. Didn't you say not to make too much noise? Why is it like this now? Guang ignored the so-called clan leader and the two elders, and looked at Yuji. Although I accidentally made some noise, it's not a big deal. Yuji shook his head, and he formed several shadow clones immediately with his hands, and then continued to speak. After all, someone will know about this matter sooner or later. It's just a matter of time. Now is just the right time. So, what's next? Next. Haori saw that the shadow clones had dispersed, he nodded slightly towards the light, and then looked at Uchiha Fugaku and the others. After a while, he spoke calmly. Everyone, it's time to hit the road. Finally he finished writing this paragraph. In fact, he really had no intention of filling it in. For example, if Hikaru wants to be different from Haori, there must be a transformation process. And after Haori killed Uchiha Fugaku, there were a series of changes in the follow-up. He naturally had to have a logic for doing things. Although I really wanted to omit it, but if I didn't write it and let everyone guess, I felt that it would be a failure, so I wrote it anyway. Chapter 74. Late at night. A series of swift figures bathed in the cold moonlight, jumping quickly among the trees in the forest. These figures all look so urgent, but their destination is only one, and that is Nanga Shrine, which is already wrapped in blazing flames. Damn, how could this happen? Don't be stunned, hurry up and rescue. Damn it, get some water escape ninjas over here. The Uchiha ninjas who arrived first were already enduring the choking smoke and began to try to put out the fire. But this raging flame is not easy to extinguish at all, and Uchiha is better at setting fires than putting out fires. Without any water escape ability, they are really helpless in dealing with the current situation. In fact, even if a ninja with powerful water escape ability comes, he may not be able to extinguish these flames for a while. Because among these flames, there are still many black flames hidden. It's just that they are hidden behind the flames, and the fire is so big that no one can get close easily. And these flames lost control and began to wither slowly. All the ninjas who came over were busy, and no one noticed this. This fire is really big. While everyone was busy, Haori and Hikaru had already changed their clothes and came here again as if nothing had happened. Although it was a bit like the Conan drama, the suspects always came back after committing crimes, but Haori didn't pay much attention. Even looking at the blazing flames, he suddenly made a joke without taking it too seriously. When Hikaru next to him heard this, he couldn't help but glared at Yuri. How can this fire not be too big? After all, they set it with their own hands. What happened tonight? Yuji had long defined as the clan leader and the elders were dissatisfied with each other, and eventually an armed fight broke out, and everyone died together. Of course, a definition is a definition, and if you really want to check it, you can definitely find something. The Sharingan's exploration of details is terrifying. If you want to avoid being discovered, the best way is to destroy the entire scene. Not only the scene, but also the people had better be burned to ashes. After all, these people don't have eyes anymore. Uchiha Fugaku also helped Haori during his lifetime. He asked Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Hisanobu not to destroy the body. It sounds nice, and its purpose is also to recover the Sharingan later. Every Sharingan is priceless, especially with the technique of Izanagi. Every Sharingan is equal to an opportunity for resurrection. If Uchiha Fugaku could do it, Haori would naturally do it too. With the efforts of the shadow clone, he got all the Sharingan as quickly as possible, and then they lit the place on fire and left safely. And in order to ensure that no major problems would occur, Hikaru simply used Amaterasu to ensure that there would be absolutely no traces on these corpses. Don't look at me like this matter has nothing to do with us. Haori noticed Hikaru's eyes, he smiled before lowering his voice and said. Also, are your eyes okay? Not particularly good. Guang was silent for a moment after hearing these words, then shook his head and said. Maybe it's used too frequently, and it was used a lot in the past, but now it has some impact on the line of sight. But didn't you say there was a solution? Well, it does. Yuji nodded slightly, and he was also guessing about the condition of Guang's eyes. In fact, it was similar to what he thought. After all, there was not much restraint in using the pupil technique. It had already been shown before in the Land of Grass, and in tonight's battle she made sure that no one used ninjutsu or sent flares. It is very likely that there are some other abilities to be named, and this ability is probably an illusion. Haori had noticed when fighting Uchiha Fugaku that this guy might have to use pupil technique. But in the end, he was directly controlled by Hikari's pupil technique, and was stabbed through the chest by Haori without any chance of fighting back. To achieve this effect, after thinking about it, Haori thought that only Genjutsu could do it. Could it be that Guang has abilities similar to Tsukuyomi? If that's the case, wouldn't she be equal to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke? But in the end, Haori didn't ask. It's never polite to ask other people's secrets. Who doesn't have a few secrets as a ninja? Shaking his head, Yuji stopped thinking about it. He smiled and continued. When this matter is completely settled, we will start researching it. I don't want my friend to become blind because of helping me. Of course, it's not just helping Hikari, it's also helping Haori herself. Although Haori relied on extraordinary to improve his own bloodline, it seemed that Mangekyo's fate had not been changed. His bloodline enhancement did not elevate him to Indra's level, but this was not unusual. After all, Indra is the biological son of Lu Dao, and Yuji no longer knows which generation he is a product of. It seems impossible to reach the stomach in one step. Therefore, the research on Baiju cells also helps him. And I have gained a lot this time. I think I can try the effect of the pupil transplantation technique. Uchiha Fugaku is dead, and his Mangekyo Haori cannot be let go no matter what. Now this pair of eyes has been sealed in the scroll by him, just waiting for him to study them carefully after everything is over. He was very interested in Uchiha Fugaku's eye skills. Then I'll wait for your good news. Also, you are helping me. Guang also showed a slight smile, but her smile soon disappeared. It seems that people are almost here. Don't you have something else to continue? Oh, yes. Haori looked to the side, and sure enough, all the elites in Uchiha who should come were here, and he could prepare for the next step. But before passing by, he suddenly smiled and said to the light. Smile more from now on, you look good when you smile. Although what Haori wants to say is, although you have been buried for hundreds of years, your actual age is everyone's ancestor. And having a sullen face is consistent with the character of a psychotic Uchiha, but you look about the same age as me. Smiling more is consistent with your age and makes it easier to blend into the environment. But Yuji felt that these words might have broken his mind, and after much deliberation, he could only hold back this sentence. When Guang heard this sentence, he was obviously stunned for a moment, and then his expression became weird. After a while, she tilted her head, looked at Yuji's back, and murmured something. Does your smile look good? Haori-kun, everyone is here now. Although you are still young, as the initiator, I think you should say something. In the forest at the back of Uchiha, there were probably dozens of ninjas gathered here. The ninjas who came here were of different ages, and they all stood in two distinct rows. You can see the sad look on their faces, and they are the elites of the doves and hawks in the family who can participate in the clan meeting. This time, they had no chance to participate in the clan meeting. After all, only the elders could participate. But they never expected that they would get such bad news this time. Looking at the burning Nanga shrine, and hearing people around me saying that no one left there. They already knew that this was definitely the most significant crisis the Uchiha clan had ever faced. After all, since the birth of the family, there has never been anything like this where the clan leader and elders were collectively killed. In the end, what happened? This is one thing that everyone here wants to figure out, but they also know that the most important thing now is another thing. The patriarch and elders are all dead, what will the family do? Even if they hold on to a glimmer of hope, they hope that there are still survivors inside. But they are also all ninjas. As ninjas, they know one thing from the beginning, they must not leave anything to chance. At this time, they basically acquiesced that there would be no survivors, so the family problem became the top priority. This is when Yuji found them and told them, the status of the clan leaders and elders is uncertain now, and the family needs stability. We are all ninjas who can participate in the clan meeting. We should discuss the next thing now. They all said the reason why you decided to come. You must know that they are all the most elite people in the family. Although Haori is one of them, he is young, has junior qualifications and is even only a Choyunin. If it weren't for this reason, they probably wouldn't be easily persuaded, especially if they were with another group of people. No problem, let's get started. Yuji was not polite at all, especially when looking at the people in front of him, he was also calculating something in his mind. After this tribe meeting is over, how many people will be able to leave here smoothly? Now that the top management of Uchiha has been emptied by him, the next thing he has to do is to shoot bullets in 3 steps. And now is the first step, he needs to give a good treat. Everyone, although there is no definite result yet, what happened tonight is sad. Haori lied with his eyes open, and even had a smile on his face, showing no sadness at all. But now that it's over, we should forget about grief and think about the future of our family. Yuji's words made everyone nod. The hawks naturally had no reason to oppose Yuji, after all, he was one of them. Although the doves were unhappy, they did not object. After all, this is the current situation. Besides, have you ever thought about something? After Yuji saw everyone's reaction, he nodded secretly, and then he began to lower his voice. With such a big fire, even if the clan leader and elders survive, will they still be able to continue handling family affairs? After saying this, everyone present immediately fixed their eyes on Yuji, and Yuji also looked at their reactions with a smile. It is self-evident what this sentence means, since it is still unclear whether these big shots are dead or alive. And even if he survives, it is doubtful whether he still has the ability to manage the family, so why not make some changes tonight? Most of the people present were smart people, and they had already been thinking about this issue after they found out about it. But all of them were scrupulous and didn't dare to speak this way. But now Yuji brought it up directly, which made their already throbbing hearts even more excited. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know what you're talking about, kid? Of course, there are also some people who are diehards who immediately spoke angrily after hearing what Yuri said. Both doves and hawks have such people, and they are full of respect for their respective elders. They understood what Yuri said, but they absolutely could not accept the current situation. Yuji smiled and ignored them, just looked at them calmly, and silently remembered them. Everyone is quiet. Why are you still making noise here? At this moment, a middle-aged man interrupted with a frown. Although Haori-kun's words are somewhat inappropriate, it is undeniable that we need to do what we need to do for the sake of our family. Yuji remembered that this person's name was Uchiha Nobu, and he was an elite member of the Hawk faction. As for other information, he didn't quite understand. He only attended the clan meetings twice, and everyone present was actually very strange to him. Now it seems that this Uchiha Nobuyuki is a very ambitious person. Yes, the current situation does not allow us to argue about these things anymore. On the dove side, a middle-aged man also spoke. His name seemed to be Uchiha Hyu. As soon as these two people opened their mouths, those who were extremely dissatisfied immediately shut their mouths. However, the eyes they looked at Yuji at this time were very unfriendly. Yes, it is really not the right time to argue about these unnecessary things. We need to consider the family. Haori smiled casually, and then he continued to speak calmly. But before that, I want to ask you a question. Do you think we are a family? Haori-kun, what do you mean? Uchiha Nobu frowned. He wasn't sure why Yuri's mind jumped so much. If the matter discussed now was not too sensitive, he would not speak directly for the sake of his own credibility. He needs someone like Yuji who is not afraid of anything to talk things out. I'm afraid he is too lazy to pay attention to this brat now. We are naturally a family. We all share the same blood. Is there any problem, Haori-kun? Uchiha Kaya frowned and spoke, seeing that he and Uchiha Nobu were the same person. Yes, we are all a family, so I have a question worth thinking about. Yuji nodded slightly, and he looked at the two distinct groups of people meaningfully and said slowly. Do we look like a family now? Yuji's words made many people present slightly change their expressions. They now discovered that Yuji was not careless. This kid is simply daring. Again, except for some diehards who can enter the clan association, everyone is actually not stupid. Yuji's words have already touched upon a sensitive issue in the family, and the most fatal point of this issue lies in their respective beliefs. Even many of them understand that the family is already in a relatively divided state. But for their own beliefs or their own interests, they will not talk too much. What's more, there are those elders who respond to every call and the patriarchs who are not opposed to the current situation, so these matters are not their turn. Do your best and get what you deserve, that's enough. But now that Haori has made this clear, this is a bit impolite. You know, Haori himself has made a lot of money from the Hawk faction. Haori-kun, you are too extreme. Uchiha Nobu raised his eyebrows. He straightened his expression before speaking seriously. The family is still the same family, and we are still the same family, and this will not change. Also, thank you very much for everything Haori-kun said, but it turns out you are still too young. You are the future and hope of the family, but the current things may be beyond your understanding. Don't you know, Senior Chow Chow Xin? Yuji shook his head gently, still keeping a smile on his face. If it were before, I'm afraid I wouldn't say these words, but the situation is different now. And since everyone is sitting at the same table, there are some things that can be discussed carefully, otherwise I am afraid that everyone will not be satisfied. After all, the family is no longer the same family as before, right? Haori's meaning was concise, and when the people present heard these words, their expressions began to look thoughtful, and at the same time, their evaluation of Haori also changed. This guy is not bold, he is very ambitious. The top management of the family has been cleared out, which means a huge cake is placed in front of everyone. How to distribute, and what method to distribute are all worthy of discussion. Yuri's attitude was very subtle. Not only did he deny the previous status of the family, he even wanted to come to the table to discuss it. Haori-kun, you belong to the future, you are too young now. Uchiha was happy to see such differences among the hawks, so he opened his mouth to express anger at the right time. Stop embarrassing yourself. Uchiha Nobu's expression also changed a little, and his voice became a little cold. Now I do believe that we are a family, especially with the attitudes of the two of you. Haori smiled nonchalantly, but his words were full of ridicule. Whether you are young or not, whether you are embarrassed or not is not your decision. Everyone is the same person who can participate in the clan meeting. If you want to eat alone, it's impossible. If you want to eat big, you have to use your skills, otherwise. As he spoke, his eyes instantly turned scarlet. The treat has been served, and the attitude has been made clear. Since the negotiation cannot be reached, it is time for the beheading. Although Haori feels a little tired now, he really spent a lot tonight. But he still has no problem dealing with this situation. What exactly is going on? Shisui stood in the forest outside the shrine, accompanying other ninjas to put out the raging fire, but he couldn't help but feel sad inside. He also hopes that someone will survive the fire, but judging from the current situation, the possibility is probably slim. An elder Juxin, who trained him and took care of him for many years, is also here. He really didn't want to face such a situation, even if there was some unpleasantness between them, even if he began to reflect on whether the elder's idea was right. After all, after some contact with Yuji, he did find that Elder Ju Xin's idea was too extreme. Such an extreme would really make the family have no sense of security at all. Wait a minute, Haori-senpai. Suddenly, Zisui suddenly thought of something, and his body slowly began to become a little stiff. He will never forget that day when they parted, Haori said to him in a slightly joking way. Maybe in the future, there will be two people who can change the family, one is you and the other is me. These words had a great impact on Shisui, and it was these words that made him increasingly question the thoughts of Elder Ju Xin. It was this kind of doubt, combined with everything he had experienced during the village negotiations that he had participated in before, that made him really change his heart. Change the family. Change the family. Zisui murmured in a low voice, and he figured out one thing at this moment. If you want to change this family, the person who leads the family must leave your position. The easiest way is to kill them all. Only in this way can everything be restored, only in this way can some rules of this family be re-established. Could it be, Haori-senpai? No. It shouldn't be. But the more he thought about Shisui, his body was shaking violently. Naturally, he didn't want to think about whether Yuri did all this. But if you think about it carefully, Yuji has this motive. He has personally said that he is the person who can change the family. But there was one thing that Shisui didn't quite understand. Although Haori was a war hero, the ninjas who guarded the clan leaders and elders were not weak. Haori-senpai, can you really do it? For some reason, Shisui suddenly thought of his previous sparring session with Haori. Although he didn't go all out that time, but normally his strength would not be inferior to anyone else. But that time he was suppressed by Haori. Whether it was physical skills or ninjutsu, he was taught a lesson by Haori. He didn't think much about it before, he just thought that Haori had this ability as a war hero. But now that he thought about it, he suddenly had a terrifying thought. Senior Haori also hides his strength, could he? Thinking of this, Shisui couldn't bear it anymore. He was now eager to go to Yuri to understand the situation. But just as he was about to move, he paused again, because he himself didn't know how to face Yuri. Questioning what Haori did? Without evidence, everything he thinks is empty talk. Even if Yuji admits it, he has already thought of the reason for doing this for the sake of his family. What qualifications does he have to continue to question? Shisui felt that his mind was confused, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. But in the end, looking at the blazing flames, he made a decision. He was going to find Yuji, no matter what kind of answer he got, he was going to go. At least, this can be regarded as an attitude. At least, he also wants to know some of Yuyori's thoughts on the family's future. I remember that Senior Shu, who came here with me before, seemed to be going to participate in the clan meeting. The direction he went to was towards the back mountain. Zisui thought of this and immediately prepared to leave. Just looking at the blazing flames in front of him, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable longing in his heart despite being sad. Flames do not necessarily symbolize destruction, but they also seem to be a kind of hope, a rebirth from the ashes. Haori-kun, do you know what you are doing? Seeing that Haori's eyes had turned into Sharingan, everyone realized at this moment that Haori would not give up easily. Uchiha Nobu and Uchiha Shiu's expressions became a little solemn at this time, and they both looked very cautious. They can look down on Haori's age, or they can use Haori's resume as an argument, but there is one thing they have to be careful about, and that is Haori's strength. This was a man who spanned 2 major battlefields and made great achievements in the land of grass. He was defined as a war hero by Konoha. Especially his pair of Sharingan eyes, which has shown that he is not the kind of person who is difficult to live up to despite his reputation. Just like Zisui, although Zisui is also small, no one dares to question his strength. Of course I know what I'm doing, I don't need you to remind me. Yuji shook his head slightly, and his eyes began to become cold. But you all need to think carefully about what I said. Are we really a family? Everyone has their own ideas, but no one integrates them. Instead of seeking common ground while reserving differences, we amplify or even extreme some of our previous ideas. In the end, the so-called will is formed and divided into camps. Is this really good for the family? Now that they are all dead, everything should change. I hope you can think carefully about whether you are subordinates of those so-called elders or whether you are a member of Uchiha. These words are not unimportant, and these words coupled with Yuji's attitude have completely demonstrated his determination. The family must be changed, and he must come to the table, otherwise his subordinates will be killed. Who do you think you are, and what qualifications do you have to question the elders? Just when everyone was silent, an elder's loyalist couldn't bear it anymore. His eyes turned scarlet at this moment, and he glared at Haori and shouted loudly. Not even the clan leader has done such a thing. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku has never done this. After all, the harder you fight, the greater his power will be. Yuji shook his head. He didn't know if that was the case. Anyway, he could say whatever he wanted after the person died. And you all know more or less how he came to be the patriarch, or how his parents got this patriarch. Of course everyone present knew that the clan leader of Uchiha Fugaku inherited from his father. And his parents got such an opportunity because they refused to leave Uchiha Madara. No one dared to say it before because Uchiha Fugaku also had a son. But now that the topic was brought up, everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. This is the biggest cake tonight. And everyone present seemed to clearly realize Yuyori's true thoughts at this moment. This guy was more greedy than imagined. And they also had to admit one thing. Using this method to deny the clan leader was also tantamount to denying everything Uchiha Fugaku had done before. Including, he tolerated the existence of 2 camps in the family. You deserve to die. At this moment, the die-hard elders finally couldn't bear it anymore, and they rushed towards Yuji angrily. No one likes to be denied, especially those of them who firmly implement the will of the elders. Infuriated, Yuji chuckled, looking at these people, he didn't take it to heart. The rest of the people did not take action because they either still had sense or were greedy and wanted to wait for the result. But it's not a big deal. Haori has already thought of a strategy, so he can't really leave Uchiha without anyone. But if you want to make him honest, you still need some thunderous means. The people of Uchiha, except for those who have firm beliefs, such as the elders who cannot be shaken at all, and their die-hard loyalties. If other people can't reason with you, then you can change the track and talk to them about physics. Why did Sasuke become honest in the end, and why did Madara join hands with Hashirama to create Konoha? To a large extent, this is because physics has never been explained. I have to say that the Uchiha family sometimes has the potential to be a bit mean. Then let's hit the road. Haori murmured in a low voice. In an instant, the three megatama in his eyes were connected together, and the suppressed chakra filled with cold and destructive aura instantly bloomed. How can this be? The faces of Uchiha Shu, Uchiha Nobu, and others who were still watching and thinking about the follow-up changed drastically at this moment. This kind of aura is too terrifying, and they have been staring at Yuji, trying to collect some information. But at this moment, they were horrified to find that Yuri's eyes had changed and turned into a strange pattern that they had never seen before. As the elite of Uchiha, they more or less understand some things. For example, the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan that no one in this era has. Why does he have these eyes? How did he get them? This thought continued to spread in their hearts, and compared to these thoughts, they were even more fearful at this time. Because at this moment, Haori moved. Although the previous battle had consumed some energy, this time he still used the pupil technique to increase his strength. Under the power of God, his eyes can see everything at this moment. Each person's movement trajectory, direction of action, even the strength of their action and their inner thoughts are all visible in his eyes. His speed was like a ghost, and after he quickly approached the people who took action, the screams kept ringing out the next moment. Ah! Every time he attacks, a person falls in a pool of blood. Every time he moves, he can dodge the enemy's attack by the smallest margin. Moreover, these people who took action were all elites, and they all had Sharingan, but at this moment they had no power to fight back. Is this the kaleidoscope? Is this the power of the kaleidoscope? How can the gap be so big? Why is it so big? Those who had not taken action stood silently. They did not dare to move at all now, for fear that this would cause Yuri to misjudge. They kept asking questions in their hearts, but they didn't have any answers at all, and they also felt a little ashamed at this time. Because they were so frightened that they didn't even dare to move, but the strong smell of blood entered their nostrils. Such shame was overshadowed by deep fear. In less than a minute, Haori stopped because none of the diehards could move. His eyes still maintained a kaleidoscope attitude, and he turned around and looked at everyone quietly. The cold breath continued to emanate from his body, and the scarlet eyes paired with the scattered corpses on the ground were so terrifying under the moonlight. Now, can you tell me what you think? After a while, Haori finally closed the kaleidoscope and returned to the state of 3 megatama, and he spoke calmly. As for my proposal, which of you is in favor and who is against it? The next morning, the early sun shone on the earth. But this new day is not a happy thing for the entire Uchiha. The raging fire had been extinguished at dawn, and when they entered the shrine that had been burned to ashes, they saw the last thing they wanted to see. Burnt and unrecognizable corpses were everywhere, but all the Uchiha knew who they were. These are probably the clan leaders, elders, and those who guard them. At this moment, all the Uchiha clansmen were in panic. Although for most tribesmen, the top leaders of these families are too far away from them. But if these people really died, it would be extremely turbulent and unsettling for the entire family. But all this has little to do with Haori. At this time, he was lying lazily on the bed, while Guang looked at him speechlessly. What time is it? Are you still not going to get up? Take some rest. After all, I had other battles last night, and I'm a little tired now. Yuji lay with no intention of moving. He was smiling when he spoke, and it could be seen that he was in a good mood now. As expected, it seems to be going well. Although Hikari guessed that what Haori would have to deal with later was not that simple, Haori did not let her follow, so she did not participate. What's more, the fire last night was quite big, and everyone was putting out the fire, including the people who had taken good care of her before, and those naughty children. Therefore, she didn't care so much about Yuji. After all, she believed in Yuji's strength. Indeed, everything went well. Yuri smiled and nodded. Everything went well last night. Treating guests, beheading, and finally accepting him as a dog, this was the first time for Haori to do this process. But it must be mentioned that the elites of those families are really not as courageous as the elders. After seeing the kaleidoscope, those elders will most likely think about how to tame it and use it for their own purposes. And after these people saw these eyes and witnessed Haori's merciless attack, they immediately knew what they should do. This incident made Yuji also understand that people who really achieve great things can not only reason with others calmly, but also raise their fists to talk physics with others when communication is not smooth. After being severely beaten by Yuji, these people all became honest. After all, no one wanted to talk about physics with Yuji. If nothing else happens, a piece of news will come out soon. The clan leaders and elders had always been rejected because of some of their proposals, so he decided to kill him to regain his rights. The elders and their guards resisted desperately, which eventually led to a tragedy and everyone died together. Although saying this would bring great negative effects to Uchiha's reputation, after careful analysis by a group of people, they felt that this was the best. After all, it is better to die in the hands of one's own people than in the hands of outsiders. Especially the outsiders who broke through the Uchiha's heavy defenses and killed the clan leader, all the elders and their guards without alerting anyone. This is a devastating blow to Uchiha's reputation. Of course, they all also doubted whether Haori did this. After all, Haori showed his ambition unabashedly, and also showed his strength. But now, no one will talk about it anymore, and even if there are thoughts, they will only be buried deep in the heart. After all, everyone who survived has had the cake. Now that the family's problem has been solved for the time being, all we have to do now is find a way to deal with our eye problems. When Yuji thought of this, he smiled and said to Hikari. I said before that I have a solution, but I am still a little worried about this solution. Therefore, we need to conduct some necessary experiments to determine the safety of this method. Is that so? Guang nodded. Everything was risky, it was not surprising. It's normal for Haori to want to ensure safety. After all, no one wants to make some mistakes, which would not be good. Then I'll wait for your good news. If you need anything, just tell me and I will cooperate with you. Don't worry, it's just some simple experiments, it won't be painful. Haori was still worried that Hikari would think of what Uchiha had done to her before, so he spoke. As before, I will be with you. If you have any problems, of course I can't hide away. Because we are friends. After hearing Haori's words, she couldn't help but ask with a smile. Well, because we are friends. Haori nodded, and suddenly he thought of Hikari's ill will toward Uchiha. Although he had told Hikaru before that they needed to have a good talk after this operation was over, Haori still needed to comfort the girl. After all, the so-called clan leaders and elders were all taken care of by them now, and Yuji was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it if she suddenly stopped. Although it seems that there is nothing wrong with her now, it is still good to explain. Thinking of this, Yuji looked at the light solemnly, and then said seriously. Now that the biggest problem of the family has been solved, as long as the rest is over, we can almost start. Are you ready? Next time, we will burn the entire Uchiha to ashes. Burn the Uchiha to ashes. Guang paused slightly when she heard these words, and the smile on her face began to fade away. At this moment, her mind couldn't help but think of those lower-class people who were kind to her. Those kind-hearted people who even care about people like Uchiha Ying. And the children who laughed and waited for her to teach, willing to share the best things about themselves. Do we really want to burn them to ashes? This question has troubled her for a long time. She had been in a trance before, thinking about all this. Although she hated Uchiha, when Haori asked her to integrate into the family and get to know them, she found that the things she could see were different. Are these people really going to be punished? Do these people who are not involved in anything at all, or even have good intentions towards other people, really want to be treated like this? Light closed her eyes, and for a moment she seemed to make a decision. She opened her eyes, looked at Yuji very seriously, and then spoke seriously. Haori, your idea is too extreme. Yuji nodded subconsciously, thinking that Guang would say yes. But when he heard Guang's words clearly, he was stunned, and then his expression became a little confused. Ah! Chapter 75. Yuji was a little stunned by Hikaru's words. After all, after being in contact with her for such a long time, he knew that although Hikaru had kindness in her heart, she was still an Uchiha. The thought of burning Uchiha to ashes and destroying the entire shinobi world is really extreme. As a result, she turned around and said to herself, "You are too extreme. Is there something wrong? Do you want to think about what you just said?" Haori is not sure about Hikaru's mental state, although he guesses that it should be through integrating into and understanding the family and the world. There was a slight change in Guang's heart, but it was better to make sure carefully. If there is any misunderstanding, that would not be good. I'm sure I'm talking about something. Guang looked at Yuri seriously, and after a while she lowered her head and whispered. That's enough. It's enough for me to deal with the family now. Is that so? Haori was silent for a moment, and then asked in a low voice. Can you tell me what's going on? Guang raised his head, then nodded slightly, and slowly told what happened during this period. Yuji listened very carefully, and as Guang told him, he gradually figured out what was going on. This made him dumbfounded, because he didn't expect that the effect would be so good if he let the light come in contact with and integrate more. In Guang's case, she actually felt a different kind of kindness within the clan, and this kind of kindness was in huge contrast to her experience of enslaving and abusing her. It made her realize that not everyone is extremely hateful and not everyone deserves to die. As they had captured the entire family's top brass last night, the hatred in her heart had almost dissipated. As for the rest, they were just innocent people who didn't have the ability or authority to do that kind of thing, so she didn't want to continue. This is like a human being. Although extreme and full of hatred in his heart, he knows that the scope of revenge is limited to those who have the ability to do so. His own experiences and hatred did not spread to other innocent people. For some reason, Haori thought of that guy Uchiha Itachi. The same as Uchiha, a person who was enslaved since childhood and filled with hatred in his heart, but in the end he knew not to implicate innocent people. The other one had been treated favorably since childhood and had been trained intensively, but for the sake of the village and his younger brother, he killed all those innocent people. To be honest, if Uchiha didn't have some conscience, he would know that all this has not happened yet. He really wanted to strangle Itachi Uchiha to death. Haori, I'm sorry, I can't continue with you. Just as Haori was thinking in his heart, Hikari's face suddenly turned serious. I know you're filled with hate too, but those people died last night. I want you to think carefully about the people who have taken care of you and helped you when you needed it most. I don't want you to forget this because of hatred. Didn't you tell me that we are deep in darkness but we still have to find the light? I found it and I hope you can too. Forward. Yuji was fed a mouthful of chicken soup inexplicably, which made him even more dumbfounded. You have always seemed so confused about feelings before. On the one hand, you didn't know whether you wanted to continue or not. On the other hand, are you worried that I will be born like Itachi Uchiha? I understand, don't worry. After a while, Haori suddenly smiled and stretched out his hand to tap Hikari's forehead. Actually, I never thought about doing this. It was only because of you that I considered it. But I am not the person you think. I have been thinking about how to correct your thinking, so I let you integrate into the family. Only by truly integrating into it can you see and come into contact with it all, instead of listening to what others say. Now, haven't you found it? Is that so? Guang was stunned for a moment, and it took her a while before she laughed, and this time she spoke sincerely. Thank you, Haori. You're welcome, we are friends after all. Oh my friend. Looking at the young man in front of her, she nodded heavily. This person who has been helping me, enlightening me, and finally freeing me is indeed my good friend. Just, after a moment. No, you never thought about burning Uchiha to ashes in the first place. Forward. So, you were lying to me from the beginning. Lord Hokage, this is the news from Uchiha. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Narashikaku who hurried over early in the morning, and couldn't help but complain a little in his heart. Are these Uchiha really unable to stay idle for a moment? Uchiha don't raise idle people, right? Although he already knew through the ANBU last night that something was not right about Uchiha. It's just that this is not the Uchiha who was under isolation and surveillance after the Nine Tails incident. Everyone still needs to be able to pass on the surface, and their roots are not in Konoha, so naturally there is no detailed information to pass on. It seems that the situation is not normal. Although he felt unhappy, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly picked up the report and read it. This was sent by Narashikaku himself, and it was so early, which proved the seriousness of this matter. However, when he unfolded the scroll and read the contents carefully, he was stunned for a moment, and then the corners of his mouth began to rise uncontrollably. Dead? All dead. There are not many things recorded in the scroll, but it highlights the key point: the clan leader and the elders failed to reach an agreement, and a fierce conflict broke out in the end, and everyone died together. Such outrageous things made Sarutobi Hiruzen wonder if today was April Fool's Day. But if you think about it carefully, it seems reasonable that these things happened in Uchiha. Of course, if you dig deeper, you may gain more, but the village is not allowed to interfere in the internal affairs of the family. After all, he is not Denzo, so he will not personally issue such an order, not to mention that he really doesn't intend to delve into this matter. After all, if these people are dead, won't the Uchiha be in chaos? At this rate, at least for a period of time, they won't have the intention to do anything more troublesome, right? Uchiha may be a pride of lions, but without the leading lion, what else can this family do? Even if a new leader needs to be elected, this family can bear to argue with each other and fight against each other. Moreover, with the news of the internal conflict in Uchiha, the rumors about Orochimaru can also be suppressed, which allows him to make a choice more calmly. What a good death! Sandai couldn't help but scream silently in his heart, but his expression was instantly controlled. He straightened the corners of his mouth that were constantly rising, and tried to make a sad expression before he spoke. This is a tragedy. Yes, it's a tragedy. Narashikaku had noticed Sandai's expression a long time ago, but now he nodded immediately. Uchiha Fugaku is an excellent clan leader. That's right, an excellent patriarch. We will remember his contributions. His contribution will be remembered. But it's better not to disturb them now, but the work of the security department. Hokage-sama, I will visit the Uchiha in the evening and conduct a consultation. When Narashikaku heard this question, he immediately knew what he wanted to do. That's good. The Sandame nodded. In fact, he wanted to send an ANBU to follow him to see if they were dead. But think about it carefully and forget it. No one would joke about this kind of thing. After all, it involves the reputation of the entire family. Shikaku, go down first and get ready. Yes, Hokage-sama. Narashikaku nodded, then turned and left the Hokage's office. But after leaving, he couldn't help but sigh. This was not a good thing for the family ninja. It's really a troubled time in Konoha right now. Really, as for that. Sitting in a conference room, Haori looked at the Uchiha people sitting upright around him, but he couldn't help but start complaining in his heart. Hikaru seemed to feel that she had been deceived by Haori, so she turned around and started to sulk. This made Haori a little helpless, but he also knew that he had indeed deceived Hikaru, even if his intention was good. It's just that you don't want to think about how terrible the attitude was that anyone who opposed it was the enemy. But the complaints were complaints, and Haori didn't take this matter too seriously. What's more, Haori believes that Hikaru won't be sulky for too long. Who doesn't have a little temper after being deceived? And his focus is not here now, because part of his reward has already arrived. Completed the side mission, remove all senior leaders of Uchiha's existing faction, leaving Uchiha with only one voice. Reward, Uchiha Secret Technique. Yuri was a little stunned when he saw this reward, but after he carefully studied this Uchiha Secret Technique, he knew immediately that he had made a lot of money. The so-called Uchiha Secret Technique is actually just a very general term, and it contains extremely rich content. For example, Izanagi and Izanami are among them. In addition, there are various taijutsu schools belonging to Uchiha, as well as the use of non-manjutsu pupil techniques, such as the Genjutsu Sharingan that Haori knew before. And what he had thought about before was the transcription seal that could seal the pupil technique in the eyes of others. This is completely the essence of Uchiha. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional, and he could probably guess that he should have gotten this from Uchiha Fugaku. Although Uchiha Fugaku should be the main target, he is also a high-ranking Uchiha. The emergence of these information greatly supplemented Haori's current shortcomings, and also helped him save a lot of trouble. I collected so many Sharingan this time. I was going to learn Izanagi, but I didn't expect this to happen. There is a certain difference between autonomous learning and system empowerment. Independent learning takes time to study, and system empowerment directly engraves this technique in your mind. This saves him a lot of time. If proficiency is not considered, he can use it directly. Master Haori, I think we can begin. Just as Haori was thinking about this reward, Uchiha Nobu whispered from the side. Are you all here? Let's get started. When Yuji came back to his senses, he smiled and nodded. He could see that Uchiha Nobu was still in awe of him, which was normal. After all, he was killing like crazy last night. But Uchiha Shin has regained his vitality now, and he doesn't look full of fear. Obviously, his words last night and his subsequent actions had an effect. Everyone has his or her own ideas, and differences in personality and ideas lead to different behaviors and ways of thinking. Haori does not intend to restrict their personalities, he needs these family elites to remain active. As long as you set clear boundaries and let them know the purpose of what they are doing, that is enough. If Haori really wanted them to lose their activity, it would be easy to just become a puppet. Last night, it was enough to say nothing and forcefully attack them. The kaleidoscope's crushing of them would definitely frighten them to the extreme. But doing so will arouse everyone's instinctive resistance, because no one likes to live in fear. This is human nature. There is resistance, and secretly causing trouble for Haori in daily work is enough to give people a headache. Even if these people can be eradicated time and time again, how many talents are there in the family? All are eradicated, leaving only the kind of numb people who don't think about anything, worry about doing too much and making many mistakes, will not make any changes, and are unable to exert their subjective initiative at all. Can they really do good things? And if everyone in a family is like this, does this family still have a future? That's why he chose to deal with it in a way that at least ensured that these people would not be stressed by him. There are only two things to discuss today. One is the people at the bottom of the family, and the other is the issue of the police department. Yuji kept smiling and spoke slowly. Last night, the biggest cake was almost divided. In short, the elders' seats are eliminated, and the elders' rights are weakened and decentralized to each participant. This means that everyone who participates in the clan association has obtained substantial rights belonging to the clan. Although there are not many left after being weakened and dispersed, it is better than being the same as before, only being a tool for the elders of their respective camps. Participation is always the most important thing. Now they themselves can participate in the development and construction of the family, and can even decide whether certain proposals are passed or not. Coupled with the resources of the previous elders, they were naturally extremely satisfied. Even though Haori has made one thing clear, everyone must achieve results or get out. The cake has been eaten and the rights have been obtained. If you sit in this trap and do nothing, the result will only be worse than the previous elders. Even though everyone felt sad about this, they did not refute it. After all, if you get the real benefits, you can't justify not doing anything. But it is conceivable that everyone will have many problems in the future. Everyone, the development of the family needs to focus on everyone. But no one had done it before. Look at Uchiha Obito, who knew he had such a talent before he died. We need to hear their voices, they are one of us. Now I propose that the tribal association should add some seats and allow them to elect people who can represent them. Everyone present heard this and did not refute. After all, Uchiha Obito was really a solid example. And really speaking, the same is true for the person in front of me. And this one is even more exaggerated. Beyond that, I don't think the education of those children can be left to chance. Yuji glanced at everyone, and then continued. As I mentioned before, Obito Uchiha, I think we should avoid something like this from happening again. So I hope you can develop a plan to ensure that all children get the necessary training. As for those responsible for training, they can also receive family rewards to increase their motivation. Everyone, what do you think? I agree with Master Haori. I have no objection either. Seconded. No one present had any objection. The reason why I didn't do it before was because no one cared. But now everyone was frightened by the rules that Yuji made last night. Even if it was only the first day, they were already thinking about how to roll the scalp. This is something to add merit to yourself, who would object? Very good, then I hope to see your plans at the next clan meeting, and we can discuss them together then. Haori nodded. There were already signs of unwinding on the first day, which was a good thing. As for the second one, that's a police department issue. I think everyone should know that Yashiro Uchiha is missing, and several captains died in accidents last night. Their team currently has no one to lead them. These words immediately made most of the people present sit upright. The police department has always been the place that everyone is most looking forward to. Especially since such a big thing happened last night, the captain of the police department lost most of it. Although he will definitely not be the head of the police department, but who can refuse if he can control a squadron? However, Yuji's next words made their faces stiffen. Just in time, I hope to take this opportunity to make some policy adjustments to the police department. Yuji looked at everyone with a smile and said quietly. After all, the current police department is really far from being a police department. Madam, please have your condolences. The moonlight is blurry, the Uchiha clan chief's residence. Narashikaku, Namikaze Minato, and Kushina whispered to Uchiha Mikoto. But Kushina might not have thought much about it, she just felt sorry for her friend who lost her husband and became a widow. But when the two grown men looked at the scene in front of them, they couldn't help but complain in their hearts. Is this what a patriarch should look like after his death? No one came to mourn. Apart from the servants responsible for daily care and cleaning, there were only Mikoto and her son in the huge villa. And this late at night, the two of them didn't even see a single guard. Although it happens from time to time that people leave the tea to cool down, it is somewhat inappropriate for it to happen to the patriarch of such a large family, right? Is this clan leader so hated by others, or is there already chaos within Uchiha? It's just that neither of them can ask anything. After all, this is someone else's housework. Moreover, the two of them were still somewhat doubtful about such things as family conflagration and sudden death of the clan leader. But no matter how many doubts they have, they can only bury them in their hearts now. At this moment, the two of them suddenly saw a young ninja walking in. It's just that he didn't enter the room to worship Uchiha Fugaku, but bowed slightly to the two of them from a distance. Madam, Kushina, you guys talk first, let's go out for a while. Namikaze Minato reacted quickly. He thought about it and spoke to Kushina beside him. Narashikaku also bowed slightly to Mikoto, and then walked out with Namikaze Minato. I'm sorry to bother you, but Master Hayori heard that the two adults have arrived and hopes to meet you. The young Uchiha ninja's etiquette was very good, and his words made Minato and Shikako look at each other. Of course Yuji and the others knew, but the current situation seemed a bit beyond their expectations. Please lead the way. I have not seen Hayori-kun for more than a month since I left the country of grass. Minato said with a smile, his smile was still bright and contagious. The group of 3 people set off quickly, and they headed towards another area of Uchiha. Along the way, Minato and Shikaku still probed the young ninja's tone. But it's a pity that this young man always dismissed the two of them with "Sorry, I don't know much." Minato-senpai, Minister Shikaku, long time no see. When the two of them arrived at a conference room, Yuji was sitting inside waiting for them. Hayori-kun, long time no see. Hello, Hayori-kun. Minato and Shikaku also nodded to him at the same time, but Minato seemed very natural, while Shikaku was a little reserved. Please take a seat, both of you. Hayori didn't care either. He immediately invited the two of them to sit down and handed over the tea that had been brewed long ago. Sorry, I don't know how to drink tea. I can't be negligent when serving guests. Please don't blame me if the taste is not right. Hayori-kun is too kind. Minato and Shikaku took the teacups, but they couldn't help but look at each other again. Yuji was completely acting like a master, which made them even more confused. What on earth is going on? Fortunately, Minato didn't think too much. They still had other tasks to attend to this time. Now they don't know who is in charge of Uchiha, but Hayori is also familiar with him, so maybe they can ask. Thinking of this, Minato thought about his words before speaking. Hayori-kun, we are deeply saddened by such a disaster for the nobles, and please bear with us. It's just that this time we came here, in addition to mourning the Fugaku clan leader, there are also some things we need to understand. After all, Uchiha is in charge of the daily order of Konoha, so. When Yuji heard this, he immediately understood what he meant. When the two of them came to Uchiha, someone from the tribe had already told Yuri about this. And Hayori was also thinking about the purpose of their visit at this time. After thinking about it, he felt that in addition to mourning, he also needed to confirm whether Uchiha Fugaku was dead and discuss the affairs of the police department. Although the police department was ruined by Uchiha himself, it did not mean that others did not know the value of this department, especially the Sandame. Taking this opportunity, it would be great if we could take back some of the functions of the police department. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, the clan leader could die suddenly due to fire. Now the clan is probably in disarray, right? In this case, of course, there will be no interest in joining the police department. What Minato-senpai said is wrong. Yuji thought for a moment before he smiled and said. Uchiha is not in charge of the daily order of Konoha, because the police department is Konoha's police department, not Uchiha's. Konoha has entrusted the head of the police department to us, so we naturally have to shoulder this responsibility, so please rest assured. Is this so? After hearing what Hayori said, both Minato and Shikaku didn't react, because what Hayori said was really too un-Uchiha, wasn't it? What exactly is going on? Minato and Shikaku dumbly picked up the teacup and took a sip. Although they got the answer, they were even more confused. By the way, you two, there is one more thing that I need to tell you. Just when the two of them were still a little dazed, Hayori suddenly spoke again. In view of such a major incident within the clan, although the police department can still operate, I'm afraid everyone will be worried about the status of the personnel. Therefore, the police department may need some fresh blood to replace the personnel who are not in good shape. At the same time, we also welcome each group to send personnel into the police department for observation, or to provide us with some necessary help. Minister Shikaku, I wonder if you are interested? Cough 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 cough. Haori's words directly choked Nara Shikaku, and he looked at Haori in disbelief. The same was true for Namikaze Minato, because he never expected to hear such words from Uchiha. Uchiha actually opened the police department, which regarded them as a forbidden area. What the hell is going on? Isn't today April Fool's Day? Just looking at Haori's attitude, I thought about the scene I saw at Uchiha Fugaku's mansion before. They instantly realized that the Uchiha family had really changed a lot. Haori-kun, are you serious? Minato hesitated for a moment, then asked softly. And you can decide such a thing? Of course I am serious, but this is not something I can decide. Haori shook his head, and then started talking nonsense. This was decided after discussion at the clan meeting. Although the family suffered a heavy blow, fortunately everyone is now united to deal with the difficulties in the future. As for what will happen in the future, who can say clearly, but at least let's get over the current difficulties first. Yuri's words made Minato and Shikaku nodded slightly, and they naturally understood what they meant. Uchiha may not have elected a new clan leader yet, because those who have not suffered disaster and can participate in the clan meeting may not be convinced by anyone. But now it seems that some rational people should have gained the upper hand, and this is why the current changes have occurred. I understand, Haori-kun. Namikaze Minato nodded, then sighed. Thank you for your hard work. Please come to my home if you have the opportunity. It's been more than a month since we left. Kushina misses you too and wants to thank you in person. It's natural. Haori nodded, he naturally wanted to go, after all. Now having a close relationship with the future fourth generation could make Uchiha live a better life. If Nara Shikaku wasn't here now, he might really want to have a good chat with Namikaze Minato. Fortunately, at least this time during the meeting, Haori had conveyed an important message, which was completely enough. But when he looked at Nara Shikaku again, he suddenly smiled evilly. Boss Shikaku, what do you think? We need to go back and discuss this matter. Luju smiled coquettishly, but he was cursing secretly in his heart. He wanted to eat this kind of crab, but he was more worried that he would be blamed for it. After all, the people in Nara don't have experience in the security department, but I think we can cooperate one day in the future. Yet, Haori didn't care at all, this minister was quite cautious. Then, I look forward to this day. He personally delivered Minato, Shikaku, and Kushina to the gate. Listening to Kushina repeatedly saying that she must visit her home, Haori nodded with a smile and watched them leave. After they left, Yuji finally breathed a sigh of relief. What happened today is really extraordinary. Although Haori stayed in bed in the morning, he was busy when he got up. But everything is okay. Although I have been busy, I am not tired overall. Just because Uchiha Fugaku and those elders had just died, many things needed to be adjusted and rearranged. When this period passes, everything will become normal. At that time, we can concentrate on studying the problem of white cells. There are only two important topics for discussion at today's clan meeting. One is the issue of the lower class people, and the other is the police department. Naturally, Haori cannot accept the current situation in the police department. Now the head of the police department and all the squadron captains are dead. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to reform the police department. The content of the reform was everything Haori and Shikaku said, but it was not something that was discussed collectively, but something he requested to pass. The police department has such a bad reputation that Haori will never tolerate it. So the first thing he asked for was a re-establishment of the code of conduct for police department members. The rough law enforcement in the past was accompanied by some vague public opinion guidance in Konoha. In addition, the Uchiha people didn't care at all. After all, they themselves were arrogant, so they didn't bother to explain these things. Over time, this naturally dealt a huge blow to the police department. As for the second point, it is complementary to the first point, opening up the police department. The police department originally had huge powers, but now it has been turned into a prison and urban management. The big reason is that there are not enough manpower, and there are also not enough talents. There are many things that need to be done if Haori wants to restore its original appearance, but these two key issues need to be solved first. If you don't have enough manpower, you have to recruit from outside. In addition to making up for the shortage of personnel, the entry of new blood also has a huge benefit. That was something the Uchiha wouldn't argue, they probably would. As long as we give them enough good benefits and at the same time give them opportunities to progress, let them identify with it and regard themselves as one of their own. Of course someone will defend me. This is what Yuri values most. As for talents, Yuji can only slowly think of ways to see if the tribesmen can be cultivated. Fortunately, he didn't expect to spread out so much at once. After all, it would be easy to lose his temper if he took long steps. He planned to implement a rotation system in the existing police department. Anyway, he had planned from the beginning to roll up everyone. Different positions will force these people to continuously learn and adapt. After they have completely adapted to the current environment, directly transfer them to other positions, which is a process of starting over. Although you will be scolded for breaking someone else's comfort zone, it at least ensures that talents can be cultivated. The worst case scenario is that I will become a civil servant with the British government. Haori had watched a certain British drama before traveling through time. If it really didn't work out, she might as well just join the British civil service system. Anyway, there are highly intelligent people like the Nara clan in Konoha. As long as Haori reveals his thoughts, I'm afraid they can get a share of the pie. Of course, this is also the worst case scenario. Haori's ability to paint cakes is quite good, and he made his thoughts and ambitions known to all the participants. Coupled with Haori's promise to open up more information about the family for everyone to read, this matter has basically come to an end. As for the rest of the time, they just chatted about the business and finances involved in the family. At the same time, Haori also put forward some needs for the family's medical ninjas and experimental equipment, and the first clan meeting of the reorganized family came to a successful conclusion. However, don't reveal the clan leader's affairs to anyone yet. When Haori met Namikaze Minato and the others, he did not explain these things. Just like him hiding the kaleidoscope, it's not that he doesn't want to, but it's not the time yet. After all, a chaotic Uchiha is safe in the eyes of Konoha, and what else will Konoha do to let us gain some wool? This matter was also mentioned in the clan meeting this time. Everyone knew how the clan leader of Uchiha Fugaku came to be. That's why Haori and Namikaze Minato and the others hinted that the clan leader has not been chosen yet, and these words will definitely be passed on to the ears of the third generation. Maybe he will have some thoughts, such as choosing someone who he thinks is close to Konoha for investment. Of course, it is not impossible to choose an ambitious guy at the same time to make the family more chaotic. Anyway, he has already mentioned these things in the clan meeting, and no matter what Konoha does, they can deal with it calmly. Now all that's left is to meet the former patriarch's wife. My main plot this time is complete. Haori thought to herself as she walked towards home. He is now also curious about what kind of reward he will get after completing the main mission this time. The emergence of Extraordinary has given Haori the opportunity to continue to transform. But this transformation, Haori felt that it might reach the point of Indra and then stop. There are also differences in bloodline and strength between Indra and Six Paths, and Six Paths may also have differences with those orthodox Otsutsuki. After all, strictly speaking, the power of the Six Paths is actually the power derived from the mutation of the sacred tree. Forget it, take it one step at a time and you will know when the time comes. Returning home, Haori found that Hikari was not at home. But when he saw the food already prepared on the table and a note explaining where he was going, he couldn't help but smile. It seems you have calmed down. The note said that she had promised several children to teach them training. These children had to attend classes during the day and had time at night. He also asked him to remember to eat, etc., which made Haori feel a lot better. Even if the house is a little smaller, it's time to move to another place. After taking a look at his current home, he couldn't help but pursed his lips. This damn place was indeed a bit too small. Although living here is quite cozy, Yuji doesn't want to sleep on the floor all day long. After eating something simply, Haori discovered that Hikari, a violent girl, was much more talented at cooking than she was. But she hasn't come back yet, and Haori has also begun to think about Uchiha Fugaku's eyes. What is the ability of this eye, and what does pupil transplantation look like? He took out the scroll and unlocked the seal. Looking at the two scarlet eyes that appeared inside, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Because of the light in this battle, Uchiha Fugaku didn't even have the chance to use his pupil technique and was killed directly. This made Haori a little unfamiliar with his power, but now she can really explore it. In an instant, Yuji's eyes turned scarlet. At the same time, he stretched out 2 fingers to guide the chakra, and slowly touched the eyes. Along with the flow of chakra, the eyes slowly began to change, and the 3 megatama quickly rotated on the eyeballs. In just a moment, they became one piece and formed a complicated pattern. At this moment, some special information was integrated into the chakra and began to feed back to Haori. This is. Feeling the information contained in the chakra, Haori also understood at this moment what Uchiha Fugaku's eye technique was. Shen Tianjin. The name may sound a little strange, but the power of this eye technique surprised Haori. You can build your own illusion space, and the damage caused in the illusion space will also be suffered in the real space. And you can predict the possible future fragments of your choice in the illusion space. Seeing such a description, Haori seemed to remember the scene when he used to watch anime. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku pulled his eldest son into the illusion space, and showed the future of Uchiha's successful seizure of power. It turns out that it was not a fantasy, but a fact. It was just a fact after being customized. Predicting the future segment of the selected possibility means customizing an outcome you want and looking at the future segment from this result. This seems to mean something like parallel space, but I have to say that this technique is really interesting. And even without the ability to predict the future under predetermined conditions, this illusion space seems to be very powerful. There are many types of illusions, but in the illusion space, he only has Tsukuyomi in his memory, and Shen Tianjin actually has such an ability. It even seems to be more powerful than Tsukuyomi, because he has everything Tsukuyomi has, and he has everything Tsukuyomi doesn't have. The trauma caused by Tsukuyomi is limited to mental trauma, but Shen Tianjin can lock people in illusions and harm reality simultaneously. This ability is so useful. Haori's eyes began to become a little fiery, even though the cooling time of these 2 techniques seemed to be a bit long. It also requires preparation time and consumes a lot of money, but when used at critical moments, the effect is absolutely outstanding. He is really lucky now that he brought Hikaru with him, and Hikaru used Tsukuyomi to lock Uchiha Fugaku at the critical moment, preventing him from using it normally. Otherwise, Haori himself might be in trouble. This technique cannot be wasted. Thinking of this, Haori's eyes have changed. He must transplant this technique.